She's the school's acknowledged weirdo, a young academic genius who's too poor to afford a bra, a reclusive rich kid who just wants to cut ties with her family. That day, when Chi just got home, she discovered her father had brought another strange woman home. Who knows if she's a new girlfriend or an old mistress? Chi stood expressionlessly in front of them. Before she could speak, her father became impatient. "What are you standing here for? Need money?" Chi turned her head aside, trying not to let this despicable couple taint her eyes. "I want to live at school. I'm here to pack. Live at school my ass. So damn annoying." The woman hurriedly tried to mediate. "Mr. Chi, why get angry at the child?" Chi kept her head turned, but her fists unconsciously tightened. "Pack your own stuff. I'll transfer you money." No response. Chi put on her headphones and turned to leave. "What's with that attitude? Just needs discipline. Having that attitude towards your father." She seemed not to hear the cursing behind her. Chi quietly closed her room door. She leaned against the door, as if using all her strength. This home is disgusting. 2.5 hours later, Chi went to school with a suitcase. The head teacher told her the dorms were full. Only room 301 had one empty bed. However, while passing the school store, a voice caught her attention. "I really don't want to stay in the dorm. That poor look, I can't stand it anymore." The speaker was her classmate Luo Zhengli. "She keeps wearing those broken clothes and shoes. Won't even buy shampoo or shower gel. Just uses soap to wash her hair. She even keeps porridge and steamed buns by her bed for 2 days. It's ridiculous. Not even worried about it going bad." As the girl's endless complaints rang in her ears, Chi glanced at the 3 girls nearby and continued walking. How annoying. She had lived in school before, though not for long. But school dorms were all pretty much the same. 6-person rooms with bunk beds, desks, cabinets, and a private bathroom. Chi first found the storage cabinet corresponding to her bed, but when she opened it, she found it packed full of toiletries. At that moment, the dorm door opened. Chi turned around. She saw a tall girl with an unfashionable braid walk in. "Whose stuff is this? Take it away. I need the cabinet." "It's Luo Zhengli's," Yu answered, her voice low and slightly hoarse. "Luo Zhengli, that girl who loves gossiping behind people's backs." Chi felt inexplicably angry. She took everything out and threw it on the table. Yu quietly sat aside, fiddling with her books. "What's the meaning of this?" A voice suddenly caught their attention. The dorm door had opened at some point, and 3 girls led by Luo Zhengli stood there. "Oh, come on, it's just borrowing a cabinet. What's the big deal? Acting so precious. Do you have princess syndrome?" With a thud, Chi slammed a bottle of shower gel on the table. "Are you done?" Luo Zhengli was startled. She obediently shut up. Chi took out her hot water card, turned, and entered the bathroom. As if encouraged by the sound of running water, Luo Zhengli started again. "What's her problem?" "Just throwing my stuff on the table, deliberately trying to annoy me." "Teacher Xiao, our dorm already has one weirdo. Now we got another princess. So annoying." Yu kept her head down, doing homework, her movements never stopping, as if the weirdo they were talking about wasn't her. Time quickly passed to evening. Chi was lying in bed playing with her phone when she noticed movement at the balcony door. She turned her head. She saw Yu wearing an old round-neck t-shirt, head down drying her hair. Chi didn't pay much attention. She turned off her phone and put it aside, then properly pulled up her blanket and lay down. The new dorm atmosphere wasn't pleasant, but it was much better than that home. Shortly after lights out, Chi went to the bathroom again and found the floor and walls were wet, but without any warmth. Even the shower head was ice cold. She looked up at the dripping shower head. For some reason, her mind unconsciously recalled that thin, tall silhouette. Yu had just taken a cold shower. This was a love letter from the top student in the grade, but the boy opened it publicly and found the sender. "I dare not accept a love letter from the top student." It was on this day. Wednesday afternoon's last period was PE. The PE teacher was easygoing and didn't supervise them much, often just making them run 2 laps before letting them have free activities. Even though the task wasn't heavy, many students still moaned about it. "It's fine, we've already told the teacher." Stomach ache works every time. Some girls deliberately acted in pain, so fake it was obvious, but no one exposed them. Chi, who was actually experiencing stomach cramps and looking pale, didn't go to the PE teacher. Each step made the pain in her lower abdomen more obvious. Her pace got slower and slower, falling behind the group. No one noticed her pain. They just thought she was being lazy. Chi jogged with her head down. Suddenly, a loud slapping sound startled her. Run faster, Qidang. I'm already on my second lap. Wang Jiaoyang, her classmate, said smugly. Since Qidang transferred, Wang Jiaoyang, who sat behind her, would occasionally tease her. Everyone could see that Wang Jiaoyang clearly had feelings for her. Qidang found it annoying. That sudden loud noise made her head start to hurt. As she was feeling dizzy, Luo Zhengli caught up with her. That was Wang Jiaoyang, right? He pays so much attention to you. Seems he likes you. He's quite handsome, too. Aren't you interested? Qidang found it amusing and looked away. What are you thinking? Why are you laughing? Seeing Luo Zhengli's endless chatter, Qidang got annoyed. If you like him, go chase him yourself. No need to probe me about it. Luo Zhengli's expression changed. Who likes him? What are you saying? Qidang really disliked the weather in Nanning. Humid and hot. She sat alone at the edge of the field, silently enduring the tearing pain in her stomach. Want some hot water? A voice suddenly sounded in front of her. Qidang looked up to see Yu kneeling, offering her a bottle of hot water. Qidang hadn't expected Yu to initiate conversation, but her surprise lasted only a moment. Her pain-induced temper made her frown unconsciously, not wanting to interact with anyone. Yu seemed to notice. She put down the cup, said goodbye, and turned to run back to the field. Qidang looked at the steaming cup of hot water beside her, suddenly remembering that since childhood, no one had ever brought her a cup of hot water when she was in pain. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Wang Jiaoyang, from the back seat, pulled out a love letter from his desk. Oh, what's this? Pink paper with fragrance. Yang got a love letter. Who wrote it? Let me see. Get away! Get away! Wang Jiaoyang pushed away the teasing crowd and opened the letter. Oh, it's a letter from the top student. I dare not accept it, he said, standing up under the whole class's gaze. He walked to the front and placed the letter in front of Yu. Luo Shuewei, here's your letter back. Yu paused her English vocabulary copying and looked up at him. Wang Jiaoyang's expression was smug and dismissive, with a hint of contempt. The students erupted in chaos, laughing, banging tables, and whispering. The noise was unbearable. Yu finally spoke. I didn't write it. Wang Jiaoyang shrugged, holding the envelope in one hand and pointing with the other. Your name is written here. It couldn't have been me, right? Several girls let out strange laughs. How embarrassing. Who knew Yu liked Wang Jiaoyang too? Qidang was wearing headphones in the back, listening to National in English. In this song, amidst all the laughter and whispers, she stood up, walked to Yu, and snatched the letter from Wang Jiaoyang's hand. Qidang only glanced at it briefly, then turned to Luo Zhengli and handed her the letter. Keep your own letter. Next time, don't write someone else's name. Luo Zhengli's face turned red with embarrassment and anger. I didn't write it. You have the same paper in your drawer. If you won't admit it, we can compare the handwriting. Their handwriting is better than yours. Qidang crossed her arms, looking indifferent. Next time you frame someone, use your brain. Indeed, Yu only ever used exercise books and the cheapest red-line paper. Such pink stationery just didn't match Yu's style. Luo Zhengli was speechless and burst into tears, laying on her desk. The other dorm mates gathered around to comfort her. Some even demanded Qidang apologize, as if Luo Zhengli was the biggest victim in this situation. Qidang found the crying annoying enough, and behind her, Wang Jiaoyang was still poking her shoulder and talking. Hey, were you jealous earlier? Do you dislike me receiving love letters? Or do you dislike others liking me? If you become my girlfriend, Qidang couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up, ready to find the head teacher in the office. Students this age usually didn't like involving teachers. Whoever sought help from teachers was seen as leaving the student camp and becoming a teacher's pet. But Qidang didn't care about these things. She had ignored it before, but now her irritation had built up to an unbearable level. Teacher, I want to change seats. I can't see the blackboard clearly from the back. Qidang found the most reasonable excuse. Teacher Fong was surprised, but didn't seem too troubled. Can't see the blackboard? That affects your studies. I've always said you should sit in the front rows. Look at those who sit in the back. They don't study hard. Your monthly test results weren't as good as last time, right? Like all head teachers, Teacher Fong liked to give motivational speeches. Those students found them far from inspiring. Luo Qingqing is from your dorm, right? Teacher Fong asked, looking at the class roster. She told me earlier she doesn't want to sit with Yu. Would you be willing to sit with Yu? Qidang nodded indifferently. Okay, no matter how hot the weather was, the girl never took off her jacket. This behavior puzzled Chi Dang, her desk mate. That day, the math teacher assigned problems for them to solve, but the problems were quite difficult. Many students scratched their heads, unable to solve them, gathering together to discuss in low voices. Chi Dang glanced to the side. Her desk mate Yu was writing, almost finished with the problems. His writing had a rhythm to it. He solved math problems almost without pause, indicating that this top student wasn't stumped at all, maintaining a steady writing pace. Chi Dang didn't know why, but listening to his steady writing sound made her drowsy. Suddenly, someone called from behind. Xiuwei, have you finished? Let me copy. Yu turned around with a serious face. You should do it yourself. During school days, any student who refused to let others copy their homework was considered an outcast and would be despised. Sure enough, after being rejected, the girl complained to others nearby. What she's so proud of? Is she the only one who can solve it? What's so great about that? Chi Dang couldn't be bothered. With 10 minutes left until class ended, she forced herself to focus on the last problem. She had managed to muddle through the previous problems with some ideas, but she couldn't find any approach to the last one. Chi Dang didn't really care about solving this problem and was just doodling circles in her draft book when suddenly a notebook was passed to her. She was slightly startled. Looking down, she found 3 steps written in the notebook. Formulas were listed beside them, just hints, no answers. Was this a friendly gesture because of the love letter incident? But she wasn't interested in making friends. Chi Dang thought to herself, but 2 little voices in her mind started arguing unconsciously. You could at least say, thanks even if you don't want to be friends. That's not why they helped. But you were the one who stood up first. How can I say that now? Hey, Chi Dang called out, but found that Yu was already immersed in the problems again, completely ignoring her. At this point, actively saying she didn't want to be friends would seem rather presumptuous. She couldn't bring herself to say such an awkward thing, so she just turned her head back, determined never to meddle in others' affairs again. The next day, when Chi Dang returned to the classroom after PE class, she heard girls discussing in the hallway. Did you see? Yu is so unlucky. Yeah, it was quite funny seeing her uniform splash with milk tea. Chitang's expression remained unchanged, and she walked without pause to the bathroom, where she found Yu leaning against the sink, seeming lost in thought, showing rare signs of fatigue. Where's your uniform? Chi Dang immediately noticed the missing school uniform. She was only wearing a thin, round-neck t-shirt. Since she always wore her uniform, it felt strange to see her without it. Yu saw her too, but didn't speak. She lowered her eyes and slightly hunched her back, instinctively trying to hide something. Was she not wearing a bra? So that's why she never took off her uniform jacket even in hot weather. She was afraid people would notice. Although used to her deskmate's poverty, Chi Dang was still shocked. She couldn't even afford a bra. But finally, she couldn't help asking, "Where's your uniform jacket?" Yu bent over, looking at her shoes, her voice relatively calm. "Someone spilled milk tea on it. I came to wash it in the bathroom. When I came out after using the toilet, the uniform was gone." Chi Dang squinted her eyes, listening silently. Then she took off her own jacket, stepped forward. "Here, wear this." Yu looked up at her, making Chi Dang feel somewhat embarrassed. But she still insisted, pushing the jacket forward. Yu finally took it slowly and put it on quietly. After returning to the classroom, Chi Dang didn't return to her seat. Instead, she went straight to Luo Zhengli. "Have you seen Yu's clothes?" Seeing it was her, Luo Zhengli's face fell. "Her uniform's gone? What's that got to do with me?" Chi Dang countered, "I only asked about her clothes. How did you know it was the uniform?" Luo Zhengli choked for a moment, then said defiantly, "What do you mean? I wouldn't want those rags even if they were free. It's not your uniform. Why are you asking me?" Then she started speaking sarcastically again. "You think you're some kind of knight in shining armor? How presumptuous." "Say that again." Chi Dang crossed her arms. She found this little fool very irritating, and her voice unconsciously rose. Luo Zhengli fell silent. "Chi Dang, I'll wash your clothes before returning them," Yu said as she walked in. In her hands was her already worn-out uniform. "No need to wash it," Chi Dang said, puzzled. "Where did you find it?" "In the big trash can near the bathroom," Yu said while sitting down at her desk. "There were too many milk tea stains. I hadn't finished washing it. Being so dirty, nobody would want to keep it for themselves. So someone probably just threw it away. Fortunately, that trash can only had dust and leaves in it, so the uniform didn't get too dirty." Chi Dang listened to her explanation while returning to her seat. How could she be so calm? As if she didn't know she was being ostracized, not even caring about being pranked. Chi Dang thought silently. If it were her, she would definitely demand an explanation. After this incident, no one mentioned it again. Only Yoyu's clothes now had some permanent milk tea stains. The only change was that she started giving me comfort more often. Despite being a younger top student, she was too poor to afford a bra. This puzzled Chi-Dang, her desk mate. How could someone live through such hardship? That day, returning home for holiday, Chi-Dang found her father had invited all his friends over again. Men and women were playing cards and chatting, making quite a scene. Her previous home was just like this. The similar smells and scenes that made up this home brought her no warmth or comfort. "Why are you back?" Her father glanced up from his cards briefly, surprised but quickly turning back to his game. "It's my holiday," Chi-Dang replied coldly. Not caring if he heard, she went straight upstairs with her bag. Opening her bedroom door, she suddenly noticed a strange woman lying on her bed. Chi-Dang felt blood rushing to her head. She cursed loudly, "Randonstives," shouting at the living room. "Why is someone sleeping in my room?" Aunt Lou was tired, so she went up for a nap. "You weren't home anyway. What's wrong with letting her sleep there?" Her father replied matter-of-factly, without turning around. Chi-Dang trembled with anger. "You bring all sorts of questionable people to bed. Why not take them to your own bed? Why do you have to disgust me?" The card-playing noise suddenly stopped. Everyone fell silent. Her father angrily threw down his cards and strode toward her. "How dare you talk to your father like that?" The weather in Nanning was always like this, often raining. Chi-Dang sat on a stone post by the bridge. She still hadn't used an umbrella, but instead pulled up her hoodie, covering her head and most of her face. The world was so vast, endless to the eye, people and houses everywhere. Yet she didn't know where else she could go, where she could find a peaceful place to sleep. Near the bridge were several clothing stores, their lights bright in the darkness. One particularly small shop sold underwear. When Chi-Dang came to her senses, she realized she had been staring at that shop for a long time. She suddenly remembered Yoyu's hardship and wondered how she managed to survive. As if possessed, Chi-Dang walked into the underwear shop. She even began to wonder if she had gone crazy. "What size are you looking for, young lady?" asked the shop assistant. Chi-Dang was still pondering why she had actually come to buy this for her. The assistant called out again, and Chi-Dang finally snapped back to reality. About this size," looking at the girl who was trying to gesture the size. The assistant found it somewhat amusing but still kindly asked, "Is it for your sister?" Chi-Dang nodded. After leaving the lingerie store, Chi-Dang stared at the pink bag in her hand, feeling dazed. She somewhat regretted it and wanted to throw it in the trash. But at that moment, for some reason, her mind flashed to her desk mate who only kept her head down studying, and how she would bend down to talk to her. She held the pink bag closer to her chest. Chi-Dang stepped into the rain of Nanlin. 2.5 minutes later, she knocked on room 301's door. Yoyu's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me." The sound of a chair moving, someone standing up, the lock clicked, and the door opened. Chi-Dang thought she would ask, "Weren't you supposed to be home? Why are you at school now?" But she didn't. Yoyu just asked, "Are you going to shower?" There's no hot water at school during holidays. The auntie downstairs has hot water. You can get some from her. "I'll use cold water," Chi-Dang replied, heading to the bathroom without looking back after getting ready. There was definitely some spite in this. If Yoyu could use cold water, why couldn't she? However, she quickly found it colder than expected. Her body, already soaked by rain, was now shivering from inside out. Then Yoyu knocked on the door. "I brought you hot water." She put something outside the door and walked away. Chi-Dang opened the door to look and brought the kettle inside. 2.5 minutes later, Chi-Dang came out in clean clothes. Drying her soaked hair with a towel, she asked if she had looked like a drowned rat earlier. Yoyu paused her writing, turned around, and shook her head. "You didn't." Chi-Dang didn't respond. She turned and took the pink package she'd been carrying from the upper bunk. "This is for you." Yoyu hesitated, but took it, just like when she had taken the uniform from her before. However, when she saw what was inside, she instinctively clutched it to her chest. "For me? How? Why would you buy this for me?" Yoyu was genuinely confused, puzzled, embarrassed, and unusually flustered. "I see you in your uniform every day. I feel hot just looking at you. Wear it if you want, throw it away if you don't. I can't wear it anyway." Chi-Dang had already climbed to her upper bunk and lay motionless, refusing further conversation. There was silence below for a long time. After who knows how long, came the sound of Yoyu undoing the pink ribbon. "Thank you, Chi-Dang." Chi-Tong's shoulders finally relaxed. She hadn't realized how tense she'd been. The rain grew heavier, like the sleep music she often listened to. She curled up on her side, hugging her knees, suddenly feeling better. At least she had a place to sleep. In her drowsiness, she felt someone unfold her thin blanket and gently cover her with it. She was the top student in her grade, yet only had 10 yuan for weekly living expenses. This shocked Qidang on the upper bunk. When a bottle of water cost 2 yuan, how could anyone get by on 10 yuan for a week? A few days ago, Qidang had returned to the dorm in the rain and developed a fever the next day. Yu had no choice but to seek help. Teacher's wife, Qidang, is sick. Why not notify her family to pick her up? I can ask Teacher Fong for their contact information. Teacher's wife, Qidang, came in the rain last night. Her family might not be available. Yu quickly waved her hands to stop her. I'll take care of her in the dorm. I just won't have time to tutor Yang Yang and the others today. Don't worry about the tutoring. Take some breakfast with you. Neither of you has eaten, right? No need. Yu instinctively wanted to refuse. The teacher's wife smiled. Qidang is sick. She should have some porridge. Yu finally paused her steps to leave. Okay, thank you, teacher's wife. 2.5 minutes later, when Yu returned to the dorm, she opened the door to find Qidang missing from the upper bunk. Did she go home? She stood there stunned for a moment. She placed the still warm food on the table. Well, it's good if she could go home. Then the next moment, there was a click at the door. Qidang walked in wearing a hoodie, carrying a small bag. Back so soon? I thought you went out for something. Nothing much. Yu could now see the red clinic logo on Qitang's bag, so she had just gone to buy medicine. Sure enough, Qidang opened the bag, took out some pills, and was about to swallow them dry. Yu poured a glass of water and silently pushed it towards her. Qidang had a special talent for swallowing pills dry, but this time, for some reason, maybe because her throat was too dry, she failed and almost choked. She had to take the water she had initially ignored and drink deeply. Yu found it somewhat amusing. She turned and opened the packed porridge on the table, placing it in front of her. Have some porridge before resting. Doesn't she always just eat steamed buns? Qidang thought silently, looking at the porridge. She must have bought this porridge specially, eating buns herself, but buying porridge for me. Oh, is this payback for last night? If I don't drink it, this will never end. Thinking this, Qidang finally picked up the porridge and drank half a bowl. Afterward, the lone wolf who thought she had settled the debt climbed to the upper bunk and lay down, showing her cold back to her deskmate. She looked quite weak, clearly feeling unwell, Yu thought. She cleaned up the porridge container and sat down to continue studying. Unlike her usual complete absorption, she now looked up at Qidang from time to time. Qidang was feverish, sweating in her sleep, often irritably bunching up her blanket and pushing it aside. Yu would stand on the bed edge, patiently covering her again and again. Once, Qidang woke up when Yu was covering her, radiating an irritated aura. I don't want it. Yu held onto the railing and seriously asked. Then would you like some hot water? Qidang didn't respond. She really couldn't handle this kind of care. Yu touched her forehead again. Should we go to the hospital? Qidang rolled up in her blanket, covering her head, ignoring everyone. Yu wasn't upset. She jumped down and went back to her test papers. This care continued through the last few days of the holiday, until Qidang recovered, shaking off her previous dejected and gloomy illness state, becoming again that usual aloof, cool-looking girl who rarely talked to others. And Yu focused on her own things. They didn't disturb each other, sharing a kind of unspoken understanding. That evening, Qidang received another message from her father. The message was brief, just 8 characters. Buy food for yourself outside, followed by a 1,000 yuan transfer. Qidang didn't reply. Her family had always been like this. Her father would scold her, hit her. She would leave home to wander. When her father felt she had probably reflected enough outside, he would send her money. It was a kind of indirect punishment. Qidang clearly remembered one argument when her father, after hitting her, had self-righteously said, "What's wrong with me hitting you? I still give you money. You're still not satisfied? What more do you want?" What did Qidang want? When she was younger, she wanted her father to say, "Dad was wrong. Dad didn't consider your feelings. Dad shouldn't have hit you. It won't happen again." But now she didn't want that anymore. Now she just wanted to grow up quickly, reach adulthood faster, leave that home, get as far away as possible. Qidang shook her head, deciding not to think about this anymore. So she lay on her bed and called out to Yu. Yu softly hummed in response. Do you really not have money to buy a bra? It's not essential right now, so I won't buy it. Then how much is your weekly allowance? 10 yuan. Qidang was bewildered. In a time when a bottle of mineral water costs 2 yuan, how could anyone survive a week on 10 yuan? Chidang couldn't believe it, but Yu wasn't lying. My family doesn't want me to continue studying. Before I tested into this school, I received a 1,200 yuan scholarship. My teacher also gave me 800 yuan, knowing my family wouldn't give me money. But in the end, my family took all of it away. When I ran here, I only had 10 yuan that I'd secretly saved. I borrowed 200 yuan from the teacher's wife. When vacation comes, I'll find some work to earn money. Chidang didn't know what to say. She had never encountered such hardship. Facing such a pitiful classmate, she should feel compassion. But the way Yu spoke about these things, with such calmness and genuine sincerity from the heart, made it impossible to pity her. It only inspired reverence. After a long silence, Yu instead comforted her. Actually, I'm very lucky. I can still study here. Things will only get better. That night, with the lights off, Chidang stared blankly at the ceiling. She clearly realized that Yu was different from her, completely opposite. Yu had something firm in her heart, while she didn't. They were separated by just a bedboard, separated by a layer of moonlight. Chidang listened to the steady breathing below and suddenly felt so weak. I've never met someone like you before, Yu suddenly said. That time with the love letter, many people knew I didn't write it, but you were the only one who spoke up. You're different from them. The top student's deskmate had always wondered why she rarely saw her studying history and politics. Before the midterm exams, Chidang finally asked about it. Yu responded calmly. I've memorized it already. No need to review repeatedly. How many times did you read it? Twice. Chidang unfortunately pointed randomly at Liu Beibei in the textbook. Yu glanced at it, turned away to continue writing physics problems, and recited it word for word. After finishing the recitation, she turned back, probably amused by Chitang's undisguised sour expression. Yu laughed, genuinely happy. In that moment, Chidang suddenly realized her top student deskmate had changed. The previous Yu seemed to see nothing but the textbooks and problems before her. But now she could see her, with her eyes clearly reflecting Chitang's image. Chidang avoided her eyes to look at the ginkgo tree outside. Its leaves had turned somewhat yellow without anyone noticing. Autumn had arrived silently. The 3 days of midterm exams were, for most students, like living death. Even Chidang wore a withdrawn expression after the exams. The back of the classroom was filled with buzzing discussions, rising and falling. I didn't do well. Me neither. What should we do? It was too hard. The teachers want us dead. Chidang suddenly felt curious and asked her top student deskmate Yu, how did you do? Yu put down her pen and answered honestly, I think I did well. This, didn't bother Chidang, but it seemed to irritate others. A voice from the front row suddenly came over with a TSH. How could someone at the top of the grade do poorly? Chidang, wasn't that a pointless question? Chidang frowned without answering. The person continued making conversation. I've been seeing you two talk a lot lately. Chidang, I think you should stop disturbing Yu's studies. Every time you talk to her, she has to stop to respond. If you affect her grades, the homeroom teacher will definitely have a talk with you. You're quite nosy. Chidang couldn't stand this person's passive-aggressive attitude. She threw down her pen and crossed her arms. We're just chatting, not dating. It won't affect her studies. You can rest completely assured that even if it did affect her, she'd still do better than you. Instead of worrying about others, worry more about yourself. Zhao Rongrong was furious, but before she could say more, her deskmate pulled her back. Let it go, don't talk to them anymore. Chidang suddenly felt extremely annoyed. She frowned and flipped through her book without speaking. After a while, a notebook was pushed towards her. She instinctively thought Yu was giving her exercises, but looking closer, she saw it was a note. Don't listen to them. It won't affect me. I don't like talking to others, but you're different from them. Chitang's mood improved again, so she picked up the notebook. She wrote on it, Zhao Rongrong is an idiot. Why are there so many stupid idiots in our class? Her insults were direct, and her handwriting carried a cold, insulting quality. Compared to Yu's neat handwriting, it looked less proper. The two styles of writing side by side were distinctly different. After writing, she pushed it back. Yu couldn't help but laugh again. On the day the midterm results came out, Yu unsurprisingly took first place again. In these difficult midterms where everyone struggled, she even performed above her usual level, scoring 50 points higher than the second-place student. This shocked all the teachers, who decided to give her a monetary reward as encouragement. Chidang was very happy. Though 200 yuan wasn't much, it would help him a lot. The reward is for Yu. Why are you so happy? People might think you're the one who got the reward. Zhao Rongrong looked at Qidang and sneered. Which eye of yours saw me being happy? Qidang immediately dropped all expression. His own poor test paper was still on the desk. What was there to be happy about? As Yu Yu returned from collecting her reward, Qidang quickly covered his test paper. Let me explain the problems to you. I don't want to listen. Then tell me when you want to hear it. Yu Yu's words surprised Qidang. He watched as she turned back to her work. Qidang twirled the pen in his hand, suddenly feeling bored. He looked around. It was a self-study period. Some classmates were catching up on homework. Some were reviewing test mistakes. Some were secretly playing with phones. Some were whispering together and giggling, while others were listening to music or quietly horsing around. Some were troubled, some were happy. Everyone had their own things to do. Qitang's desire to study flared up, but extinguished within half a class period. As he slumped down dejectedly, a round eraser rolled to Yu Yu's hand. Yu Yu looked up, gazing at him with those clear, bright eyes, asking again, "Want to hear the explanations?" "Yes." "Then let's start with this problem." Yu Yu's voice was soft but clear. What seemed incomprehensible to Qidang became clear as she broke it down. It felt like fog being cleared from before his eyes. Halfway through the explanation, Qidang suddenly pressed a finger on Yu Yu's pen cap, making her pause. He cleared his throat. Which rabbit has pricked up its ears to listen to others talking? The chair made a scraping sound as Zhao Rongrong leaned forward over her desk, pretending to focus on homework, her ears turning red with embarrassment. Qitang gave a light snort, raising his eyebrows at Yu Yu, his eyes full of smugness and charm. In all the following self-study periods, Yu Yu explained problems to him. Not just the wrong ones, she explained the ones he got right too. After going through everything, Qidang flipped through the test paper again and suddenly realized that if he took it again, he could definitely get full marks. Not by memorizing answers, but by actually solving everything correctly. "I wasted so much of your time, but at least it was somewhat useful." Yu Yu shook her head. "It's not wasting time." "If it's not wasting time, what is it? You already knew all this stuff. What extra benefit could you get from explaining it to me again?" Qidang felt his desk mate was just comforting him. Yu Yu thought for a moment. If doing something makes you happy, no amount of time spent on it is wasted. Qidang couldn't understand. "What's so happy about teaching? Are you addicted to being a teacher?" Yu Yu didn't answer. "Want to hear physics next?" It was break time now, with the bell having rung 2 or 3 minutes ago. Qidang stood up. "Let me rest a bit. Go to the bathroom. Physics. Next time." He put his hands in his uniform pockets and walked away quickly, his medium-length hair floating by his cheeks, half his face bright and hazy in the sunlight. He passed by many laughing faces and blurry classmates alone. As autumn arrived in Nanlin, sunny days became more frequent. The ginkgo tree outside had turned yellow. During study breaks, Yu Yu loved to turn and look at this tree slowly turning golden. Its color was so brilliant, particularly attracting his gaze, as if he was naturally drawn to brilliant things. Qidang returned just as the class bell rang. He sat down at his seat. Suddenly, he put his hand in front of Yu Yu and shook his sleeve. A golden ginkgo leaf fell from his sleeve, landing like a butterfly on Yu Yu's hand. It slid down next to her pen tip. "I just found a pretty leaf," Qidang asked casually. "Do you want it?" "Yes." The autumn sports meet at another middle school was held shortly after the midterm exams. Feng Ruibai, the sports representative of Class 2, was now holding the event list and urging everyone. "Bei Luo, Zhengli, don't forget about the autumn sports meet. You haven't chosen your events yet. At least one event per person. Sign up with me after you choose." The girls were reluctant. "Oh, hey Pei, I'll be having my period that day. My stomach will hurt. Can I not participate?" "No, you can take sick leave on the actual day if you're really unwell." Heipei Feng Ruibai shook his head. "No one has signed up for the girls' 3000M yet. Who's going to do it? Boys having 3000M is one thing, but why girls too? Yeah, I can't even finish 400M. Finally, everyone chose one event each, like jump rope or shot put. While Feng Ruibai was recording, Luo Jingli suddenly said, "Qidang and Yu Yu haven't chosen yet. Let Titang do it. They say he used to fight people. Someone who can fight must be able to run. Besides, didn't Yu Yu used to live in a remote mountain village where she had to walk far to school?" Luo Jingli's words had a subtle tone, but the sports representative didn't catch it. He carelessly listened and his eyes lit up. "Yeah, you must be able to endure hardship, unlike you delicate ones." The other representative snickered and went to Yo-Yu and Chi-Tong's desks, leaning on them with both hands. "Yo-Yu, our class has no one for the girls' 3000M. It's just you." And Chi-Ting left. "Who's going to sign up? Just one 3000M, okay?" Yo-Yu looked up and agreed. "Okay." I'll do the 3000m. Hearing this, Chi-Dang frowned. You just agreed so casually? What's wrong? Nobody else wants to do it, it's fine. Ikanrin. Chi-Dang was still upset. He glared at Heipei in front of him. Heipei was startled, letting go of his desk, stammering, "It's not my fault. Yo-Yu is great. She can always finish running in PE class. She'll definitely bring glory to our class." Then Yo-Yu remembered that Chi-Dang also always finished running in PE class, so she turned and asked, do you want to run the 3000m? Heipei quickly agreed. You want to run too? Then you both can do the 3000m. I'll put down both your names. Run my ass. After Heipei finished recording, he was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he came back, lowering his head and saying quietly to Yu, "Just to let you know, runners need to wear running shoes or sneakers, shoes suitable for running. All participants in running events should prepare their own." Yu paused while turning a page. "Okay, I understand." The next day, a pair of clean white canvas shoes appeared by Yo-Yu's bed in the dormitory. Luo Jingli's group was surprised. She finally bought shoes. I've seen her with the same pair of cloth shoes for half a semester without changing. They stink so bad, it's unbearable. Yo-Yu wasn't in the dorm, but Chi-Dang had just returned. He was holding a bottle of water he drunk from. He threw the water bottle at Luo Jingli's feet, splashing water on her shoes. Luo Jingli jumped in shock. "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Watch your damn mouth. Always talking trash. Can't you speak properly? I really want to hit you when you talk trash." Chi-Dang gripped the empty bottle tightly. Yu washes her shoes every week. "What about you? Your dirty shoes under the bed have piled up like garbage. You're talking about others? Who stinks more than you? And your foul mouth." Chi-Dang grabbed a shoe and threw it back, saying, "Aren't you disgusting?" Luo Jingli was too angry to speak, only managing to say, "Chi-Dang, this isn't over." Yo-Yu indeed only had 1 pair of cloth shoes and hadn't changed them. Shoes worn for a long time would smell. Luo Jingli had mentioned it before in the dorm, making indirect accusations, loudly complaining about someone's smelly shoes filling the whole dorm with their stench. Chi-Dang hadn't noticed any smell, but Yo-Yu immediately knew they were talking about her. After that, she washed her shoes at least twice a week. She would wash them when she returned at night, dry them outside, and wear them the next day. If the weather was good and the shoes dried, that was fine. But if it rained and they couldn't dry overnight, she would still wear the damp shoes to class all day. Time quickly passed to this evening's self-study session. Just as Yu finished dinner and was heading back to the classroom, she heard an angry shout at the stairwell. "Chi-Dang, stop right there!" When Yo continued up the stairs, she saw Wang Jiayang blocking Chi-Tang's path. "My girlfriend Luo Jingli said you bullied her. What's going on?" "Oh, you're dating Luo Jingli? You two are perfect for each other, an idiot and a moron." Wang Jiayang spoke through gritted teeth. "Watch what you say. I don't hit women, but I'm warning you not to go too far. Next time, we'll see if I hit you or not." "You don't hit women?" "Well, I do hit women, and I'm warning you. If your stupid girlfriend targets Yu again for no reason." Chi-Dang sneered, pushing away the blocking hand. "I won't just throw water, I'll throw her directly. You really think I have a good temper?" The night before another middle school's autumn sports meet, perhaps to prepare for tomorrow, Chi-Dang went to the old track field near the dormitory. After running for a while, he noticed a familiar figure passing directly by his side. Chi-Dang took off one earbud and asked curiously, "You haven't gone back to the dorm?" Yu shook her head. "Need to practice a bit before the 3000m. Chi-Dang grunted and stopped talking. 2.5 minutes later, probably because his phone died, the music stopped. Only then did Chi-Dang hear his deskmate seemingly muttering something continuously. "Yu, what are you reciting?" "Studying." Yu answered, "My English speaking isn't very good. Need more practice." "You're not listening to music anymore?" "Battery died, so that's that." Time quickly moved to the next morning. Classes had to march in formation for the opening ceremony. Chi-Dang stood in the back half of the formation due to his height. The girls in front were horsing around without paying attention to their surroundings. Seeing they were about to bump into him, Chi-Dang stepped back to avoid their pushing. As a result, he accidentally stepped on someone's foot behind him. "Ah, sorry." Chi-Dang apologized instinctively, only then realizing Yu was behind him. Yu steadied him with a hand and shook her head. "It's fine." 2.5 hours later, the women's long jump competition began. Although he wasn't very popular in class, when his name was announced for long jump, the other committee members and Heipei immediately brought people to cheer for him. Yu was among them, holding her long-distance running number, wearing those white canvas shoes that now bore his footprint, standing opposite the sand pit. Class 1 to 2, Chi-Dang, prepare. Chi-Dang exhaled and stepped to the front of the sand pit. With the referee's signal, a figure suddenly soared into the air, black hair flying, open jacket filled with wind like a sail. His eyes sparkled with determination, just like the girl across the sandpit. Landing on both feet, Chi-Dang stood steadily in the sandpit. "Not bad, Chi-Dang," the teacher called out. The sports committee member Heipei and several others cheered from the side, drawing attention. Just then, an announcement came over the speakers. "Participants in the 3000 m race, please gather at the track immediately." 2.5 minutes later, with the sound of a gun, the women's 3,000-meter race officially began. A girl from Class 3 started running very fast right away, causing others to speed up too. Yu fell behind. Heipei and others called out her name. "Yu, run faster. Yu, hurry up. You're too far behind. How will you catch up later?" Although some might understand that you shouldn't run too fast at the start, seeing other runners ahead, they still couldn't help but anxiously urge her on. Chi-Dang saw Yu running with her head down, watching her feet, neither fast nor slow, seemingly completely deaf to the commentary from classmates along the track. So he moved to the inner lane, stepping on the grass at the innermost edge, silently accompanying her lap after lap. Seeing other classes giving water to runners midway, sports representative Heipei quickly asked, "Yu, do you want water?" Chi-Dang ran past him and took the water from his hand. He opened it and passed it to Yu. This continued until the final lap. Chi-Dang stopped running, letting his desk mate find her own rhythm. Finally, Yu stopped looking down at her shoes and raised her head to look straight at the finish line. She was serious about everything she did, including running. Chi-Dang felt that in her world at this moment, there probably wasn't anyone else. No opponents, no spectators. While everything around was bustling with noise, Yu, running faster and faster, remained completely quiet. The intense atmosphere gripped everyone. Even those in Class 2, who didn't like Yu, couldn't help but shout her name. At the moment of crossing the finish line, Yu and a girl from Class 5 arrived almost simultaneously. Class 5 side immediately burst into cheers. Class 2 disagreed about first place. "How are you first? We reached at the same time. Maybe we're first." Heipei ran to ask the 3 technical teachers, with others following. Meanwhile, Yu, having crossed the finish line, bent over catching her breath. Shortly after, she looked up to find Chi-Dang standing before her, hands in pockets. She smiled at him, her braided black hair resting on her shoulders, slightly disheveled, eyes clear and bright. Just then, Class 2 students erupted in excited shouts. "We're first! Points! Extra points for first place! Ha ha ha!" Chi-Dang smiled broadly. "You got first place." Yu just softly hummed in response, showing the composure of someone used to winning first place. Years later, on a holiday, sitting on the sofa, they reminisced about high school. "Remember? During the sports meet in first year, you wore white canvas shoes. Remember when I stepped on them? You remember so clearly. I accidentally stepped on your snow-white shoes. Was it very uncomfortable? No. While running, I kept looking at the footprint on my shoe. For some reason, it made me happy. I dirtied your shoes. Yet you were happy? I don't know why I was happy either." The second day of another middle school's autumn sports meet, Chi-Dang sat behind the stadium stands, listening to the alternating cheers from the front. After playing games all day, Yu somehow found this feng shui treasure spot and spent the day near him doing test papers, working very quickly. Every few games, Chi-Dang would look up and find she'd finished another test paper. It didn't look like she was solving papers, but answering them. After losing several games, Chi-Dang felt helpless. With someone studying seriously nearby, he couldn't even focus on gaming. "The sea of learning is boundless. Turn back to shore," he said randomly. Yu responded quickly, put down gaming, and instantly become enlightened. This made Chi-Dang suspect she might be trying to enlighten him. As the athletes' march played again, the 2-day sports meet finally came to an end. Autumn followed closely. The ginkgo tree, facing their classroom windows, had dropped many leaves. Hearing Zhao Rongrong's complaints from the front desk, Chi-Dang also covered his nose with his uniform sleeve, muttering irritably, "So stinky." Beside him, Yu stopped writing. She quietly lifted her sleeve to sniff. Chi-Dang caught this in his peripheral vision and quickly explained, "Not you, I meant the ginkgo outside. You're sitting by the window, even closer than me. Can't you smell it?" Yu shook her head, indicating it was fine. She took out a mask from her drawer and put it on. Though Zhao Rongrong in front couldn't stand the smell either. Seeing Chi-Dang wear a mask, she immediately started mocking, making a big deal out of nothing. "Do you need to wear a mask? Such a princess." Chi-Dang never tolerated anyone's sarcasm. He shot back directly, "You want to wear one too? You're just afraid of being called delicate. Now that I'm wearing one, by criticizing me, you're becoming exactly the type of gossiper you hate." Chidang was particularly sensitive to smells. The odor bothered him so much he couldn't concentrate in class, frowning for 2 straight days upon entering the classroom. But soon after, the ginkgo fruits were picked from the tree. Chidang noticed first and was somewhat surprised. "How did the ginkgo fruits disappear?" Yo-Yu, head down reading, replied, Ginkgo fruits can be used in soup. During lunch break, the cafeteria staff came with baskets to pick them. Chidang didn't ask how she knew this, but instead felt instinctively nauseated at the mention of ginkgo soup. How could something so smelly be used for soup? They use the nuts inside for soup, not the flesh. It's not smelly. Hearing Yo-Yu's explanation, Chidang still shook his head in disbelief. "I'll definitely never drink soup made from those stinky things." Yo-Yu smiled and looked at him without saying anything, until one afternoon many years later. Chidang took the bowl of soup Yo-Yu had prepared and drank it all at once. It must have been delicious. They ended up finishing every last drop of the soup. Satisfied, Chidang leaned back in his chair and asked, "What soup is this? I've never had it before. It's quite good." Yo-Yu, resting her head in her hands, looked at him just like she used to. Ginkgo nut soup. Chidang froze upon hearing this. In high school, he had sworn never to drink soup made from that stuff. Back to the present. After evening self-study ended, Chidang returned to the dorm after dinner, preparing his clothes for a shower. He inserted the hot water card, turned the tap from cold to hot water. Chidang knew Yo-Yu wasn't using hot water again. He reached out to feel the bone-chilling coldness. Waiting for it to gradually warm up, Chidang suddenly wondered if she would still use cold water for showers in winter. The weather was getting colder. Autumn seemed to be struggling to survive between summer and winter. Before one could get a taste of it, winter arrived. Watching the cold wind flip through his book pages, Chidang turned his head puzzled, looking at the window beside his deskmate. Wasn't the window closed? Why was there still wind? Then he discovered there was a small gap in the window that couldn't be sealed properly. Looking again at his study genius deskmate, Chidang was even more puzzled. Wasn't she cold? She didn't seem to mind the wind and wore such thin clothes. Chidang wanted to ask if she had a sweater, but felt it wasn't his place to ask. He could guess the answer. Yo-Yu's cabinet had very few things, barely any clothes. She lacked everything. Should he buy things for her? Since their relationship had inexplicably grown closer, this question often troubled Chidang. But even if he helped, she would find ways to repay him from elsewhere. Like that time he impulsively bought her a bra, and she's still feeding him snacks to repay him. It would be better to let her buy things herself. If she didn't accept, wouldn't it make him look like he was meddling? While thinking, Chidang suddenly had an idea. Yo-Yu, let's switch seats. I want to sit on the inside. Yo-Yu, absorbed in solving problems, looked up at him somewhat confused. Okay. She didn't realize Chidang's intentions at that moment, not until returning to the dorm that evening. After Chidang finished showering, he called out, "Yo-Yu, I'm done." When Yo-Yu entered the bathroom and closed the door, she unsurprisingly saw Chidang's hot water card left there, not taken back. Only then did Yo-Yu understand. Was Chidang worried about her being cold? That's why he switched seats today, thinking she was wearing too little and getting cold from the wind. After finishing her shower, Yo-Yu placed the hot water card on Chidang's bed. "You always forget your hot water card." Chidang, who was drying his hair, looked at the card and hummed in response. As Yo-Yu turned to leave, Chidang spoke again. "Next time I forget to take it, just use it directly. No need to return it." So it was really like that. Yo-Yu couldn't help but smile, yet suddenly felt a bit of heartache. So it really was like that. She reached her hand out in front of Chidang. "What are you doing? Feel my hand." Chidang looked at her for a moment. Finally, he carefully touched her hand. He then discovered that his deskmate's hands were warm, much warmer than his own cold hands and feet in winter. Seeing Chidang's surprised expression, Yo-Yu smiled. "I'm not afraid of cold. I used to take cold showers at home in winter." Chidang responded with an "oh," turning his head away with a red face and saying nothing more. A few days later, Yo-Yu started wearing a sweater. The yellow sweater didn't look new, but it looked nice, soft and thick. Chidang had never seen her wear it before and didn't know where it came from. "Let's switch seats back," Yo-Yu suggested. She didn't look cold anymore, so Chidang didn't need to sit by the window blocking the wind for her. Chidang, not wanting to reveal his previous subtle concerns, stubbornly insisted, "I told you, I want to sit by the window." Yo-Yu could only helplessly agree. However, early the next day, when Chidang returned to his seat, he was surprised to find that the drafty window had been fixed. It snowed during the final exams. Chidang had never lived in Nanning before and didn't know it could snow there. But his grandmother's hometown was in a small county next to Nanning, where he had lived when he was young. In his vague memories, there seemed to have been heavy snow. Chidang hadn't seen heavy snow for a long time. He leaned on his hand and stared out the window for a long time. Then, the ill-tempered math teacher called his name. Chidang, the teacher is at the podium, not outside the window. Where are you looking? If you want to look so badly, I'll let you go outside and look your fill. After speaking, she tapped the blackboard again. And you all have final exams coming up. After that, you'll go home for the new year. This is your last chance to work hard this year. If you don't study well now, let's see what grades you'll show your parents. Chidang scoffed. His parents never cared about his grades. No matter how he performed, it wouldn't stop them from fighting and scolding him. After class, Yu handed him a notebook. These are my exam point summaries and classic reminders. Do them twice, and you should be fine for the final exam. I don't need it, Chidang said, suddenly feeling these words were familiar, thinking he might have said this phrase to her several times already. Even once is fine. Have you heard the saying online? Family might deceive you, friends might betray you, but math won't. Chidang wagged his finger solemnly. If you don't understand math, you just don't understand it. Yu took a moment to process, then covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. Chitang's expression remained blank. Is it that funny? Before the final exams, there was a New Year's Eve party. Even though it was just one evening's self-study time, and only in a classroom-sized space, everyone still looked forward to this New Year's Eve party. Yu also rarely put away her test papers and workbooks, moving desks together with Chidang. Are you going to sing later? No, Chidang answered indifferently. He explained that he wasn't fond of group activities. These parties were fine if he could just sit and watch, but he didn't like going on stage, feeling embarrassed. Yu felt somewhat disappointed. She had heard Chidang humming occasionally and thought he sounded good. If he sang properly and seriously, it would probably be even better. Will you sing? Chidang asked in return. Yu shook her head. I can't sing. At this time, those who went to buy snacks returned with bags of various items and started distributing them. Some people playfully asked for an extra small cake or 2 more oranges. The sports representative, Hype, holding a large bag of oranges, acted like a miser, absolutely refusing to give anyone extra. Chidang and Yu's desk was in the corner. Hype distributed to them last. You're the last ones, and there are 2 extra oranges. Here's 1 more for you. Chidang looked at his extra orange without much reaction. Yu also unconsciously glanced at it. You can have it. No need. I have 1. Just at this most lively moment, suddenly, a man appeared at the classroom door. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a weather-beaten dark complexion. He wore a somewhat dirty thin cotton jacket and worn-out green liberation shoes covered in mud and water stains. He stood there, travel-worn, completely out of place in the classroom, looking at all the laughing students. The man seemed awkward at first, but then he quickly spotted something. His expression turned fierce and angry. You damned girl, accompanied by the sound of oranges falling to the ground. Chidang suddenly noticed that Yu beside him started trembling inexplicably. Her face turned pale, losing all the relaxed and happy emotions from just moments ago. The man walked straight to the corner of the classroom, grabbed Yu's hand, and tried to drag her out. Come with me, we're going home. Who told you to come here to study? The loud noise of desks being dragged and this abrupt situation instantly silenced the noisy classroom. Everyone was watching. What's happening? Who is that? It's Yu's father. At the same time, Chidang almost instinctively grabbed Yu's arm. Yu tried to break free from his father's grip. I won't go back. I'm staying here to study. Her tone was still calm, but the trembling in her voice was obvious when facing this man. I'll teach you to disobey. The man slapped her without hesitation. Chidang reacted, grabbing a book and hitting the man's arm hard, shouting, "Let go of her." His shout broke the classroom silence. Hype and several other taller boys quickly came over, standing between Yu and Chidang, trying to separate them from the man. Uncle, let's talk this through. What are you doing? Why are you hitting her? I'm her father. When I tell her to come home, she has to come home. She ran away to study here for half a year without returning. I spent days traveling by bus to find her, and I'm taking her back. You students mind your own business. Get out of the way. The boys struggled to hold back this strong man. As he pushed past Hype and was about to hit Yu again, Chidang suddenly kicked over a desk. He grabbed Yu and ran outside. It was already dark outside. The corridor was full of students. They ran down the stairs through the crowd, causing a commotion and screams. Yu remained silent, letting Chidang pull her along in a daze. She could hear familiar and unfamiliar classmates shouting something and her father cursing behind them, but nothing registered in her ears. It felt like that summer when she got accepted to Nanling First High School and went home saying she wanted to continue studying. However, the response she received was endless abuse and accusations. Study my ass. Who will take care of your brother if you leave? Who will repay my bride price? 2.5 minutes later, they stopped at the cafeteria. He pulled Yu to the back of the old teaching building. This is the first time I've seen you cry. Yu made no sound, but her face was covered in tears. Chi-Dang wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. He unconsciously put his hand in his pocket and felt a round orange. Chi-Dang peeled it and handed it to Yu. Eat the orange. Yu took it. Perhaps due to the cold, her hands wouldn't stop shaking. She closed her eyes and wiped them hard. Then Yu put the orange in her mouth. Thank you, it's sweet. The day after the final exams, Teacher Fong stood on the podium with a smile, congratulating Yu for once again achieving first place in the grade. Chi-Dang slightly turned his head to look at Yu's report card. You'll get first place again. He always said this during their exams. Yu was lost in thought, thinking about something. After coming back to her senses, she looked at Chi-Tong's report card. She gave him a smile and softly hummed in agreement. This was the first smile Chi-Dang had seen from her since New Year's Day. As for this, it was still his comfort that worked. While other students could start their holiday, Teacher Fong called out from the podium, Yu, come here for a moment. Chi-Dang watched Yu's retreating figure with some concern. Because her father kept causing trouble at school, Yu had become even more silent lately, just like when they first met and weren't close. 2.5 minutes later, seeing Yu return, Chi-Dang packed his bag and asked, Hey, what did Teacher Fong want? Yu hesitated for a moment. The homeroom teacher asked me to stay at his house during the holiday. Oh, Ishe. Chi-Dang secretly felt relieved. If Yu could stay at Teacher Fong's house during the break, she probably wouldn't be forcibly taken home by her father. See you next year then. Chi-Dang packed his bag and waved goodbye. See you next year. Except for living in a different place, New Year's wasn't much different from usual for Chi-Dang. After having lunch outside and returning home, he saw neighbors buying lots of New Year goods, and next door's father putting up spring couplets with his 2 children, all laughing together. Chi-Dang looked away and walked with his head down, wondering if any restaurants would be open during New Year's. If not, he'd have to make do with buying dumplings like before. Chi-Dang heard a familiar voice calling. He looked up and saw a beautiful woman with big wavy hair standing at his doorstep, stamping her feet. Chi-Dang, hurry up and open the door for mommy. It's freezing. Nanling is so cold. I've been waiting impatiently. Chi-Dang paused, then went to open the door. He changed his shoes and went inside without a word. The woman followed him, acting more like the house's owner than him. This house your father bought is secondhand, right? The decoration is so outdated. I can't stand his terrible taste. They sat on the sofa. Chi-Dang remained silent while the woman played with her phone. Chi-Dang, get mommy some hot water. Coming to Nanning, the weather here isn't good. If my boyfriend wasn't opening a branch company here and I didn't want to see you, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Chi-Dang wasn't surprised at all. He knew she wouldn't come specifically to see him. At most, she had business here and was just stopping by to see him. Faced with her daughter's coldness, the woman seemed used to it. Chi-Dang, you're going to school here, right? Which grade are you in? First year of high school. You're in high school already? The woman looked shocked, but was quickly interrupted by a message notification. Oh, my boyfriend's here to pick me up already. I have to go. The woman stood up and bent down to easily kiss Chi-Tong's forehead. Well, mommy's leaving. Be good, Chi-Dang. Chi-Dang still didn't respond. He remembered when his parents divorced, his mom had kissed his forehead the same way. She had smiled and told him, Chi-Dang, mommy's often not home, and my boyfriend doesn't like children. It's not convenient for you to live with me. You'd better stay with your dad from now on. She had casually given up custody of him, without even a proper apology, and rushed off to her carefree life. Chi-Dang sat there, watching her leave with her bag, her steps light and quick. Surprisingly, his father, who usually returned home at midnight, came back early today. The former couple's unexpected encounter quickly turned into an argument. Tang Yu, what are you doing here? Can I see my daughter? Get lost. Who's that? Your ex-wife's honking the horn. I'll smash your car. Get lost. Break one piece of glass, and I'll make you pay for a whole house. Not worth arguing with you. Amidst the cursing, Chi-Dang walked to the door, and her father noticed her leaving. Her father exploded again. Where are you going? You're just like your mother. Worthless. Chi-Dang took a deep breath and stepped into the darkness. Only after walking far away did that inexplicable anger and grievance slowly dissipate, turning into a kind of lifeless weariness. Turning around, she saw a 24-hour convenience store by the road. Chi-Dang went in and bought some Odin. As she sat on a stool, eating slowly, she suddenly noticed a store clerk restocking shelves, their back looking particularly familiar. Yu turned around, looking surprised. Cheating, weren't you supposed to stay at the homeroom teacher's house during the break? Are you working part-time here? Yo-Yu hesitated for a moment, gave a soft and asked, did something happen? I didn't want to trouble the homeroom teacher, so I moved out. Actually, I was staying at his house before, but then my father came and caused trouble for his family. Because I couldn't even have a peaceful New Year, I lied to the teacher about staying with an aunt and left on my own. Chi-Tang quietly ate his oden, then suddenly asked, do you have nowhere else to go? It's okay. The store owner lets me rest here. Chi-Tang threw away the skewer and looked up at him. Come with me. I'll take you somewhere to hide. Come with me. I'll take you somewhere to hide. Looking at his desk mate's outstretched hand, Yu felt momentarily dazed. In his brief life of just over 10 years, he had experienced several moments of despair. Even after escaping to an unfamiliar school, he had to try hard not to mind everyone's strange looks and words. But now, it seemed like a ray of light had shone into his dark world. Yu looked at the girl before him, remembering when she handed him the school uniform, when she gave him the bra, and now how she was reaching out to him again. Yu smiled. Instinctively, he reached up and took her hand. They got on a bus in the night, heading to a small county called Pengning next to Nanning City. My grandmother's old house is there. After she passed away, the house has been empty. Let's go there. No one will find us. After getting on the bus, Chi-Tang seemed to have shed some burden and became somewhat excited. Yu could feel her unconsciously gripping his hand tightly. He suddenly realized that it wasn't just him who couldn't feel at ease and wanted to hide. Perhaps Chi-Tang was the same. She wanted to escape from something too. She was also nervous. They fled together that night, sharing the same excitement and fear. Pengning County wasn't big. Although it was a county, it didn't even have taxis. When they got off the bus, it was already 9 p.m. Chi-Tang jogged back after asking for directions at a nearby store. I've been here a few times before, but I don't remember clearly. I just asked at the store. They said it's not far. We can walk there. Yu remained silent throughout the journey, quietly memorizing the surrounding streets and shops. Chi-Tang suddenly held out her phone to him. Look, I have my own savings. We can stay here from winter break until school starts. It's completely enough. Don't worry. Seeing Yu about to speak, Chi-Tang continued, I promise you won't starve, and you don't need to pay me back. I wanted to come here myself, so just think of it as keeping me company. I'll cover food and lodging. Yu felt many complex emotions that he couldn't express in words surge through him. After a while, he just managed an MM. Looking at Chi-Tang's back, he silently thought about this person. I must repay her someday. If she ever needs help, if she encounters difficulties, I will tell her not to worry, just like she's doing for me now. Chi-Tang's grandmother's house was a 2-story self-built building in the Old Town area, with a courtyard and a small backyard. Taking out the key and opening the bottom roller shutter door, it was stiff from disuse. It took both of them working together to finally open it. They fumbled to turn on the lights, and bright light poured down. Chi-Tang relaxed a bit. Good thing there's still electricity. The windows were tightly closed, and there was a layer of dust on the floor. They walked in, leaving footprints. Chi-Tang's memories of this place were still stuck at the time of her grandmother's funeral, when she stayed here for a week. It's too dirty. Should we find a hotel for tonight? Is there water here? If there is, we can clean it up. Yu took off his coat and found a faucet filling a basin with water. Meanwhile, Chi-Tang brought blankets from the wardrobes in several rooms. Don't we need to sweep the floor? Shouldn't we use a mop? Won't you get tired wiping like that? There's no mop. There's too much dust. It's cleaner to wipe directly with a cloth rather than sweep, Yu said, standing up again to catch the blanket that was about to slip from Chi-Tang's hands. Then he quickly helped put on the duvet cover. The duvet cover is too difficult. It's a bit too big. Can't get it straight. Let's just leave it like this. Chi-Tang exhaled and sat on the bed. Yu sat beside him, hands on his knees, asking, Are you tired? Chi-Tang's downcast eyes fell on Yu's hands. His hands weren't pretty, they were rough with large knuckles. Those were probably marks left from years of frostbite. Tired, Yu didn't know what to say and remained silent. It's a bit cold in here, and the wind is strong outside. Let's go buy some things later. There was a small supermarket near grandmother's house, at an intersection not far away. They went in and bought necessities like toothbrushes and towels, along with some food. Chi-Tang also picked up a small heater to pay for. When they came out of the supermarket, small snowflakes had suddenly started falling. The sound of fireworks crackled continuously in the distance. It's snowing, HM, it's snowing. The top student and a reclusive rich kid had run away together on this night. After returning from the supermarket with their purchases, the sun-like heater lit up the small room. The night outside was deep and the snow fell harder. Perhaps because the cotton blankets hadn't been aired out, there was a slight musty smell. Unable to sleep, Chi-Dang sat on the edge of the bed watching the snow outside when his phone suddenly rang. It was a WeChat voice message from his father. If you don't come back now, don't ever come back. Chi-Dang hadn't expected it to be so loud and quickly lowered the volume. But the short sentence was already finished. You had heard it too. You're not going back? Yu suddenly asked. No. Chi-Dang pulled up the blanket and crawled under it, saying nothing more. Outside, people were setting off fireworks. New Year was coming. People with homes were all at home. WeChat remained quiet. His father had only sent that one message and didn't bother him anymore. Many complex emotions exploded in Chi-Tang's heart like fireworks. When my parents divorced, he said suddenly, looking at the ceiling, besides fighting over property, they were fighting over my custody. Though it wasn't about wanting me, it was about not wanting me. My mom was afraid I'd cling to her and interfere with her finding a new boyfriend, interfere with her marrying another good man. She secretly gave me lots of pocket money to make me choose to stay with my dad. But my dad hated me even more. He only wanted sons. Unfortunately, he was diagnosed with an illness. After me, he couldn't have any more children. So he just accepted this bad luck and continued raising me. At this point, Chi-Dang gave a cold laugh. When he's drunk, he always blames me. Says if he could only have one child in his lifetime, why couldn't it be a boy? If they didn't want me, why did they have me in the first place? The small heater was still on, its warm yellow light making the room bright. Yu saw that Chi-Tang's eyes were filled with light about to fall. He had guessed Chi-Dang might not have a good relationship with his family, but he hadn't imagined it would be like this. Not knowing what to say, he just sat up. He gently pressed a tissue to the corner of Chi-Tang's eye. Chi-Dang didn't look at him. He turned to face the wall and fell silent. Yu quietly watched this proud and stubborn back. After a long while, he put his hand on Chi-Tang's shoulder. Chi-Dang, when we grow up, everything will be fine. This was what Yu's former teacher had told him, and he had been holding on with these words. When we become adults, can earn our own money, find jobs we like, everything will be fine. Just hold on a little longer. Chi-Dang didn't speak, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He thought to himself that Yu's situation wasn't any better than his own, yet here he was trying to comfort him. With this thought, Chi-Dang dozed off in a daze. Yu didn't really sleep. He thought about many things, until he accidentally touched Chi-Tang's corner. His thoughts were briefly interrupted. Chi-Tang's feet were very cold. He needed to get him a hot water bottle tomorrow. The next day was New Year's Eve. Yu got up early. What time did you get up? You've almost finished cleaning everything. Chi-Dang asked after waking up and walking out of the bedroom. Yu turned to look at him. Don't lean on the door frame. It hasn't been cleaned yet. Chi-Dang looked down and indeed saw a mark on his clothes. As he raised his hand to brush it off, Yu had already come over with a warm towel and cleaned the dust mark thoroughly. After breakfast, they spent the day cleaning the house. Yu was as diligent in cleaning as he was in studying. Several times Chi-Dang thought they were done, only to turn and see him cleaning corners and crevices. You don't need to clean there. It's fine, almost done. Why are you mopping under the bed and sofa? I'm almost finished. Stop cleaning there. We won't stay long anyway. I'm already done. Watching his desk mate's busy figure, Chi-Dang felt speechless. Why was he treating it like their home, putting so much effort into cleaning and organizing? But he had to admit, once the small room became clean, Chi-Dang also felt inexplicably more at ease. This place no longer seemed like a temporary shelter, but a room they could truly live in. Evening came quickly. Due to this special time, except for a few supermarkets, no other shops in the small county were open, not even restaurants. They ended up buying some dumplings and tang yuan. Walking back with their purchases, their feet crunched on the snow by the street. On New Year's Eve, they each had a bowl of dumplings, sitting by the small heater, watching TV shows on Chi-Tang's tablet. Similar faces, similar programs, opening with colorful festive songs and dances. Chi-Dang took out 2 braised eggs from the bag. He gave one to Yu, watching the program with an indescribable expression. What are these ugly clothes? All red and green, dancing like a mosaic. Yu found his comments funnier than the lively program. Listening to the noisy fireworks outside, Yo-Yu and Chi-Dang spent their first New Year's Eve together. Chi-Dang had never experienced a festive New Year. For him, New Year was just like any holiday, mostly spent alone playing games. But this time was different. He had Yu by his side. On the second day of the new year, his studious deskmate sat early at the tea table doing winter vacation homework. When Chi-Dang took out his phone to play games, Yu looked up and asked, "Have you done your homework?" Chi-Dang paused, looked up, and snorted. "I never do homework during New Year," he said coldly, then resolutely immersed himself in the game. Game sounds filled the living room while Yo-Yu worked through an entire holiday workbook in one day. Logically, playing games should be more fun than doing homework. But Chi-Dang found his attention increasingly drawn to the homework beside him. Whether he was gaming, stretching, drinking water, or using the bathroom, his desk mate remained so focused. "Why do I suddenly feel like I won't finish the homework?" Chi-Dang thought silently. Finally, by the early days of the new year, many shops in the small county reopened. Chi-Dang took Yu to a barbecue shop. "Boss, add 20 more skewers with butter, 10 duck gizzards, 2 portions of grilled sweet potato noodles." Yo-Yu curiously watched the skewers and the charcoal grill with hot pot while Chi-Dang kept ordering. "Isn't that enough? We can't eat all this. We'll take the leftovers home," Chi-Dang said, standing up. "Let's go get things." Most people were still at home, not back to work yet. This early opening barbecue shop was quiet, with only Chi-Dang and Yo-Yu as customers. The owner and his wife, one cooking barbecue and one cleaning the shop, were busy yet quiet. As 2 cans of ice-cold beer were placed on the table, Yo-Yu hesitated, looking at the beer with unspoken words. "What are you afraid of? One can won't get you drunk." Chi-Dang picked up a beer can and opened it with a skilled, cool gesture. He thought the top student probably had never drunk before. What's good about always following rules? It's fine to try these things, as long as you don't get addicted. "No, this beer is too cold. It's not good to drink cold things in this weather." Thinking of how Chi-Dang couldn't stay warm at night, Yo-Yu reached out. "I'll drink this one. Go get a room temperature one for yourself." "Fine." Chi-Dang reluctantly stood up and went to get another beer. Actually, Yo-Yu used to drink during New Year back home. The village's homemade liquor, drinking a big bowl at once, acting completely normal. He could handle it better than his cousins, but he had never tried this kind of beer before. It tasted almost like water, flavorless. Why was it so expensive? Yo-Yu thought silently, while watching Chi-Dang across the table, who was drinking his room temperature beer with a profound expression. 2.5 minutes later, plates of sizzling barbecue were served. Chi-Dang placed what he thought was delicious, buttered duck, duck intestines, and more, in front of Yo-Yu. "This is good, try it. And this too. Try it quickly." "Good, good." There was actually a barbecue shop at the school entrance too. Yo-Yu had noticed it when others were eating there, though he quickly looked away. But Chi-Dang happened to see this moment when passing by. He felt uncomfortable then. It was just barbecue. Why couldn't he even show that he wanted to eat it? Now bringing Yo-Yu here for barbecue. Chi-Dang finally felt better, like he'd accomplished something. They ate until dark, but still couldn't finish everything. After the owner packed the leftovers, Chi-Dang went to pay, including the beer. The total is dash. The owner hadn't finished speaking. Chi-Dang suddenly turned his head to look. He was checking the amount, surely planning to pay Chi-Dang back later. Seeing Chi-Tong's slightly fierce look, Yu could only smile and turn away, not watching how much he paid, instead looking down at the menu to calculate the price silently. After leaving the barbecue shop, they walked on the slightly bustling street. A supermarket was playing music, the classic nostalgic song Lotus Pond Moonlight. Chi-Dang suddenly laughed. Yo-Yu was lost in thought and didn't notice why he was laughing. Just as he was about to ask, he heard the lyrics from the supermarket speakers. "I'm like a little fish in your lotus pond." Yo-Yu understood and laughed too. Hearing his deskmate call him little fish, Yo-Yu had a moment of daze. Actually, he didn't have a name for several years when he was young. The name was only given hastily when someone came to the village for registration. The U in Yo-Yu meant excess fish, but now he calls me little fish. Little fish sounds so much better than excess fish. In the late evening, many small restaurants gradually opened, and more people appeared on the streets. Upon learning that there would be fireworks at the lakeside square for several consecutive nights, Chi-Dang eagerly pulled Yu out. Since they left in a hurry, neither had brought many clothes. So they first went to a clothing store where Chi carefully selected two identical down jackets. He put one on himself and helped Yu into the other. His reason was simple and direct. Watching you were so little in winter makes me feel cold. Yu felt somewhat helpless, but feeling his deskmate's warmth, he finally accepted it. So the two stood by a fried food stall in front of the square, wearing matching down jackets. Is it ready, boss? Don't forget the lotus root skewers from earlier. Haven't forgotten, it's almost done. Actually, Chi wasn't particularly fond of these snacks, but with Yu beside him, he wanted him to try them too. From Yu's perspective, his deskmate bought a lot, but ate little, leaving him to finish most of it. The two wandered on the street, eating fried snacks. They kept stealing glances at each other, watching how the other took small bites. Looking at those slender fingers, he's too thin. If he comes to eat a few more times, maybe he'll become fatter than me. Thinking silently. On the other side of the lake, fireworks started, brilliant flowers blooming instantly in the sky. Though not particularly novel, Yu, who had seen little of the world, was still drawn to them. He couldn't take his eyes off the opposite shore and lakeside. Chi stood silently beside him, seemingly watching the fireworks, yet also watching him. After the brief fireworks display ended, Yu started to walk forward, but Chi remained still. Should we light some fireworks? Yu turned around, stunned by the sudden question. Let's forget it and go back. Ignoring him, Chi turned and ran back. Wait here, I'll go buy some. 2.5 minutes later, as a sparkler was lit with a lighter, a brief, warm light illuminated both their faces. Yu smiled unconsciously, staring at the trail in Chitang's hand. Quick, light yours, it's going out. One became two, like passing hope, saving each other, two silhouettes under dim streetlights. Chi watched his deskmate's smiling face. He chuckled. You said you didn't want to play, but look how happy you are. Yu blinked silently. He thought he didn't want to play, but actually, he was just used to not daring to say he wanted to play. Just like all his life, he never dared to do things he wanted to do. Only things his family required him to do. Yu was used to it. Even now, there were many things he didn't dare to do. Fun, right? It's fun. Then let's continue tomorrow. On the post-holiday street, two faint lights moved together, holding each other's hands, slowly walking home. The next evening, they couldn't go out because Yu's period came early. So Chi had to go out alone to buy sanitary pads at a nearby convenience store. After walking for a while, he suddenly felt someone following him. Another person's footsteps echoed. Chi quickened his pace. Upon entering the convenience store, he gathered courage to look back. Sure enough, he saw a strange, short, chubby man following him. Could he be stalking me? After selecting sanitary pads from the shelf, he also grabbed a mop from the household section. When Chi looked outside from the checkout counter, he found the street empty. Did you see the person across the street just now? The cashier Ani nodded. A man was there for a while then left. Chi exhaled but still felt uneasy. Fortunately, he made it home safely without incident. When Yu came out of the bathroom, he first noticed the mop. Why did you buy a mop? Chi jabbed at his phone. Someone was following me on the way, so I bought something as a weapon for self-defense. What? Yu was startled, but Chi remained calm. It's not a big deal. I've encountered this before. He used to be alone at home often. Sometimes when going out at night, he'd encounter such things. After experiencing it multiple times, he became vigilant. Yu sat down silently, full of concern. He awkwardly patted his back to comfort him. It's okay. We'll go out together from now on. Don't go alone anymore. Chi finally put down his phone, his tense face breaking into a smile, seemingly amused by Yu's nervousness. Why are you more scared than me? Yu remained serious. This is a scary thing. You must be more careful. After that, he never let Chi go out alone, until the holiday was about to end. On the Lantern Festival, the 15th day of the first lunar month, they made tangyuan in the house, one bowl each. We need to prepare to go back, Chi suddenly said. Yu paused while blowing on his tangyuan, looking up at him. Chi seemed to know his concerns. It's fine. I called the homeroom teacher. He said your father already left. Just go straight to the teacher's house. I've talked to him about it. What about you? Are you going home? Of course I have to go back. But Yu looked worried. What could happen? It's not the first time I've run away, suddenly. My dad's used to it. Even if he's angry, what's the worst he could do? Kill me? Chi patted his hand, appearing nonchalant. Eat your tangyuan. It's getting cold. Yu lowered his head silently. Are you really okay? Before the holiday ended, Chi and Yu thoroughly cleaned the house, top to bottom. The new kitchenware was properly stored in cabinets, sun-dried quilts stuffed in the wardrobe, bed and sofa covered again, as if they were just leaving temporarily and would return soon. The loquat tree that had weathered winter was full of flower buds. Chi looked up at it blankly. Wonder when these loquats will be ready to eat. April or May, Yu answered, looking at his carefree figure. He couldn't help wondering if Chi also felt reluctant to leave this place. They boarded the same bus they came on. Throughout the journey, Chi hung his head. Yu knew he was a bit carsick. How can I be better to this person? Make him happy? Unlike himself, who was happy just being able to study and earn a living, Chi seemed to want nothing. Time passed, and the bus stopped, marking the official end of their escape journey. 2 days later, on the first day after winter break, Yu arrived early to class, reading while waiting for Chi. This was probably the first time he couldn't really focus on reading, occasionally looking outside with worried thoughts. Why hasn't he come yet? Hope nothing's wrong. Just before class started, the back door of the classroom burst open. Yu turned and saw the figure he'd been thinking about. Wearing a black down jacket over a hoodie, hood up, face masked. Good that he's here, Yu thought. But when Chi came closer, he suddenly noticed traces of purple-blue showing beneath the mask. Chi sat in his seat, silently staring out the window. After a while, he felt Yuyu's gaze still on him. He turned his head helplessly. What? Don't recognize me after 2 days? Yu hesitated, reaching for his mask. Chi instinctively leaned back. Perhaps feeling embarrassed by his reaction, he stiffened and stayed still, letting Yu gently pull down his mask. Chi left cheek was clearly bruised and swollen. You were hit. Chi simply put away his mask, casually propping his head with one hand. It's nothing, not the first time my dad's hit me. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? You helped me, but I couldn't help you. I don't need anyone's help. What could others do? Beat up my dad? No need for that. I already fought back myself. As the class bell rang, their conversation came to an abrupt end. During class, Chi felt his desk mate constantly glancing at him unconsciously. With one hand supporting his cheekbone, he couldn't hold back anymore. He wrote a note on homework paper and passed it over. Pay attention to class. How rare. Chi found it amusing that he was the one saying this now. Usually it was the top student. That afternoon, you disappeared for a while and came back with a bottle of medicine. Seeing it, Chi cautiously covered his face and backed away. It's nothing serious. Applying medicine will make it look worse. Used to being rejected, you didn't mind and righteously said, I'll apply it with you. You weren't hit. Why would you need medicine? Chi waved him off, thinking classmates were already spreading rumors about him fighting during break. It would be ridiculous if both had purple-red faces in the afternoon. Yu seemed to guess his thoughts and said seriously, I'm not afraid of being laughed at or what they say. If you think it looks bad, I'll apply it with you. Fine, apply it if you want. Chi agreed through gritted teeth, thinking this guy was even more ruthless than himself. Whatever, who's afraid? So in the afternoon, there were 2 class clowns with red medicine on their left cheeks. During this time, Teacher Fong, their homeroom teacher, looked at them several times before finally figuring out what was on their faces. Sure enough, as soon as class ended, they were rewarded with a 1-day trip to the office. Since you're desk mates, you should help each other. Yu helped Chi more this semester. Study and improve together. Hearing Teacher Fong's words, Chi smiled slightly, thinking it was about the injuries. Chi, your grades are good, and you improved in last semester's finals. This year you must work harder, try to advance a few more ranks. The word good felt uncomfortable to say. Chi couldn't speak it. He actually didn't want to study hard. It was annoying, but Yu beside him had no trouble saying it, earnestly agreeing, as if taking on Chi as his task and burden. The homeroom teacher looked at the two with satisfaction. Study can change one's life destiny, no matter how hard it is now. When you grow up and look back, it'll just be something to laugh about. Leaving the office, Chi watched the energetic Yu ahead and sighed. These middle-aged motivational speeches really worked on his deskmate. Sure enough, back in the classroom, Yu again seriously immersed himself in studying. Unlike before, Chi waited a long time but didn't get any supervision to study properly. This made him feel uncomfortable. He took out his phone to play games secretly, then read a few pages of a novel. The other person didn't react. Chi couldn't help asking Yu, why aren't you urging me to study anymore? Yu turned his head, coming back to his senses. His voice serious and sincere. I've decided. It's okay if you don't study from now on. I'll study for you. When I work in the future, I can support you. This statement took Chi-Dang a long time to process. So, you're saying you want to be my dad? Just as the new semester started, the weather was still very cold. The continuous rainy days seemed even colder than the previous snowy days. That day, Luo Zhengli suddenly discovered that Yu had put something in Chi-Tang's blanket on the upper bunk. He was very curious, so when Yu went to the bathroom, he immediately ran over and lifted Chi-Tang's blanket to peek inside. It was a hot water bottle, the kind you fill with water. Luo Zhengli had expected something else. Unexpectedly, it was just this thing. He pursed his lips indifferently. Putting down the blanket, she went to gossip with her best friend. I just saw you put something on Chi-Tang's bed. Guess what? What? Not money, right? No, it's a hot water bottle. He must have taken Chi-Tang's hot water bottle to use and put it back before he returns. But why would Chi-Dang buy that kind of water bottle? Isn't he rich? Just as she finished speaking, Luo Zhengli saw Chi-Dang enter the dorm with his hands in his pockets. She quickly shut her mouth, eyes fixed on him. Chi-Dang didn't even glance at her. He climbed to the upper bunk in a few moves, lifted the blanket, and crawled in, though his movement slightly paused. Luo Zhengli couldn't see his expression clearly before he went under the blanket to play with his phone. 2.5 minutes later, Yu came out of the bathroom. He saw a guardian hand blocking his view. He smiled and looked up, warm enough. Chi-Dang nodded. Why did you bring the hot water bottle we used there? Luo Zhengli, eavesdropping nearby, was confused. Used there? Where was there? She didn't know. This hot water bottle was bought when Chi-Dang and Yu stayed at another place during New Year. They couldn't find electric heating pads there, and since Chi-Dang couldn't sleep warm, they bought this water-filled bottle as a substitute. Early the next morning, though still confused, Luo Zhengli started gossiping with her deskmate. You know how Yu from our dorm tries to please Chi-Dang? He comes back at night to fill Chi-Tang's hot water bottle. Funny, right? Chi-Dang has lots of allowance. Yu probably just wants to mooch off him. Just then, Chi-Dang in front unwrapped a lollipop and put it in his mouth. He turned and offered one to Yu. Want one? Yu smiled. Luo Zhengli caught this scene from behind. She gave her deskmate an "I told you so" look. Yu continued filling the hot water bottle for Chi-Dang until the weather warmed up. On a rare sunny day, they had PE class. The playground was full of students freely moving about. Chi-Dang sat in the last row of the stands, comfortably leaning back, half in tree shade, half in sunlight. He sat there, and Yu sat beside him, a habit formed somehow. Chi-Dang hadn't cut his hair all winter, and his bangs had grown too long, sweeping across his face. With eyes closed, he felt his face tickled by his hair. Without opening his eyes, he lazily blew upward, trying to blow away the bothersome hair. The soft hair floated up and fell back on his face. Suddenly, Chi-Dang felt someone gently brush aside the troublesome hair he couldn't blow away. Opening his eyes, he caught sight of Yu withdrawing his hand while turning a page in his notebook. It was his palm-sized notebook he always carried, filled with English vocabulary and various notes. With a snap, Chi-Dang suddenly reached out and covered it. The sudden movement startled Yu briefly. Looking at his deskmate's sly smile, he wasn't angry but stared straight ahead, remaining silent until Chi-Dang withdrew his hand. Then he looked down at his notebook. I've memorized it all. Memorizing vocabulary? We have English class later. The teacher will scold you if you write them wrong. Chi-Dang squinted at the sunlit pages. Don't want to memorize or remember. Let me copy from you during dictation. Fine, there goes your principal again. I think it's better not to copy, but if you really don't want to learn English, copying is okay too. Chi-Dang fell into an odd silence. He felt his deskmate had been creating an overly relaxed learning environment lately, even with a sense of indulgence. Never mind, I won't copy yours. If the English teacher sees, she might scold you too. Yu shook his head with a smile. It's okay. I'm not afraid of being scolded. Looks like you'll never be my dad in this life. After all, I'm not that easy to deal with, Chi-Dang muttered quietly. Then he took his deskmate's notebook. I'll look and memorize myself. After reading English vocabulary for a while, he yawned. Suddenly Chi-Dang became suspicious. He's not trying to trick me into studying independently by pretending to back off, is he? Chi-Dang looked suspiciously at Yu beside him, who responded with a clear, innocent smile. Well, I must be overthinking it. According to reports, Oh, how high and treacherous is the Shu road, harder than ascending to the blue sky. This was the high note. Next semester's Chinese literature required the difficult road to Shu. Teacher Fong finished teaching this lesson as the bell rang, telling everyone they needed to memorize the entire text before leaving. More memorization, more memorization. Why can't Li Bai just leave us alone? We have to memorize everything he wrote. A male student cried out in agony. The difficulty of memorizing is harder than ascending to the blue sky. Memorizing math is okay, but math itself is really hard. Chinese is fine. I just can't memorize English. It would be great if we didn't have English anymore. Keep dreaming. Amid the surrounding complaints and noise, Yu remained characteristically calm until a raindrop fell on the desk beside him. Only then did he slowly raise his head. You didn't bring an umbrella again? The bathroom isn't far. Qidang stroked his hair and sat back at his desk indifferently. He started writing and drawing. Sensing his desk mate's gaze, he immediately closed his notebook and looked at him warily. Yu had to look away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. He wondered if those were song lyrics Qidang wrote, if he wanted to become a singer. Qidang looked drowsy. He probably didn't see the nonsense I wrote. The girls behind were discussing celebrities, angrily criticizing their favorite male celebrities' rumors. The boys on the right were talking about games, saying their families were strict and wouldn't let them use phones, so they planned to go to an internet cafe copyright on the weekend. A group of boys behind were shouting about wanting to play basketball, praying for the rain to stop. Qidang listened to all this while resting his head on one hand, looking out the window, lost in thought. Being a student is annoying. Stuck here every day, not even knowing what we're learning. What's the use of learning all this? In this classroom, probably only Yu had a genuine fondness for studying, not even wanting to leave during breaks. Just as Qidang thought this, Yu, who seemed rooted to his seat, suddenly stood up. Going to the bathroom? Walking out of the teaching building, he opened a red umbrella. The small umbrella surface was printed with Shi Duo, clearly a promotional item from the cafeteria. The red umbrella was like a flower over their heads, blocking the fine rain. The word Shi Duo swayed above, like an unattainable blessing. A few days later, Qidang caught a cold. He hadn't worn much. Yu, on the other hand, was healthy. Drink some hot water. Hearing his desk mate's concern, Qidang couldn't help but joke. Do you know how people online describe straight guys? Yu, who didn't even have a phone, was confused and curiously echoed, drink more hot water. After Qidang said this, his studious desk mate still looked bewildered and even pushed the water cup closer. Drink more hot water. You're so disconnected from our young people's entertainment world, you know? Yu smiled. Do you want medicine? You'll recover faster with medicine. Qidang surrendered. Okay, I'll take it. He took out a pill and waved it in front of Yu. With water? Yu asked. No, I'm showing you I can swallow pills dry, and that I've taken the medicine. Yu understood, but still kept turning to look at him. So stop staring at me when I blow my nose or cough during class. All right. After this wave of flu passed, spring was almost over. Sunny days are still the best. That day, Qidang stretched contentedly. Watching him, Yu was reminded of the shop owner's cat and laughed. What's so funny? Qidang asked curiously. I thought of yesterday's test. You got that fill-in-the-blank question about the difficult road to Shu wrong. Qidang looked at him for a moment, crossing his arms and frowning. Thinking about my wrong answer makes you laugh out loud? Are you even human? Want to recite it? No. I'll recite it, Liu said with a smile. He thought that hearing it often would naturally help him learn. Besides, since he liked singing, if he wanted to write lyrics, he'd need to study Chinese well. During PE class that day, Sherdang was called to the office alone. Sherdang, tell me why your parents can't attend the parent-teacher meeting? Teacher Fong's tone was gentle. This parent meeting is very important, especially for you first-year students. In second year, you'll need to choose between arts and science streams. Unless there are special circumstances, parents must attend. Sherdang remained silent. Teacher Fong, probably used to seeing uncooperative students like him, sighed helplessly. Tomorrow's weekend. Go home and discuss it with your father. Try to come next Monday. After leaving the office, walking through the corridor crowd, Sherdang saw his desk mate cleaning the blackboard at the door. "What's wrong?" Yo-Yu looked over, seeing his expression, and paused his blackboard eraser. Cheating didn't know when it started, but whenever he was unhappy, even though he hadn't shown anything, his deskmate could always tell and would ask what's wrong in that tone. Yo-Yu followed him back to their seats and asked again, "What's wrong?" Cheating remained silent, thinking his parents probably wouldn't come either. So what was there to say? Before the art science stream selection in year 2, there was a parent meeting. The day after receiving the notice from their homeroom teacher, Cheating went home to get clothes and happened to see that man in the living room. Cheating looked up at the sound. He seemed to be in a good mood. While packing clothes in his bedroom, he remembered Teacher Fong's words. So before leaving, Cheating stopped. "There's an important parent meeting next Monday. The teacher says it's important." "Next Monday, right?" The man agreed. Time quickly arrived at Monday morning. The classroom, usually filled with studying students, now resembled a marketplace. Many parents had come, but since the homeroom teacher hadn't arrived, everyone gathered to chat. Among them, a man in a suit, looking pompous, spoke the loudest. "When I was young, I led construction teams on many projects. You know the Mingzhu building? I negotiated that 20 million project." Cheating watched his father, Qi Zhang, rambling on endlessly, feeling exasperated. Looking at his desk mate beside him, sure enough, Yu had no parents present. "Your deskmate's family didn't come?" Cheating suddenly heard. Their family conditions must not be good. Seeing the man's contemptuous look, Cheating felt a surge of anger. "He's first in our grade, always first in every exam." Qi Zhang remained indifferent, still maintaining his superior attitude. "Second place is okay, but just studying hard is useless. Let me tell you about today's university students. Even from top universities, they can't do anything practical. They end up sweeping streets. When I ran my company, I hired a few. I had to teach them everything." Hearing his father's endless boasting, Cheating felt irritated. "Can't you talk less? The whole classroom can only hear you." Qi Zhang, who valued face most, immediately became angry after being challenged. "What kind of tone is that? Is that how you talk to your father? All these years of education went to waste. If I had raised a dog all these years, it would at least help me with work. But you can't even say something nice." Cheating knew Qi Zhang was always like this. When he wanted to scold him, he never cared about the occasion. Everything depended on his mood. Noticing others in the classroom watching them, Cheating almost blurted out, "Then why didn't you give birth to a dog instead?" But held back, knowing he couldn't talk back here, or his father would definitely get physical. Just like that time in middle school, Cheating didn't want the same thing to happen again, and he didn't want to be laughed at. Fortunately, Teacher Fong walked in at that moment. He clapped his hands and announced that the parent meeting was about to begin. "Students, please leave." Shirtang didn't want to stay a moment longer. He left with Yu without looking back, but they both heard someone's soft laughter behind them. "His dad is so funny. He must beat him at home. No wonder he doesn't live there." Hearing the same old gossip again, Cheating took a deep breath. The sky was bright blue. The class bell rang noisily and urgently. His hand in his pocket tightly gripped his thumb. "Time, please pass quickly. I just want to grow up immediately and leave him." "Cheating, let's be in the same class in second year." Yu suddenly said, "In third year too." "I can't get into the same university as you." "Then let's go to the same city. As long as we're close, it's fine." Cheating remained expressionless. "Why stay close?" Yu smiled slightly. "I promised you." "Promised what?" After a while, Cheating remembered Yoyu's previous joking words about supporting him after getting a job. His gloomy mood suddenly lightened. "It's too early to talk about this." Cheating smiled and shook his head. "Let's go, it's time to gather." To Cheating, no matter how serious Yoyu was being, it was just a joke. How long could high school friendship last? It would probably end after entering different universities. Besides, who would actually support a friend? The antisocial rich girl used to have friends too, in elementary school and middle school. But school friendships were easily made and easily forgotten. Maybe just a class reassignment or even a seat change. When distance grew and new friends to talk to appeared, old friends would disappear. Not because of conflicts or arguments. They just gradually stopped talking. Maybe it would be the same with him and Yu later. Sherdang thought this way, completely unaware that the sound of chalk and eraser on the blackboard had stopped. Sherdang was hit on the head with a piece of chalk. An angry roar followed. Daydreaming in class. Want to be a pilot and fly planes? Someone in the classroom couldn't hold back their laughter. The math teacher began his indiscriminate attack again. The rest of you dare to laugh? Your minds are all wandering somewhere else. Look at your monthly test scores. Being dissed by the teacher was a daily occurrence for students. They weren't really ashamed, they just lowered their heads to avoid eye contact and being called on to answer questions. Chi-Dang looked at his desk mate. He always felt that Yo-Yu was different from him, or rather, he was different from other students their age. Yo-Yu knew how to move forward, found his direction early, and remained unwavering. It was enviable. As for me, I'm the type who doesn't know what to do. In the crowd, pushed along by others who also don't know where to go, I can only follow the flow. Like a kite, swaying back and forth, unable to decide its direction. Finally making it to break time. During the interval, Chi-Dang nudged his deskmate's arm. I found out sitting next to you isn't good. You look confused. Teachers like to call on you to answer questions and pay attention to this area. I'm right next to you, so they catch me every time I zone out. I've been called out several times. Yu just hummed in response. Then he pushed over a notebook. It had 1.5 tally marks written on it. 7 times already. Chi-Dang was dumbfounded. Why are you keeping track of this? Yo-Yu's face reddened slightly. Just noting it down. Chi-Tong's eyes were full of misfortune, thinking this must be an intentional reminder to study seriously. Top students really never rest. Students zoning out in class is uncontrollable, especially in spring. Flowers are blooming outside, and sunlight jumps through the windows. The temperature is just right. At the podium, the teacher's regular lecture voice sounds like a lullaby. Almost half the students in the classroom can't help but feel drowsy as they listen, finding it hard to concentrate. Among them, Chi-Dang is particularly unlucky because of his deskmate, always being noticed by the teacher. So the 1.5 tally marks in Yo-Yu's notebook slowly became 2. Chi-Dang noticed his deskmate's movement. Originally taking notes, when he heard the teacher call his name, he skillfully added a stroke to the tally mark, then flipped back to continue taking notes. Unable to bear it, Chi-Dang reached over with 2 fingers and pulled Yu's notebook to his desk. Stop recording. But 2.5 minutes later, looking at the 2 boxed-in characters, Chi-Dang suddenly found them annoying. So he grabbed the correction tape and covered the black with white. That's much better. On the eve of Qingming Festival in April, Teacher Fong announced before class ended that tomorrow was Qingming Festival and they would visit the Martyrs Cemetery. Everyone should inform their families in advance. Hearing there would be no class, the classroom atmosphere immediately became lively. Don't get too excited. Everyone has to write an essay after returning. Understood? Hearing this, the scattered responses were less enthusiastic. Early the next morning, it was especially noisy outside the classroom. Students weren't required to wear uniforms for the cemetery visit, so everyone wore their own clothes. Those with crushes took the opportunity to dress up nicely, braiding their hair to look different from usual. Luo Xingli even wore a skirt and started flirting with Wang Jiaoyang as soon as she reached the gathering point. Chi-Dang wore a white t-shirt with a mint green jacket and a cap, looking fresh and clean. Compared to her, her deskmate Yu looked dull in faded jeans and a crewneck t-shirt, all old clothes that seemed somewhat out of place. As everyone lined up to board the bus, the homeroom teacher called out and had the class committee members bring a basket of chrysanthemums. After everyone got on the bus, Teacher Fong went over the precautions. Yo-Yu listened while watching Chi-Tong's expression, worried about whether he would get carsick. Remember our meeting time. Everyone can tell time, right? After laying flowers, you can move around freely. Meet at 3 p.m. Hearing Teacher Fong's words, Chi-Dang suddenly opened his eyes. He took off his watch, then handed it to his deskmate. Check the time. Yo-Yu took it blankly, momentarily stunned. You don't have a phone. How will you know when to meet? Yo-Yu wanted to refuse, but seeing Chi-Dang close his eyes again, frowning to suppress his discomfort, he felt it wasn't the right time to bother him about this. After hesitating, Yu carefully fastened the watch on his wrist. The recently removed watch still carried a bit of Chi-Tong's warmth. The Qingming Festival sky always has a somber feeling. Even at 10 a.m., the light was somewhat dim. At the foot of the mountain was a long stone stairway leading to the martyrs' tombstones. The energetic teenagers quickly started horsing around halfway up. The class monitor tried hard to maintain order at the front, shouting for everyone to keep in line. Lu Benwei, don't go into the woods. It's dangerous. What's dangerous about these small woods? Are there snakes? There aren't any snakes this season. Before the monitor finished speaking, a boy suddenly kicked over a branch, shouting snake. Startled and annoyed, the monitor yelled, Chenjiran, are you sick? Come fight me if you dare. The boy arrogantly laughed and ran away. Shirtang watched Chenjiran's retreating figure and rolled his eyes, muttering boring idiot under his breath. Yo-Yu, walking beside him, took the chance to ask, are you feeling better from the car sickness? getting better. Though he said this, Yu knew he was still feeling unwell. So he suggested, let's walk slowly then. Chidang was too tired to speak and just waved the chrysanthemums in his hand twice to show agreement. The two walked slowly, with people occasionally passing them. Soon they became the last ones. For a while, on this long stone path, besides them, there were only a few scattered students walking down the mountain. After walking for another 2.5 minutes, Chidang looked at the scattered chrysanthemums on the steps and felt speechless. They weren't here to offer flowers. The flowers were all thrown away. Might as well offer themselves instead. In the distance on the stone steps, a boy was waving his jacket, deliberately trying to tease some girls. From far away, he looks like a wild monkey, Chidang quipped, making Yu laugh out loud. Is it going to rain? Maybe we should walk faster. Taking 2 steps at a time going up after a few steps, Chidang turned his head to look at Yu who was behind him. You hurry up too. I'll follow behind you. Yu smiled, looking up at him, thinking that if he walked like this and accidentally fell, he could catch him. Soon they reached the top. Around the martyrs' tombstones, there was already a circle of chrysanthemums. Placing their well-preserved flowers, there was like adding 2 more bricks to the Great Wall. A small group had already finished offering flowers and gone to play, but most people chose to visit the nearby Martyrs Memorial Hall. As students tasked with writing essays, Yu and Chidang also went to the Memorial Hall. After touring the Memorial Hall, it started raining outside. They stood under the eaves with other classmates, watching the stone monuments and solemn cypress trees in the light rain. The rain doesn't look like it'll stop anytime soon. I only brought some food. Let's wait a while and leave when the rain stops. Okay, Chidang poked at his phone. He'd forgotten to bring his earphones and played music at the lowest volume. Yu stood beside him, listening carefully to the faint music. What song is this? Translated, it means that's summer. It's a song from the anime movie Spirited Away. Chidang turned his phone screen toward Yu. This one too, it means the river of that day. Yu nodded. It's nice, but I haven't seen this movie. Chidang stared at his hobbyless deskmate for 3 seconds, feeling heartbroken. He decisively quit the music and found the movie. He pulled him to sit on the steps nearby. Let's watch this masterpiece now. It would be a shame not to. Do you really like this movie? I love all of Hayao Miyazaki's works. They huddled together to watch the little girl called Chihiro being led by the hand, watching her cry while eating rice balls, watching her ride the train over water, with scenery passing frame by frame outside the window. The surrounding rain and voices faded away. Gradually the rain stopped, and they sat there finishing the animated film. Was it good? Yes, it was. You have good taste. Next time, let's watch. Is Howl's Moving Castle good too? What are you thinking about? You'll know when you watch it. Spoilers are no fun. It's almost 1 o'clock. Let's go down the mountain to eat. The two walked shoulder to shoulder, stepping on the wet stone stairs as they descended. Did Haku go find Chihiro later? I think they'll definitely meet again. That's good. There was a park at the bottom of the mountain. The small shop in the park was crowded with students buying things. Most classmates brought bread and snacks. Yu also brought bread, but Chidang didn't bring anything. He bought water and several grilled sausages at the small shop. Then he placed 3 in front of Yu, hand stacked. If you like it, Spirited Away is like my sister from different parents. Today, these 3 sausages will substitute for incense as we become sworn siblings again. Yu couldn't stop laughing at his sudden silly talk. Chidang took this chance to stuff a sausage in his mouth. Yu finally stopped laughing, holding that sausage somewhat embarrassedly. But with laughter still growing in his eyes, Yu thought about how interesting Chidang was. After Qingming Festival, May in Nanling was still rainy, but the temperature had risen. Even with rain, that lingering cold was gone. The temperature was quite pleasant due to the open windows. Yuyu's newly filled information card was blown onto Chitang's desk by a gust of wind. Chitang, who was writing his own information card, instinctively held it down and glanced at it. While handing the card back to Yu, Chitang casually asked, "Your birthday is May 10th, lunar or solar calendar?" Solar calendar. Just then, the class monitor came to collect the information cards. Chidang looked at Yuyu's back, thinking, that's coming up soon. Should I get him a birthday present? But he rarely celebrated birthdays and seldom gave birthday gifts, so he wasn't sure what to get him. A phone wouldn't work? No. Too expensive. He definitely wouldn't accept it. A set of clothes? It might seem like criticizing his usual attire. Looking at his naive deskmate, Chidang silently complained about being too picky, thinking this isn't suitable, that isn't suitable. Well, forget it. I'll just go shopping and buy whatever catches my eye. On the weekend, Cheating browsed around his usual shopping street. Finally, he bought 2 pairs of shoes, one as Yu Yu's birthday gift and one for himself. Since their feet were about the same size, the style and size were identical. The only difference was the color of the shoelaces. Task perfectly completed, Qi was about to head back when he spotted a bookstore. Tutorial book advertisements were plastered on the storefront, large and eye-catching. Since Yu Yu loved doing practice problems and had almost finished all the teacher's workbooks, while others weren't keen on solving them, he decided to buy him more. With this thought, Qi entered the bookstore. Since he was picking workbooks for someone else, even his mood felt different. After careful selection, unconsciously, the workbooks piled up at the counter. While scanning prices, the shop owner smiled and praised him. "Studying so hard, your grades must be excellent. What a remarkable student." Qi didn't dare speak. After paying, he picked up the bags and suddenly regretted it. Why were the workbooks so heavy? Better take these to the dormitory first. He took a taxi to school to deliver this heavy knowledge to its future master. When Yu Yu opened the door and saw the 2 big bags of books, his face lit up with joy. Yes, that's right. It's exactly what you're thinking. Qi rotated his wrist. Seeing Yu Yu's happy face, his regret instantly vanished. "You bought so many workbooks. Are you ready to study hard now?" Qi froze, realizing the misunderstanding, almost jumping up. No, these aren't for me. They're your birthday present." Yu Yu found it somewhat amusing. If they weren't for Qi, why was he so panicked? He wouldn't force him to do all these exercises. Pay for the gift. What's this? A bonus for buying books? Yu Yu opened the box. Buy books, get shoes? The bookstore owner used to sell shoes, but when business failed, he switched to selling books. The remaining shoes became free gifts, Qi said, sounding convincing. Yu Yu held the shoebox, feeling amused and slightly embarrassed. "Okay, I understand. Thank you. No need to thank me. Now that the gifts are delivered, I'll head back." Closing the dormitory door, Qi felt completely relieved, as if he'd accomplished something significant. However, in the other dormitory, Yu Yu was lost in thought while holding the shoes. "Birthday gifts, huh? My first bra was also from Qi. We weren't even close then, so I was really surprised. Now we're friends, but receiving these 2 birthday gifts today, I'm still surprised. Is this what it feels like to be overwhelmed with honor?" Taking off his cloth shoes and putting on the new light and comfortable ones, Yu looked down at them thinking, "Qi has given me so many things, but I have nothing. Nothing I can give him in return. Qi is just so kind." He received a birthday gift of exactly 32 workbooks. While happy, he also felt guilty because he had nothing to give Qi. Early the next day, Qi discovered his desk mate working on the exercise books he bought him. There was also a pile of problems waiting for him to solve. Suddenly, the game in his hands felt more fun. However, after completing the problems, the knowledge points and notes became more numerous and detailed. It was an upgraded version of his previous notes. "Here, you can look at it when you have time. Don't take it away." Qi waved in refusal, thinking, "You said you wouldn't force me to study, but now you're showing your true colors." At this moment, Lin Xiaoming from the front desk turned around. "Let me borrow your notes since Qi doesn't want them." "Now I want them." Qi, with rejection written all over his face, immediately grabbed the notebook. Lin Xiaoming became unhappy. "How can you be like this?" "Because I want to," Qi thought spitefully. "That's what you get for always making sarcastic remarks about Yu Yu and gossiping behind his back. I've heard it several times. You still have the nerve to ask for his notes. Even if I don't need them, I won't lend these notes to you." Thinking this, Qi started acting dramatically. "Oh, Yu Yu, your notes are so detailed." Lin Xiaoming coldly snorted and turned away, moving his desk forward to show his disdain. Seeing this, Qi also rudely moved his desk forward. Yu Yu couldn't help but laugh. This really angered Lin Xiaoming. "What's so funny?" "Well, we're just laughing at you." Yu Yu couldn't hold back anymore. He never liked to quarrel with others and would ignore those who had opinions about him. In contrast, Qi was someone who clearly showed his likes and dislikes. Suddenly, the phrase "clear in love and hate" became very endearing. Just past noon, during the first class after lunch break, when everyone was at their drowsiest, the teacher entered with the textbook and saw some students still lying on their desks. "Wake up for class. Wake up those who haven't." Qi also lifted his head from his arms, showing his tired face. He sat there unhappily, not saying a word. When the teacher asked everyone to open their textbooks, he didn't move. Just then, a cup of water was pushed towards him, and Yu nudged his arm. Chi-Dang maintained his just woken from a nightmare expression. He drank the water in one go, finally feeling the after effects of the lunch break dissipate a bit. I know the hot weather makes people restless, but the final exams are approaching. If you don't focus on studying now, how can you expect good results? To enjoy your summer vacation more, you need to prepare well for these exams, right? Listening to Teacher Fong's endless talk on the podium, Chi-Dang thought about summer vacation. This summer, my dad said something about going to S Province for an engineering project. That means I can stay home alone all summer. That's great. Thinking about this, his mood suddenly improved. Chi-Dang, what are you smiling about? Come up and solve this problem. A few days later, the exams began as scheduled. With seat assignments and separate exam rooms, all students were sweating through these 3 days. After finishing the last subject, Chi-Dang walked out of the exam room. He saw Yu waiting for him early. Finally finished. I'm exhausted. Are you tired? No, I don't find exams very tiring. As expected of a future university student, Chi-Dang complained internally. Following Yu back to their original classroom to pack up books. How long will it take you to finish these summer homework books? Yu thought for a moment. 5 days. Me too, Chi-Dang said calmly. However, when Yu said 5 days, he meant the first 5 days of summer vacation, while Chi-Dang meant the last 5 days before vacation ends. Chi-Dang felt no shame about this. Compared to those who don't do their summer homework at all, at least he would eventually do it. While packing up, Chi-Dang asked a question he'd been wanting to ask for a while. By the way, Yu, where are you going for summer vacation? Yu smiled. The teacher's wife has a sister who owns a shop. I'll help out there during summer vacation. He would be staying at the shop, earning his own living expenses, and the homeroom teacher seemed to be looking after him. Chi-Dang felt relieved. All right then, study hard and work well during summer. Yu nodded, showing a hint of concern on his face. What about you? Will you be okay at home? He knew about Chi-Tong's tense relationship with his father, having seen Chi-Dang with injuries 3 or 4 times. His worry was no less than Chi-Tong's own. But Chi-Dang didn't seem concerned. I'll be fine, don't worry. Let's go. Support, 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 support. I need support. You're going to die. Since summer vacation began, Chi-Dang had been living a carefree life for many days. Besides watching movies and live streams, he spent most time gaming. However, he couldn't stick to any game for long, losing interest after playing for a while. Hearing his stomach growl, Chi-Dang felt a bit hungry, but didn't want to eat proper food. So he took out his phone, thinking about what takeout to order. Burgers were too greasy, no appetite for fried chicken. Chi-Dang sighed, I'll just get bubble tea. Haven't tried the shop before. The reviews look good, worth trying. 2.5 minutes later, Chi-Dang, cooling off on the balcony, saw an electric scooter approaching below. The delivery person wore a half-brimmed sun hat, uniform shirt, and apron, clearly a shop employee. He went downstairs for the delivery. Hearing the doorbell, he walked quickly to answer. Opening the door, a familiar face appeared. Yu's hair was wet with sweat near his cheeks, but he still wore a bright smile. I knew it was your order. When the boss took the order, I recognized the address and decided to deliver it myself. Come in and rest a bit. Chi-Dang took the bubble tea and pulled him inside. I can't come in, I need to get back to help. Don't worry, I won't delay your work. Pulling Yu to the kitchen, Chi-Dang took a cold soda from the fridge for him. So the shop you mentioned, owned by teacher's wife's sister, is this bubble tea shop? Yes, it's not far from here. Chi-Dang was curious. How's the part-time job? Is it tiring? Yu shook his head. Not really, it's fine. I mainly help make bubble tea and occasionally deliver nearby orders during busy daytime hours. There's another employee who handles most deliveries. You're not being bullied? No, everyone's very nice to me. Yu shook his head again. For some reason, Chi-Dang always thinks I'll get bullied. Actually, I've met many kind people. I should go now. Thanks for the cold drink. Yu said goodbye and left. Chi-Dang returned upstairs with his bubble tea, watching from the window as the electric scooter disappeared into the distance. The bubble tea was still cool, ice cubes unmelted, showing he hadn't delayed at all on the way. Taking out the drink, there was a small card beside it saying, "Be happy every day," with a smiley face drawn on it. It was his desk mate's handwriting. Taking a sip of the bubble tea, Chi-Dang suddenly noticed. It was absolutely packed with toppings. He wasn't sure if this was the shop's specialty or a friendly extra serving. Taking a big gulp, he opened the delivery app and immediately gave 5 stars. For a friend's business, it was the right thing to do. Putting down his phone, he played computer games for a while until it got dark. Chi-Ding, who rarely went out, suddenly wanted to eat out today. He looked at the address on his phone and went searching. Soon after, he located a bubble tea shop called Mint Time. It wasn't far indeed, but in the opposite direction from where he usually went. He had never been to this area before. There was a crowd of people buying bubble tea. Chi-Ding watched from a distance. Touching his stomach, he decided to find something to eat first. He walked into a fish noodle shop, ordered an extra spicy bowl, and ate slowly by himself. After eating, he went back to check the bubble tea shop. There were still quite a few people there. He wanted to say hello, but clearly it wasn't a good time. Is he really not tired working like this? Chi-Ding wondered. He decided to go to the cinema and watch whatever movie was showing. 2.5 hours later, he left the cinema. The bad movie had only made his already poor mood worse. Fortunately, the bubble tea shop was finally empty of customers. Chi-Ding, who had planned to go straight home, walked over. He tapped his finger in front of the person who was writing. The employee doing homework while selling bubble tea looked up and smiled when he recognized who it was. Chi-Ding leaned on the counter and peeked at the half-finished test paper. Doing homework during work hours? Your boss doesn't mind? Hearing his joke, the older sister playing with her phone nearby looked at them with a smile. Oh, your friends? Yo-Yo, you can serve him yourself. Yo-Yo took out an order form and asked professionally, what bubble tea would you like? Will you make it? Yes, order anything. I can make most drinks. Chi-Ding casually picked one. I'll have this. Don't add too many toppings. Yo-Yo turned his back, his braids swinging behind him. Okay. While his desk mate was making the drink, Chi-Ding looked at the test paper on the counter. This doesn't look like our summer homework. Yo-Yo, have you finished all your summer homework? Where did this test paper come from? It came with those practice books you bought me. Chi-Ding felt guilty and pushed the test paper back. Have you done your summer homework? A little. Yo-Yo started laughing for some reason. I think you're definitely lying. You probably haven't written a single word. Exposed, Chi-Ding blushed. If you know, you don't have to say it. Putting the finished bubble tea in a bag. Your bubble tea is ready. Please enjoy. Great service. 5 stars. Seeing them smile at each other, the sister employee felt somewhat nostalgic. Ah, youth is wonderful. I can't help but worry about you. Who's worrying about whom? You're the one who makes people worry more. Early that day, Chi-Ding woke up feeling a bit off. He got up and found a packet of cold medicine. Just as he finished mixing it, the doorbell rang. Not surprisingly, it was his studious desk mate bringing extra work. The boss baked some red bean buns today. They're delicious, so I brought you some. You really came to deliver bread in this stuffy weather? I can't believe you. Chi-Ding wore a jacket, looking worried. Hurry back, it's about to rain. Are you unhappy? Aren't I always unhappy? Chi-Ding stepped back, ready to close the door. Quick, go back. It's gonna rain on your way. Yo-Yo could only turn to leave, but after just 2 steps, he heard someone sneeze softly inside. Does Chi-Ding have a cold? He seems to catch colds easily when seasons change or when there are sudden temperature changes. As expected, it rained heavily that night. Yo-Yo rode his electric scooter to Chi-Tong's door again. He rang the doorbell. The door opened quickly. My boss had something come up, so the bubble tea shop is temporarily closed. I don't want to stay alone. Can I sleep at your place tonight? Yo-Yo spoke quickly, as if he had rehearsed it. Chi-Ding was still wearing the same nightgown from noon. He dazedly agreed with an okay. Although, it felt like his desk mate had prepared his lines in advance, but he didn't say anything more and led Yo-Yo upstairs. Upon entering Chi-Tong's room, Yo-Yo couldn't help but shiver. Although it was summer, Chi-Tong's room air conditioning was set too low. Putting the takeout boxes on the table, Yo-Yo didn't mind his wet hair and said, I brought some porridge and soup. Have some. Go take a shower first. I'll find you a nightgown. Due to his cold, Chi-Tong's voice was already hoarse. Yo-Yo watched his back, thinking the cold had indeed gotten serious. Living alone in this big house, it would be troublesome if he got a fever with no one to take care of him. After showering, Chi-Ding was still curled up in his chair, typing. He had eaten half the porridge, but the soup remained untouched. Won't you drink the soup? Yo-Yo asked. You'll feel better if you drink some. Chi-Ding stared at the game on his computer desktop, shaking his head. The oily smell makes me not want to drink it. Then I'll get you some hot water. Chi-Ding nodded. Drink water and go to bed early. Chi-Ding shook his head again. I've slept a lot today. I can't sleep this early. By the way, I only have 2 rooms. I've made the bed. You'll have to squeeze in with me tonight. Okay. Yo-Yo agreed immediately. But I'm a bit cold. Can we turn up the air conditioning? Chi-Ding didn't think much of it, assuming he was really cold. If you're still cold, you can lie down on the bed and cover yourself with a blanket. Or we could both lie on the bed and watch a movie or something. Chi-Tang was thus coaxed into bed. Half his body under the blanket, back against the big pillow. He browsed movies on his iPad while Yu sat beside him, his loose hair carrying the same shampoo scent as his. Have you seen the Resident Evil series? No, but I've heard of it. Is it about zombies? Yeah, recent movies aren't that good. The older ones are more classic. Cheating decided on this one, and Yu had no objections. Outside, the rain grew heavier, pattering against the windows. Cheating wasn't watching very attentively since he'd seen it before. As he watched, he noticed Yu's expression. His face, unhappy for 2 days, suddenly couldn't maintain composure. What kind of expression is that? Yu came to his senses. He smoothed out his scrunched-up face, embarrassed. These zombies are too scary. Who came up with this? They're similar to Chinese jiangshi. Hearing the howls from the tablet and looking at his squinting deskmate, Cheating suddenly nudged him with his elbow. Yu, can you not see the screen clearly? Yu rubbed his eyes. The text is too small. I can't see it clearly. Do your eyes hurt, or are you nearsighted? Cheating got up and turned on the light. When the room brightened, he looked closer and saw that Yu's eyes were a bit red. Yu blushed, quickly helping him cover up with the blanket. Maybe you're a bit nearsighted. Should we get you glasses? Can you see the blackboard clearly? Not really necessary. The blackboard text isn't small. I can still see it. Cheating fell silent. Since Yu's father had caused trouble at school, he hadn't returned home and was especially frugal. Could it be that he's not getting glasses because he can't afford them? Yu didn't know what Cheating was thinking. Seeing him sigh, he thought it was because he wasn't feeling well. So he said, let's rest early. We can watch the movie another time. All right, let's sleep. Cheating turned off the iPad, not wanting his deskmate's eyesight to worsen. They lay down on the bed, with only a small desk lamp still glowing in the room. Outside, the thunder and lightning were frightening, but Cheating remained silent, his breathing gradually becoming steady. After a while, Yu reached out and gently touched his forehead. Cheating suddenly opened his eyes and let out a hey, startling Yu. Don't worry, no fever, just a cold. That's good there's no fever. But you still need to be careful with the cold. You caught colds twice at school, and each time you were miserable for over a week. After 2.5 seconds of silence, Cheating suddenly asked, did you come to check on me because you were worried I had a fever? Yu hummed in agreement. Actually, there's nothing to worry about. I've gotten sick and had fevers every year for many years. My dad never cared for me. I always got better on my own. Nothing serious ever happened. Though it was uncomfortable at the time, looking back, it wasn't really anything significant. Yu turned over and gently patted Cheating's head. But I can't help worrying about you. After a 2.5-second daze, Cheating's face reddened. He lay down defiantly. Who's worried about whom? You're actually the one who makes people worry more. Cheating's cold wasn't severe, but it still took over a week to fully recover. In previous summer vacations, for him, it was just eating, drinking, and playing computer games, rarely even going shopping. This summer vacation was a bit different, but most of the time still followed the old traditions. With his day and night reversed, and irregular meals becoming more frequent, the gaming addict naturally developed dark circles under his eyes. Did you not rest well again yesterday? Yu asked while making milk tea for him. Cheating took the iced milk tea, poked it open, and took a sip. Didn't sleep last night. Playing games, I guess? Cheating nodded reluctantly. He was actually playing with instruments alone at home, but saying that always felt like showing off. As Cheating turned to leave, Yu sighed watching his back. The shop owner's sister became curious. Little Yu, why are you sighing? Envious that your desk mate can play games all night. I'm thinking about how he lives alone, often with reverse day and night irregular meals. It's easy to get stomach problems this way. Little Yu, you're really like a little parent worrying about such things. The shop owner's sister smiled. By the way, which of you is older? I'm older by a few months. As Yu said this, he suddenly remembered Cheating's birthday was approaching. After thinking for a long time without finding a suitable gift, he could only seek help from those around him. For me, I usually send fresh flowers or a cake delivery, since we're far apart. You're still students, so you don't need to send expensive gifts. What birthday gift did your desk mate give you? Yu looked up from taking notes. He gave me a pair of shoes for my last birthday. Shoes? Not bad. And 32 study guides and workbooks. Workbooks? The shop owner's sister's smile disappeared. 32 books? Are you and your desk mate really good friends? Yu nodded and hummed. We're very good friends. Cheating didn't know his desk mate was thinking about his birthday gift. When he returned home, he saw the ukulele in the corner. After hesitating for a while, he decided to pick it up and practice. The ukulele sound was actually a bit monotonous. As he played, he started humming softly. Yo-Yo had inexplicably become his friend. Before that, Cheating had no friends for a year or two, always alone. What he did most often was listening to music, singing, and playing the small ukulele. Music helped him find peace and relaxation during the long periods of family arguments. He always used songs to escape his parents' fighting. When they argued loudly, he would listen to stormy, roaring songs. When unhappy, he'd listen to cheerful songs. Only after his parents' divorce did those hysterical arguments disappear from his world. He slowly began to let go of some of his old habits, peeking out slightly from his safe harbor. However, he still felt lost about the path ahead. Before summer vacation, Cheating had asked his deskmate Yu, "Have you thought about what you want to do in the future?" At that time, Yu thought for a moment and replied, "I don't know what I should do either. Maybe just do what I can or what I like." Cheating didn't quite understand then, so he frowned and asked back, "Then what do you think I like to do?" He was listening to a song at the time, and Yu smiled and pointed at his headphones. "Don't you like songs?" In the scorching summer heat, Yu cool fingers seemed to take away the intense heat. Cheating suddenly realized then that he was like a fool holding a key, but still searching everywhere for it. "Yes, I like songs." He picked up the ukulele again and started practicing songs, not to escape or for any other reason, but simply because he truly liked it. Soon it was August 25th. Every year on his birthday, Cheating knew it was about time to start catching up on summer homework. However, different from previous years, his studious deskmate knocked on his door again that evening. "Can I stay at your place tonight?" Yu held a box in one hand and a bag in the other. Cheating was momentarily speechless, standing there staring at him for a while. Then he suddenly smiled. "I definitely won't let you just drop off the gifts and leave." He invited his friend, who came specially to celebrate his birthday, inside. While Yo-Yo was changing in his slippers, Cheating was examining the cake he received. It was his first time getting a cake on his birthday, and it felt quite novel. He also noticed a pink champagne rose in the bag on the table. Cheating became curious about what gift Yu had prepared. Given his personality that usually only focused on studying, it was hard to imagine what he would give. He put the pink champagne rose in a water glass. The two sat on the floor across a small table. Yu opened the cake box. It was neither too big nor too small, just right for two people. "This cake doesn't look like it's from a bakery." "Ah, could it be that I made it?" Yu knew what Cheating was thinking. Yu said somewhat embarrassedly, "The owner of our shop likes baking, so I asked them to teach me how to make a small cake. It's not very good. The cake center is a bit sunken, and I didn't pipe the cream well. I could only add more fruits to cover it." "That's amazing. You could make it this well on your first try," Cheating exclaimed. "I've tried several times before, but either the cake wouldn't form properly or I couldn't pipe the flowers. You did it so well." As they eagerly prepared to taste it, they suddenly realized there were no birthday candles. "I forgot them," Yu said regretfully. "We can do without candles." Cheating stood up and turned off the lights. He found an orange desk lamp from somewhere. The lamp can pretend to be a candle. Now we have atmosphere. "Oh, wait a moment," saying this, Cheating pattered downstairs in his slippers. After a while, he returned with a large bottle of cola and 2 cups. He poured the cola, and they clinked glasses. "Happy birthday, Cheating." "Thank you." Cheating was genuinely happy, sitting up on his cushion to cut the cake. "The cake tastes normal, but it's a bit too sweet." "How much sugar did you add?" Cheating asked after a few bites. "It is a bit too sweet." Yu handed the unfrozen cake to Cheating. "You can eat the fruits on top." Cheating didn't hesitate and took them. "Do you want these 2 strawberries too?" "They're all yours." Cheating shook his head. "No, you eat them." His eyes couldn't help but drift to the paper bag sitting aside. While poking at the cake, he asked his deskmate, who was eating seriously across from him, "Yu, what did you get me? Can I open it now? What's in this paper box? You didn't organize your notes to give to me, did you? If not that, could it be the answers to summer homework?" "No, not that either." With a nervous heart, he opened the gift box. A wooden object, slightly larger than a palm, appeared suddenly. "This is a kalimba." Cheating looked surprised. "How did you think of giving me this?" "I saw a girl playing it when she came to buy milk tea. I thought you might like it too. The sound it makes is a bit like a music box." Holding the small kalimba, Cheating tested the sound. After a moment, he started trying to play. "Can you tell what song this is?" Yu listened carefully, then suddenly exclaimed, "It's Castle in the Sky." "Yes, it's Castle in the Sky." Watching Cheating still trying to play the small instrument, Yu felt amazed. Cheating was really incredible. He could already play a tune with a new instrument he just got. It seemed he quite liked this gift. After playing for a while, Chi-Dang put the kalimba in a nearby cabinet and took out his ukulele. Yo-Yu, do you know what this is? A guitar? It's a member of the guitar family, but simpler than regular guitars because it only has 4 strings. Chi-Dang explained while strumming it twice. I've actually been practicing the ukulele recently. Since you came specially to celebrate my birthday, as thanks, I'll share my recent practice results. Let me play something for you. Okay, Yo-Yu sat up straight, like preparing for class. It's just listening to music, don't be so serious, Chi-Dang chuckled. What would you like to hear? I don't know many songs. I like most of the songs you like. Just play anything. Chi-Dang thought for a moment. Then I'll start with Anoa. This song was from a classic Japanese anime. When played on the ukulele, it sounded more lively and bouncy than the original, like Summer Soda, Sunshine, and Meadows. Yo-Yu listened quietly, watching Chi-Dang sway gently to the music's rhythm. His wiggling toes resting to the side had an indescribable cuteness. Chi-Dang didn't play the entire song, just a segment. Seeing Yo-Yu still sitting so properly, he stopped playing. He switched to another song. As soon as the rhythm started, Yo-Yu exchanged glances with him. They both burst into laughter. The SpongeBob SquarePants ending theme. The cute, regular rhythm was very energetic, making people want to sway along. While playing, Chi-Dang poked Yo-Yu with his foot. Sway along. When Yo-Yu sitting opposite started swaying, he couldn't help laughing. Haha, we look so silly like 2 mushrooms swaying face to face. Yo-Yu couldn't help but praise. You're really amazing. You can play so many songs. Chi-Dang grinned, hugging the ukulele as he stood up. He switched to Por Una Cabeza, a dance tune from the movie Scent of a Woman. Watch, I can dance and play at the same time. The young girl in her nightgown, hair loose, barefoot, with a smile and slight pride on her face, spun in small circles as her nightgown flew up like a blooming flower. The desk lamp's light was momentarily blocked by the dress hem before suddenly flooding back. The light lifted by the skirt was exceptionally gentle. A faint lily fragrance from somewhere mixed with the cake's sweetness, floating through the room. A moment later, Chi-Dang flopped down on the carpet, spreading her arms. I'm tired. Yo-Yu sat beside him and held his hand, examining it carefully. Your fingers are a bit red. Is this why you had bandages on before? Chi-Dang wiggled his fingers and nodded. Aren't there those finger protectors for playing? What are they called? Finger picks? No need for those. After playing for a while, calluses will form. Then it won't hurt anymore. I used to have calluses here, but they've softened since I haven't played for a long time. So I need to start over. Chi-Dang suddenly laughed while speaking. I still find it amazing. How did you think of buying me a kalimba? I really didn't expect that. I don't know either. When I saw it, I just felt it suited you. Didn't you worry what if I couldn't play it? You bought me so many practice books and study guides with senior year content and lots of Olympic math problems. Did you ever worry I wouldn't be able to solve them? Chi-Dang's tone was slightly teasing. You're so capable. You'll definitely solve those problems no matter how difficult they are. Yo-Yu nodded. That's what I thought too. I knew you'd be able to learn the kalimba. Are we complimenting each other? Not really. Speaking the truth isn't flattery. All right, classmate, let's stop and order some late-night snacks. Chi-Dang got up to find his phone. Cake alone isn't filling enough. I'll treat you to spicy crayfish. After placing the order, they sat by the bay window chatting for a while until the crayfish delivery arrived. Is it going to rain? The wind's getting strong. The forecast did mention rain. Nanning rains so often. I've been here almost a year, and it's been raining most of the time. Should we go somewhere with less rain for university then? Yo-Yu asked, and Chi-Dang casually agreed. Sure. 2.5 minutes later, watching his smart classmates slowly peeling crayfish, he grew impatient. He simply stuffed the crayfish tail he had just peeled into Yo-Yu's mouth. You're too slow. I could peel 5 while you're still working on one. Chi-Dang demonstrated with another one. Look, flatten the tail like this, fold it, then pull hard. The tail meat comes out whole. See? Simple, right? You try. No, not like that. Like this way. Right. No, don't pull the tail in the middle. The tail, oh no. You're so good at solving problems. How are you so clumsy at peeling crayfish? A few minutes later, seeing Yo-Yu finally peel one perfectly, Chi-Dang felt proud. This proud feeling must be what my classmate feels when helping me with problems and seeing me solve them successfully. Just as he thought this, Yo-Yu asked telepathically, by the way, Chi-Dang, how much of your summer homework have you done? Haven't done any? Throwing a crayfish in his mouth, Chi-Dang slowly replied, be bolder, remove the question mark. I haven't done any at all. Just reminding you, there are only 5 days until school starts. You should begin. Seeing his classmates selectively go deaf, Yo-Yu sighed. Want my help? Chi-Dang looked up. Has our friendship deepened to the point where you'll let me copy your homework? No, I know a quick way to finish summer homework. I can teach you. Seeing his smart classmate's serious expression, Qi grew curious. That amazing? So after finishing a pot of spicy crayfish, they showered, dried their hair, each wearing a nightgown, and sat together to do homework. First, do these problems I've marked. Qi didn't understand the connection. Look, these two problems are similar, only the numbers are slightly different, Yu explained patiently. So, I marked one for you to do. If you can solve this type, remember the concept, then you don't need to do the similar ones. I'll write the answers for you. Qi looked and saw it was true. He marveled, is this the world of the strong? Time flew by to 10:35 p.m. It's been so long since I've done this many math problems at once. I'm exhausted. Qi lay on the desk, feeling dejected. Just thinking about the 10 essays I haven't written gives me a headache. Yu continued working while saying, I'll write the essays for you. Your essays are always good. A few more won't hurt. At that moment, Qi felt his classmate was radiating a divine light of salvation. Really? You're too kind. I'm willing to dedicate my life to you. Yu laughed at his joke, his bright eyes curving like crescents. Come on, let's do the homework. I'll help you write the essays. Your essays are always good. A few more won't hurt. You're too kind. I'm willing to dedicate my life to you. Let's do the homework. With 2 days left before school started, Qi finished his summer homework early. This was truly an unprecedented experience. But the final days of vacation always passed quickly. Whether students liked it or not, school always started on schedule. On registration day, Qi carried his suitcase and went to school by himself to register. You're assigned to Class 3, Grade 2. Just sign here, and you can get your dormitory key, the teacher said. Qi glanced at the list and saw Yu's name right below his. Teacher Fong came through after all. Worth enduring his nagging when I went to ask him, he thought while pushing his suitcase to his old dormitory. Luo Zhengli was surprised to see him. Aren't you assigned to Class 3? Have you already changed dorms? Why are you here? Qi ignored him as if he didn't exist, only staring at his phone. Other dormitory residents arrived quickly, making the atmosphere lively. Besides Qi and Yu, one other person was moving out. Lily, I really don't want to move. Who knows if the people in the new dorm will be nice. I finally got used to living here. It's so annoying to move. Luo Zhengli held her hand affectionately. Sister, your new dorm is upstairs, right? Just come down to visit me whenever. 2.5 minutes later, Yu finally rushed in. Hearing his greeting, Qi looked up. Long time no see. But didn't you just see Yu yesterday? Yu was slightly stunned, but still responded with long time no see. Let's go. Our new dorm is upstairs. 5:01. As they left the room, the dorm suddenly went quiet for a moment. Then soft discussions began. What kind of people are they? Not even saying goodbye. I think they look down on us. Can't wait to move out. They're gone now, let's not talk about it. We're not in the same class anymore anyway. On the stairs outside, Yu and Qi were carrying their luggage upstairs. Wonder what the new dorm will be like. Aren't all dorms the same? There will always be conflicts. Getting along well depends on luck. Yu stopped. I'm quite lucky today. How so? I got the last seat on the bus this morning. That counts as luck too. Even small fortunes are still fortunes. As they talked, they reached their new dorm room. 6 people per room. Besides them, 2 others had already arrived. Qi do you want top or bottom bunk? Qi tossed his backpack up. Same as before, I'm used to the top bunk. Yu chose the bottom bunk in the same position and started busily unpacking. Qi sat on his bed playing with his phone, not moving. You haven't made your bed yet. Use help by you. No need. I'll do it later. Later means you'll wait until right before bed to make it. Qi had no choice but to pout and put down his phone. He climbed to the top bunk to make his bed. Yu helped him put on the pillowcase, arranged the sheets, and quickly helped him set up the bed. The other 2 people in the dorm had already finished unpacking and watched this scene with curiosity. One girl with a ponytail asked actively, You were in the same class before, right? You seem close. Yu nodded. Yes, we were in class 2 before. Another quiet girl with short hair came over. I know you're the top student in our grade. You're Yu, right? After this, a couple arrived with their daughter. The last person to arrive at the dorm was a particularly lively girl. She came in carrying various bags. Upon seeing Yu, she exclaimed, No way, the top student is in my dorm. After everyone had arrived, naturally, there was a simple self-introduction session. I'm Wei Xingxing. The Xing is like in walking, not like in line. I'm Lu Ji, Zhang Ming, Xia Yuan Yuan. Yuan as encircled. Seeing Qi Dang still immersed in his game, Yu spoke up, I'm Yu, and he's cheating. Now that we know each other, we'll be living together for 2 years. Hope we all get along well. Wei Xingxing clapped her hands and suggested, oh right, I started school late, so I'm probably a year older than all of you. If you all agree, I'd like to be our dorm leader. Is that okay? The other 5 people in the dorm, who didn't seem particularly talkative, looked at each other and had no objections. Wei Xingxing smiled and cupped her hands. Thanks for your support, sisters. From now on, I'm the dorm leader. I'll take care of everyone. Sometimes whether a dorm's atmosphere is good or bad depends on a small catalyst. With Wei Xingxing around, the previously unfamiliar people became more relaxed. They even went to the cafeteria together. This was Qitang's first time eating with so many roommates. Wei Xingxing was the slowest, carrying not just her food but also several bottles of milk. She gave one to each person. As your new dorm leader, drinks are on me. Thank you, dorm leader. Thanks. Watching these scenes that never happened in the previous dorm, Qi Dang suddenly felt emotional. The new dorm had a nice atmosphere, and the roommates seemed nice too. Looks like Yu's small luck charm worked well. The first day in the new dorm went well. At least everyone got along harmoniously, which met Qitang's standards. Next came class assignments. Everyone brought their books to report to their new classroom. Qi Dang originally planned to choose the 3rd row by the window, but remembering Yu's slight nearsightedness, he decided to sit in the 2nd row. After they sat down, their other dorm mates naturally came to sit nearby. Thus, the 6 girls occupied the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rows by the window. We're all dorm sisters now. Let's help each other in both life and studies. Wei Xingxing suddenly said, let's study hard together and improve our grades. It all depends on you. Xia Yuan was an introverted girl who couldn't speak so directly, but she also looked at Yu with hopeful eyes. Yu nodded and agreed. Wei Xingxing cheered. Great, take me under your wing. As they chatted, a middle-aged female teacher wearing glasses walked in. Quiet everyone, quiet. My surname is Ku. I'm your math teacher and also your homeroom teacher. I've learned about every student assigned to Class 3. I have a list of class officers here. I'll read it out. When I call your name, please stand up to let everyone know you. Class monitor, Wei Xingxing. Wei Xingxing stood up. Though surprised, she still smiled and gave a brief self-introduction. Academic representative, Yu. When Teacher Ke mentioned Yu, her serious expression seemed to soften slightly. This name should be familiar to everyone. During first year, she consistently ranked first in the grade. With such a role model in our class, I hope our class's academic atmosphere will improve and everyone will make progress. Literary Committee member Zhang Ming. Qi Dang was surprised that 3 class officers came from their dorm. Sports Committee member Feng Ruibai, with dark skin, stood up. He smiled and nodded to his classmates. These are our class officers. If they're not suitable, I'll make replacements based on circumstances later. If anyone has objections, you can raise them. After the homeroom teacher finished speaking, she looked at Yu. Yu, come with me to get the test papers. We'll have an opening term quiz soon. This announcement immediately triggered a wave of groans. No way, a test on the first day? While Class 2 to 3 was busy writing their tests, some boys from other classes gathered outside the door gloating. They have to take a test right when school starts? That's too harsh. We don't have to take tests. We're the lucky ones. Teacher Ku, who was supervising by the door, adjusted her glasses and asked, which class are you from? The 2 boys froze and shrank back. Class 9? Very well. I'll talk to your homeroom teacher later about giving you an opening term quiz too. The 2 boys were almost in tears. The suffering class, 3 students burst into laughter, enjoying their shared misfortune. After the test, Teacher Ku, claiming she hadn't finished grading, generously granted them 2 PE classes. Everyone cheered. Didn't expect to have 2 PE classes on the first day. Yeah, Teacher Ku doesn't seem that scary after all. This was like giving candy after a slap, right? I heard Teacher Fong say that Teacher Ku is good at managing students. Just then, a boy appeared behind them and chuckled. Teacher Ku was my homeroom teacher before. She has ways to handle all kinds of defiance. These meaningful words made Class 3 students tense up. Clearly, this homeroom teacher wasn't simple. Assembly ended after 2.5 minutes. Just as Qi Dang and Yu Yu were about to find a quiet place like before, Wei Xingxing called out to them. Qi Dang, Yu Yu, come play badminton. Do you know how to play? Want me to teach you? No need. I can play. Qi Dang said with his hands in his pockets, then looked at Yu Yu beside him. He's not very good. It'll tell him. All right, you teach him first. Later we can have a doubles match. We can make 3 teams perfectly. Wei Xingxing went to find the other 3 dorm mates. Yu Yu felt quite curious holding the badminton racket. Qi Dang patiently taught him everything from stance to receiving. However, after his first attempt at serving, Yu Yu felt discouraged. I'm not good at this. We'll lose in the match. Maybe I shouldn't participate. Qi Dang, who hadn't planned to join the match, changed his tone. Losing isn't an option. Don't worry. I'll lead us to victory. Soon, Wei Xingxing returned with the other 3 roommates. In the first round, Qi Dang and Yu Yu faced Zhang Ming and Lu Ji. Lu Ji was also a beginner, so the teams were fairly matched. Yu Yu stood behind Qi Dang, initially worried about missing the shuttlecock. But after the match started, he realized he didn't need to receive it all. Qi Dang and Zhang Ming rallied back and forth, with no shuttlecock getting past Qi Tang's defense. He could even sit down to rest, just like Lu Ji on the other side, who was equally uninvolved. In the game, Qi Dang looks quite fierce playing badminton. I thought he was weak because of his previous colds and fevers. Igu si misunderstood him. As Yu Yu thought this, he saw Qi Dang leap into the air. He made a powerful hit, a perfect smash. They couldn't return it. We won. Qi Dang smiled brightly. Of course, I said I'd lead us to victory. Wei Xingxing eagerly held his racket on the side, waiting to switch in. Switch players, let me play. I'll help you win another round. Okay. 3 minutes later, Qi Dang was panting and lost the match. Zhang Ming, who had just lost to Qi Dang, eagerly said from the sidelines, let us play. However, they couldn't last 3 minutes either. Seeing this, many classmates came forward to challenge the so-called class monitor. Wei Xingxing welcomed them. Sure, let's take turns. Losers switch out. So for the next 20 minutes, all challengers were defeated by the new class monitor's badminton skills. Are you some kind of badminton demon king? Even Qi Dang had to admit he was strong. After PE class, everyone was sweaty. Wei Xingxing came to invite them to eat, but Qi Dang shook his head. You go ahead, I want to shower first. I want to shower too before eating. It's too uncomfortable. Me too. Let's all go together then. Qi Dang wondered how this turned into a whole dorm shower group. Wei Xingxing smiled and suggested, the dorm bathroom is too small. Let's all go to the big bathroom together. What are you doing? Don't touch randomly. Relationships between people are really mysterious. Despite being distant with previous dorm mates, why after just a few days in this dorm, could they shower and play together? Qi Dang couldn't understand it, and Yu Yu, with his head covered in foam, understood even less. Even Luo Zhengli's jaw dropped when she saw Wei Xingxing laughing. That's Qi Dang and Yu Yu. They look like they're having so much fun. A girl nearby suddenly said, their dorm seems to get along well. They're always doing things together. I saw them in the cafeteria too. Luo Zhengli didn't respond, thinking it was unbelievable that someone with Qi Tang's personality could get along with dorm mates. A few days later, Wei Xingxing returned from visiting other dorms. Closing the door, he mysteriously said, I just went downstairs to visit old friends. Guess what I heard? Everyone except Yu Yu, who was doing homework, looked at him simultaneously. I heard people bad-mouthing you too. Seems like your former roommates. Qi Dang responded with an uninterested oh. Zhang Ming was curious. What did they say? They said Qi Dang was extremely arrogant, unsociable, and looked down on others, never playing with anyone. Wei Xingxing wore an expression of disbelief. As for Yu Yu, I think that person must be jealous, probably envious of our Yu Yu's good grades. I won't repeat those words, to avoid affecting our study god's mood. After sharing the gossip, Wei Xingxing looked at Yu Yu, only to find him still immersed in studying, showing no reaction. Did he not hear what we said? Hearing Wei Xingxing's question, Qi Dang lifted his head to explain. When Yu Yu can't hear others talking, it means the problems he's solving are very difficult. Just as he finished speaking, Yu Yu lifted his head, looking confused as he peered at Qi Dang on the upper bunk. Did you just call me? No. Keep doing your problems. Okay. Wei Xingxing helplessly patted Yu Yu's shoulder. Hey Yu Yu, I was the one talking to you. Can you only hear Qi Dang when he talks to you? Yu Yu turned his head, still confused. Huh? What's up? Others laughed, and Wei Xingxing waved his hand. Nothing, nothing. Keep working on your problems. The next afternoon, when Qi Dang, Wei Xingxing, and Zhang Ming went downstairs to buy snacks, they met Luo Zhengli on the stairs. Wei Xingxing immediately nudged Qi Tang's arm. That's the one who talked about you and Yu Yu earlier. Qi said, "Oh," and then shouted Luo Zhengli. Luo Zhengli paused and turned around. She saw the girl she used to hate, most giving her a friendly fighting gesture. She was furious, but seeing the three of them together, she didn't dare say anything and ran away with her head down. As the three continued down the stairs, Wei Xingxing couldn't help but say, "Don't mind people who talk behind your back. But did you have some conflict with her before?" Qi shook his head. She didn't like Yu and led others to isolate him. "I just didn't like her." "Isolate Yu?" Wei Xingxing was incredulous. "No way, he has good grades and a nice personality. Isn't isolating someone you don't like what some people love to do?" The usually quiet Zhang Ming agreed. "It's not surprising. If you're different from others, you're easily isolated. I was isolated for a long time too." Wei Xingxing looked left and right in surprise, thinking if even Zhang Ming experienced this, then someone with Qitong's personality must have. With this in mind, he declared righteously, "These things get worse when no one stops them. But in our class, as the monitor, I won't allow such things to happen." Wei Xingxing put his arms around their shoulders. "With Big Sis Wei protecting you, no one can bully you anymore." He looked at Qi with pitiful eyes, but Qi remained unmoved. "I've never been bullied." Wei Xingxing remembered the middle finger earlier and quietly said, "Oh." During summer evening self-study, besides the heat, the biggest problems were mosquitoes and moths. There were many flowers and trees around the teaching building, so when doors and windows were open, many moths would fly in and land on lights and walls. "Qi, there's a moth on your clothes," Wei Xingxing whispered. The drowsy Qi lifted his head and turned around. Suddenly he got goosebumps all over. Accompanied by a startled scream, Qi quickly took off his jacket, almost throwing it out the window. Wei Xingxing finally understood. "You're afraid of moths?" Qitong's face soured as he held his forehead, not wanting to talk at all. "I always saw you chasing away moths. I thought he was scared, but it was you." Just then, someone from the back shouted. Another one flew in through the back window. Fortunately, by the time Qi turned around, a male student had already chased away the moth with a broom. "Why did he help me? We're not even close," he thought. Just as he was thinking this, another boy started teasing. "Is this a hero saving a beauty?" "What nonsense are you talking about, Wang Xiaoer? We class 3 students should be united and caring, understand?" Wei Xingxing turned and said, "Leave the moths to you from now on." Qi was too embarrassed to look up, grabbing the monitor's hand, trying to get him to stop talking about moths. Wei Xingxing comforted him. "It's okay. I'll reason with that guy." Qitong's face was expressionless. "Back in class 2, my desk mate would have called me a little princess for making so many people chase moths for me. Has he never been helped or thought of helping others in his life? What's there to mock about this?" Wei Xingxing was surprised, but he still kindly comforted. "People who mock others' fears are jerks." 2.5 minutes later during break, the boy nicknamed Wang Xiaoer spotted another moth. He caught it, but seeing no one was paying attention to him, he didn't want to just quietly chase it away. So when a girl in front of him turned around, he brought his hand holding the moth close to her to scare her. The girl's scream immediately drew the monitor's scolding. Wang Xiaoer's poor moth finally ended up in the trash can. Wei Xingxing couldn't help complaining to his dorm mates. "Why are these boys so immature? Is scaring girls fun? If they scare us, we should scare them back." "That's true, but what can we use to scare them?" Just then, Yu, who had been taken away by the teacher to help with something, returned. "What are you all talking about?" Xia Yuanyuan answered softly. "We're discussing how to scare those boys." Yu was still confused. Why scare them? "It's because those boys were scaring people with moths." Qi quickly kicked Wei Xingxing under the desk to stop him from mentioning the earlier embarrassment. Hearing the word moth, Yu instinctively looked at Qi, noticed his uniform jacket hanging far away on the window with some dust on it, and immediately understood. Another ponytailed girl in the dorm said, "Normal things won't scare those tough boys. Should we catch a snake to scare them?" "But I'm afraid of snakes too." "Maybe use a toy snake?" Wei Xingxing waved his hand. "Want to bet they won't be scared? They'll probably end up using the toy snake to scare other girls instead." Lu Ji thought carefully and realized he was right. "Why don't we ask teachers to call on them more often to answer questions in class? That should be scary enough for them." Yu seriously suggested. "If they have time to think about scaring others, they must be too free. They should do more exercises." Everyone looked at each other and quietly dispersed. Evening self-study was always noisy when teachers weren't around. Zhang Ming couldn't stand it anymore and reminded, "With so many people talking during evening study, shouldn't our monitor do something?" Wei Xingxing shook his head with a smile. Our class is far from the teacher's office. It's fine if we keep it down. After all, learning needs discussion. Are you sure this is studying discussion? Seeing that no one was focused on studying, Wei Xingxing simply closed his book and walked to the podium. Since there's no homework assigned for tonight's self-study, let's do an activity. Let's play Pictionary. Find an idiom in the textbook, show it to a classmate, let them draw it on the blackboard, and others guess. The class will be divided into 4 groups. Each correct guess earns 1 point. Political scores were written in the corner of the blackboard. After several rounds, some people started complaining, "I'm reporting cheating." People are looking up words in the Chinese textbook when they can't guess. Team leader Wei Xingxing was very accommodating. Okay, no more Chinese. Next round, let's draw terms from the math textbook. Math terms? How do we draw those? It's not hard. Let Xiuwei demonstrate. So Yoyu was forcefully pushed to the podium by Wei Xingxing. He drew something, but the whole class silently watched his drawing on the board. No one wanted to speak. This wasn't Pictionary anymore. He was clearly solving math problems. Even Qidang couldn't help suggesting they change players. Yoyu, still drawing, felt the chalk becoming very heavy in his hand when he heard this. Don't be so unsupportive. Let's try guessing, said Monitor Wei Xingxing, acting as host. I know the answer. Let me give you some hints. Just as the atmosphere was getting lively, the discipline director suddenly walked in. Why is it so noisy? Is there no one maintaining discipline in this class? Just as he finished speaking, he saw the math problems on the blackboard. Oh, you're discussing math problems? This class has quite a good study atmosphere. So the director, who had entered with a stern face, left smiling. Nice drawing. Keep up the discussion. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wei Xingxing, who was extremely nervous, almost couldn't hold it in. After the director walked away, for some reason, everyone suddenly found it very funny. The class burst into laughter. Qidang also laughed and couldn't help punching Yuyu's shoulder. You're amazing. I didn't do anything. Yoyu, still unsatisfied, pointed at the blackboard asking, really can't guess it? Okay, next time don't choose theorems from the math book. Formulas are fine. Choose physics instead. Just watch. Wei Xingxing on stage clapped his hands and announced, all right, last round. Who wants to finish? I'll do it. Zhang Meng, the arts committee member, volunteered. He was good at drawing. The blackboard at the back of the classroom was his territory. Let the arts committee show his skills. Draw something easy to guess. I can't take any more of those scribbles. A few minutes later, a picture of a woman holding a peepo appeared on the blackboard. Zhang Meng put down the chalk and said the answer was a poem. Easy, right? Everyone said in unison. After countless calls, she appears, still holding her peepa, half covering her face. The next day in class, the Chinese teacher saw the drawing and couldn't help but praise it. When writing on the board, he wrote on the other side, not erasing the girl with the peepa. Later in Teacher Ku's math class, he saw the drawing and was about to erase it without hesitation. The students let out a collective cry of dismay, startling him. What's wrong? Teacher, it's so beautiful. Please don't erase it. Yeah, let it stay. Teacher que raised an eyebrow. Then I'll call on someone to answer a question. If they answer correctly, the drawing stays. If not, that student will erase the board. Everyone shouted in unison. Pick you. Qidang suddenly found it funny, saying it sounded like ordering at a barbecue stand. Then let's have Yu answer. In the end, the drawing remained safely on the board for a long time before being erased. The hot weather made everyone restless. Since school started, students hadn't stopped complaining about the temperature. As soon as Teacher Ko left the classroom, students started chattering. Yoyu, how do you maintain such a calm composure? Xia Yuanyuan asked softly. Yoyu slightly raised his head. A calm mind brings natural coolness. Wei Xingxing commented, that joke is so old. While they could still chat, Qidang didn't want to say a word. His hand gripping the pen was so sweaty that the homework paper stuck to it. With a slight movement to the side, the homework paper tore. Thinking about having to redo the half-finished problems, Qidang simply threw down his pen. Forget it. I don't want to do it anymore. Though he didn't say anything, the sound of throwing the pen caught the attention of those nearby. Wei Xingxing elbowed his deskmate. Look, they're starting again. Yoyu, who had already finished his homework, took Qitang's notebook, looked at it, tore off the damaged page, then recopied the part Qidang had completed. He put it back on Qitang's desk, doing it all very smoothly. Taking the neat notes, Qidang recalled the time before transferring to Nanning. He used to be like this too, getting frustrated over small things and not doing homework. The school would always call parents anyway, and my dad didn't care. Now what made him become this good student who studies hard and does homework seriously? It was my firefighter. I'm so envious of having a desk mate who helps with homework. Me too. I wish my desk mate would help with homework. The two students behind exchanged glances, knowing they couldn't count on their own desk mates. Wei Xingxing could only seek help from kind-hearted friends. Hey you, we're all dorm mates. Since you helped Qidang with homework, why not help me too? I didn't do Qitang's homework. I just recopied the part he had already done. Yu thought for a moment. It's better to do homework yourself. Remembering how he completed his summer homework, Qidang looked at his desk mate with a complex expression, feeling guilty. Wei Xingxing made a resentful face. Love, I should have known you treat Qidang better than us. Xia Yuan also sighed softly. We trusted the wrong person. Zhang Ming, not wanting to be left out, joined the conversation. What are you thinking? Since Qidang entered the palace, he's been the emperor's favorite. He's bound to become a concubine. Qidang turned his head and gave them a speechless look. Yu couldn't understand any of their references. Were you just joking earlier? I can't help you write your homework, but I can check it for mistakes after you're done. Jokes aside, they still had to do their own work. Teacher didn't let them be free for long. He quickly came to explain problems. Then came the moment students dreaded most. We've covered this type of problem before. You should remember it. Now then, I'm going to pick one lucky student to solve this problem on the blackboard. Who will it be? The classroom fell dead silent as Teacher Ku's gaze swept across. Feeling the danger as the gaze fixed on him, Qidang calmly stared at his textbook with no expression. Then he subtly tapped his pen on Yu's desk, urging, "Save me. Teacher Ku is about to pick me." So before Teacher Ku could speak, Yu raised his hand. Teacher Ku always liked Yu's initiative. Usually, he would definitely pick him when he volunteered, but this time was slightly different. He not only picked Yu but also called on Qidang. Unfortunately, the problem assigned to Qidang was one he couldn't solve. Going to the blackboard would be public execution, especially compared to Yu beside him. Yu would definitely finish quickly, leaving him alone to suffer at the podium. Under everyone's watchful eyes, with Teacher Ku watching Yu, even if he noticed Qidang couldn't solve it, he couldn't do it for him. He could only slow down his solving speed, worried for him. Noticing Teacher Ku turn around to pick up his cup for a drink, Yu quickly wrote a formula next to Qitang's hand with chalk. He wrote so fast that in the time it took Teacher Ku to take one sip, he had written the starting point for solving the problem. Doing such a bold move right under the whole class's eyes was nerve-wracking. Though everyone saw it, no one said anything. The two rows of formulas were like a thread, and Qidang suddenly found some direction, able to stumble through the rest of the solution. After finishing his water, Teacher Ku turned back to watch, pretending not to have seen anything. He didn't rush Qidang, and though the pace was slow, he eventually completed the problem. As they both sat back down, Wei Xingxing secretly gave a thumbs up to the two friends, unclear whether praising them for solving the difficult problems or for their courage to cheat in class. Take some time to rest your eyes too. Can you see clearly now? When do you have time? You need to get glasses. The Chinese teacher was writing in his book. Sometimes when the writing is too small, it's hard to see clearly. But you copy notes without missing a word? Those I just guessed from context. Impressive. The National Day holiday was approaching. The residents of room 501 all had their own plans. Wei Xingxing and Xia Yuan were going traveling with their parents. Zhang Ming, not wanting to cause trouble at home, chose to stay in the dorm with Yu. Qidang went home. After all, the dorm was unbearably hot, and he missed his home's air conditioning. However, his hope for a good rest was dashed. As soon as he got home, Qidang smelled the choking smoke. His father had finally returned after months away and immediately brought friends over to gamble. Trying to ignore the noisy sounds, he went upstairs by himself. Qidang opened the two locks on his room door and shut himself inside. But even with the door closed, he could still smell the smoke, and even with headphones on, he could hear the noise from downstairs. The familiar feeling of disgust came rushing back. During a break to get water downstairs, Qi Zhang at the card table finally noticed his daughter had come home. With a cigarette in his mouth, he ordered, "Qitang, go order some dishes. Here's money." He reached out his hand. Qitang silently watched. Her father had just lost a round and angrily exhaled his cigarette smoke. "Money, money, money? You're already out of money and asking me for more? You haven't been home for months. Do I not need to eat? I don't have any money anyway. Qi Zhang cursed while pulling out several hundred-yuan bills from the table and threw them at her. Not enough. Qi Dang laughed coldly inside. Then, before her father could curse again, she quickly said, "Your friends are all eating here. I can't just order cheap food, can I?" Being face-conscious, he could only pull out a few more bills and slap them on the table. "Is that enough? Now go order the food." Clutching the stack of money, Qi Dang went upstairs thinking he probably hadn't been paid for his construction work, maybe even lost money. Otherwise, he wouldn't react like this when asked for money. It was always like this. He would likely start drinking heavily after this, having people over to waste time for long periods, living a life of debauchery. She casually ordered takeout with her phone. A message notification popped up in the WeChat group. Sure enough, it was Wei Xingxing's message. He was traveling with family and had just sent photos from their hotel. It's really not as good as its reputation. Completely different from the photos we saw before. So disappointing. Xia Yuanyuan was also complaining. I took special photos for my mom, over 2,000 of them. So tired. Looking through these messages, Qi Tong's mood improved slightly. The food arrived quickly. Downstairs was noisy with people eating. Qi Dang felt hungry too, but didn't want to go down and face those people. So she took out a chocolate bar from her cabinet and chewed on it. A moment later, she locked her door and pushed a chair against it. Qi Dang turned off the lights early and lay in bed. Scrolling through group messages, she saw Zhang Meng had posted a photo. He had just showered in the dorm and was eating snacks. In one corner of the photo was Yu Yu writing at his desk. She slowly zoomed in on the photo. For some reason, Qi Dang suddenly wanted to return to the dorm. Even without air conditioning, she wanted to go back. The next day at noon, the first floor was still filled with smoke. Having eaten only 2 chocolate bars in 2 days, Qi Dang was starving and had to go out for a meal. She wandered outside for a long time, returning only at dusk. Those people were still firmly seated at the card table. Men and women alike had sallow skin, sunken cheeks, and elongated eye bags that made them look like frightening creatures in the swirling smoke. Qi Dang quickly ran upstairs, ignoring them. But while unlocking her room door, a middle-aged man came out from another room. He looked Qi Dang up and down, greeting her with a smile. "Oh, you must be Boss Qi's daughter? How old are you now? In high school?" Qi Dang saw him approaching from behind. She instinctively got goosebumps. She turned the doorknob and entered her room, slamming the door shut without saying a word. Qi Dang was pretty, having been a beautiful young girl since she was 12 or 13. By then, her mother was rarely home, leaving her to live with a father who always brought his unsavory friends home. Some things were almost inevitable. Qi Dang still remembered the fear and disgust she felt when one of those uncles suddenly hugged her as she was returning to her room. She screamed loudly then, struggling desperately, which attracted others' attention and made the man let go. Most absurdly, after such an incident, nothing was done about it. Qi Dang had once confronted Qi Zhang. Other fathers protect their daughters. Why don't you? Are you really my father? But her father's face had turned ugly and annoyed, shouting back, "If I wasn't your father, I would have abandoned you long ago. Had enough drama? Nothing really happened. Stop embarrassing yourself." From that day on, Qi Dang understood that in this house, the only one who could protect her was herself. Later, whenever her father was home with his friends, she never dared to wear skirts, wearing only long pants even in summer. She even had to barricade the door to feel safe enough to sleep. Now that she's grown up, the former fears may have faded somewhat, but the scars left in her heart will never fade away. His daughter was almost molested by his friend, yet the man remained indifferent, even criticizing her for wearing such short shorts. It was raining outside. Qi Dang hid in her room, quietly watching the dorm group chat where her friends were sharing their travel plans, until Wei Xingxing called out to her. "Why aren't you talking, Qi Dang? Come chat with us." Qi Dang sent a period. Seeing her appear, everyone started chatting cheerfully again. Zhang Meng suddenly messaged, "Yu Yu asked me to send his regards to his dear deskmate. Have you been doing homework these days at home? Have you been eating well?" Qi Tong's scrolling hand paused. The newer messages pushed this one up, but she pulled it back down to look at it again. At the bottom, Zhang Meng posted a photo. Yo-Yu was sitting at his dorm desk, shyly looking at the camera with glasses on his face. He got glasses too, wanted to show his deskmate, and ask what you think. Wei Xingxing sent laughing emojis. Looks good. Style level up 100%. Wait, Yo-Yu, you can't play favorites. Why only ask Qi Dang and not us? Are we not worthy? Xia Yuanyuan quietly added, "Yeah, are we not worthy?" Zhang Meng laughed too. "I don't know if you're worthy or not. I'm just an emotionless message relay machine." Reading these messages, Qi Dang suddenly felt her eyes sting. She then sent a voice message. I want to go back to the dorm. Wei Xingxing complained. You really don't know how good you have it. Heaven knows how much I want to go home to play games and enjoy the air conditioning. They were all happy. No one noticed her bad mood. Zhang Ming's avatar appeared again. He also sent a voice message. When she played it, it was Yu Yu's voice. If you want to come back to the dorm, then come. It's a bit late though. Want me to come pick you up? Qitong's mood seemed to curve upward, as if being pulled up. She quickly typed, no need. I'm coming back to the dorm now. I'll rush back. 2.5 hours later, at Nanling First High School's gate, a red umbrella had been waiting for who knows how long. Qiding slowly approached through the night and rain, managing a slight smile only when she saw her deskmate. I think I came back to school around this time last year too. Does it always rain during the October holiday? She acted like nothing was wrong, but her clothes were damp with dark patches on her shoulders. Yo-Yu held the umbrella over her head as they walked side by side toward the dorm. Yo-Yu, I suddenly feel so useless. Yo-Yu observed her expression and thought before answering. Actually, from Earth's perspective, all humans are useless. Qiding looked confused. I watched a documentary that said humans are like viruses and pests on Earth, so I wondered if humans are useless to Earth. He asked very seriously, not at all like he was trying to change the subject with a meaningless question. Qiding found herself following his train of thought. Maybe we really are useless. Humans keep destroying the environment and ecology. Earth wouldn't be different with or without people. Yeah, I think so too. Yo-Yu sighed. Qiding found it somewhat amusing. Where did you watch that documentary? While tutoring a kid. He was doing homework, and I watched what his parents made him watch. It was interesting. I've watched many documentaries too about nature. You like watching these? Many people find them boring. They're educational. They discuss documentaries all the way back to the dorm. Zhang Ming, eating snacks, poked his head out from the upper bunk. Qiding, did you give up air conditioning and come back because you were too bored alone at home? Qiding just hummed in response, not wanting to say more. Sitting on Yo-Yu's bed, fanning herself with a plastic fan, she noticed the glasses on her deskmate's small desk. She picked them up and said to Yu, let me see you wear them. Yu leaned in, letting Qiding put them on him. In person, he looked more vivid than in the photo. Over the past year and more, Yu had changed a lot. He'd lost much of his restraint and insecurity. He was quickly becoming better. Now, wearing these glasses, he had an even more scholarly air about him. They sat on the bed for a while, neither speaking. In the whole dorm, only Zhang Ming's apple-crunching sounds could be heard. As he ate, he sensed something odd in the atmosphere. He looked strangely at his two roommates on the lower bunk opposite. Why suddenly so quiet? Qiding lazily fanned herself twice, stunned by Yo-Yu's beauty and glasses. Zhang Ming was still puzzled. Yo-Yu, aren't you doing test papers tonight? Taking a break tonight? Qiding was surprised. You actually know how to rest? Yo-Yu didn't answer, but Qiding became curious. I want to see what he's going to do, if not homework tonight. They watched as Yu rolled up his sleeves and cleaned his shoes, tidied up the dorm, then took a shower and washed his hair, even busier than when doing homework. Finally finished with everything, he pulled out a book from beside his bed and started reading. Qiding lay on the bed, poking his leg with her foot. Yu, what are you reading? Yu turned the cover towards her. The author was Shun Kongwen. Though it's a good work, most students wouldn't like reading this type. Yu understood Qitong's meaning and explained. Didn't the Chinese teacher recommend it? Required reading for high school students? I saw it at the house of the kid I'm tutoring. Qiding snorted. The Chinese teacher just mentioned it. Look, has anyone in our class actually read it? It doesn't hurt to read it. My composition isn't as good as yours. I can still improve. Reading more should help. There are many things I haven't read before. Never had the chance before. Should catch up now. Just having good grades doesn't seem enough. When he said just having good grades doesn't seem enough, Zhang Ming rolled his eyes. Zhang Ming looked innocent. Don't mind me when you talk. Just ignore me. Outside, the rain had stopped without anyone noticing. Yu was reading intently. When he came to, he found Qiding had fallen asleep on his bed. He took a blanket and gently covered her. Zhang Ming, reading a novel nearby, noticed this. Why did Qiding fall asleep on your bed? Wake her up. Let her sleep in her upper bunk. Yu shook his head. No need. I'll sleep in her bed later. But doesn't Qiding hate others touching her bed? Oh, I'm talking too much. You two are close. Like real sisters. If it's you, Yu, it should be fine. Yu smiled slightly, saying nothing. He just stared at the words in the book, somewhat distracted. This story should also count as a love story. But how did the characters in it know if they liked each other or not? Is it only between a man and a woman that feelings of love become particularly clear? Beside him, Chidang turned over, impatiently pushing off the blanket covering her stomach. She felt hot. Yoyu's mind went blank. When he came to his senses, he found himself holding the fan Chidang had used earlier, fanning her. He gazed at her for a while, then suddenly smiled. Zhang Meng, who had turned his head, caught this moment. So he asked, "What are you smiling at? Her face will definitely have bamboo mat marks tomorrow morning. What's so funny about that?" Thinking about it, there really wasn't anything funny, but the smile had just come naturally earlier. "Yayu, what are you smiling at? Chidang will definitely have bamboo mat marks on her face tomorrow." What's so funny about that? I don't know. The next morning, when Chidang woke up, looking at the bamboo mat marks on her face, she rubbed it for quite a while. Yu had to go tutoring, so with nowhere else to go, she chose to hang out at a nearby internet cafe. It was bad enough that people in the internet cafe were whistling, but they even came over to chat while she was gaming, asking if she wanted to team up. What's with all this carrying girls talk? Can't people just play games properly? Towards these strangers trying to chat her up, Chitang's attitude was simply get lost. Time passed quickly while gaming, and before she knew it, evening had come. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder. Chitang's first reaction was to turn around and glare, to see which dog was getting handsy. But she turned to see Yu. "Finished gaming? Let's go eat," and then head back to the dorm to rest. Putting back the mouse she was about to throw, Chidang nodded. "Yeah, I'm done. Let's go. What should we eat tonight?" "Haven't thought about it. What do you want?" "How about taking some barbecue back?" "Good. The three of us in the dorm will be lively." While eating barbecue, Chidang suddenly wondered, Yu, how did you know which internet cafe I was at? I checked several around here. Don't come looking for me next time. What if teachers living nearby come for a surprise inspection? They might think you're gaming like me. Yu said seriously, "I can tell the teachers I was there to research materials." Which teacher would believe such nonsense? Zhang Meng had just finished speaking, when both suddenly realized that if it came from Yoyu's mouth, teachers probably would believe it. After the National Day holiday, intense study days resumed. Seeing Yoyu organizing a mountain of books in front of him, it was quite a sight. They sighed, thinking who could have imagined all those terrifying practice papers were gifts from Chidang. Xia Yuanyuan said relievedly, "Good thing our birthdays are already over. So when choosing a desk mate, you should choose someone like Yu, not like Chidang." Just the thought of getting practice papers as gifts is scary. If it wasn't Yu who could handle this, that friendship would have ended long ago. Chidang turned to look at him. "Don't expect me to bring barbecue tonight." Wei Xingxing immediately changed his tune. "I'm just kidding. A quality deskmate like you can only be matched with our class's top student, Yu. Supreme enjoyment failed. Yu, tell the truth. Are you happy being deskmates with our Chidang? Yu didn't stop what he was doing and nodded. "Happy," Xia Yuanyuan quickly whispered. Yu's been coerced. "Just blink if you need help." "I heard everything." Xia Yuanyuan and Chidang stood up, pulling at sleeves. "Watch how I deal with you too." "Ah, your majesty, spare us." Yu watched them horsing around, thinking that although Chidang hadn't said it, it was clear she really liked this class and dorm. With more friends to talk to, she had become happier too. That was really wonderful. The happy moments of joking around during breaks passed quickly. Most class times were boring. The only things everyone looked forward to were the weekly breaks and various school activities, big and small. Like this year's autumn school trip. This year, the school decided to let each class propose their own autumn trip destination. The class monitor would organize it. During class meeting, after the teacher made the announcement, he went aside to drink tea. Wei Xingxing went up to the podium with a bright smile. "Let's first discuss freely and submit locations, then we'll vote together. Are there any places you want to go?" "I'm fine with anything, since I've been to all the big and small attractions in Nanling. Does Chidang have any preferences?" I was about to say. Suddenly Chidang remembered that evening returning to the dorm. Yu seemed curious about rainforests and deserts. So she turned to ask Lu Ji, "That park you mentioned before, the one that introduced many subtropical plants and cacti, what was it called?" "Dongshan Botanical Garden." "Okay then, I vote for Dongshan Botanical Garden." Wei Xingxing on stage smiled broadly and started urging, Quick, does anyone have other autumn trip destinations in mind? We're about to vote." 10 minutes later, the final vote came down to Dongshan Botanical Garden and Bean Sprout Mountain. Now both places had equal votes. What should we do? Vote again? Wait, Yu hasn't voted yet. Right, Yu's been keeping count. He hasn't voted. Yu faced everyone's gaze. silently. He added a stroke to the tally mark next to Dongshan Botanical Garden. And so, Class 2-3's autumn trip destination was decided. In Dorm 501, Lu Ji was the only one who had been to Dongshan Botanical Garden. His home was quite close to school, so he often went home to stay. He wasn't very active in the dorm, but got along well with the others. That evening during dorm chat, he told the others about the worthwhile spots in Dongshan Botanical Garden. It was a National 5, a level scenic spot, with its entrance halfway up the mountain, occupying the entire mountaintop area, divided into many different botanical zones. The most worth visiting was the glass exhibition hall on the mountain, which had many rare and unusual plants, including some endangered species. But to get up there, the road spiraled upward. The winding bus ride could easily cause motion sickness. Hearing Lu Ji say this, Zhang Ming's face fell. Oh no, I get really bad motion sickness. Wei Xingxing came over to comfort him. Don't worry, my cousin is a doctor and knows very effective motion sickness medicine. It'll definitely work. Yoyu quickly spoke up. I get motion sickness too. If you have this medicine, please bring an extra dose. Wei Xingxing readily agreed. Sure, I'll bring extra. Don't worry. By the way, Qidang, do you get bad motion sickness? Qidang finally spoke. Not severe. It's nothing. Yu didn't say anything more. Qitang's motion sickness was actually severe, but she didn't like admitting her weaknesses or letting others take care of her. Zhang Yang looked up at Qidang, then suddenly poked his head out with sharp, slightly fierce eyes, clearly meaning, don't say anymore. Ah, that's kind of cute. Ah, what flower is this? I don't know what tree this is. I don't know this one either. Don't know. I was going to say, there's a sign here with the name. Look, there's a sign, and you still ask me? Are you teasing me? On the autumn trip day, the weather wasn't great. After queuing to enter Dongshan Botanical Garden, Teacher Ke realized they were like unleashed mythical beasts, impossible to control, so he gave up trying. After saying a few words, he let everyone go their own way. Yoyu went along with his dormmates. Led by Lu Ji, they chattered as they walked up a stone path, planning to see the glass greenhouse first. Lush flowers and grass grew along both sides of the path. Yu didn't recognize many of them. He curiously looked at all the flowers, grass, and trees, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. As they walked, he and Qidang fell behind the others by quite a distance. While walking, Yu looked up to watch the raindrops hitting his transparent umbrella and the flowing water droplets. Glancing sideways, he saw a small path marked to Chrysanthemum Garden. He suddenly reached out to grab his classmate's hand. Meeting Yuyu's questioning look, he quietly shushed. It was just the season for chrysanthemums to start blooming. As they walked in, they saw different varieties of chrysanthemums every few steps, in all sizes and colors. So many beautiful ones. Looking at the sea of flowers covering nearly every space, Yuyu's eyes couldn't take it all in. He kept exclaiming to Qidang, "Look, there are even green chrysanthemums." Qidang had seen chrysanthemum shows before and wasn't as excited. Too bad it's raining. These chrysanthemums would look even better on a sunny day. He crouched down to take some photos. Yuyu curiously asked, "These chrysanthemums are so beautiful, but why don't they have a fragrance? They're already so pretty, and you want them to be fragrant too? That's asking too much. Maybe they don't want to be fragrant," Qidang said seriously, making things up. Yuyu nodded earnestly. You're right." After chatting about random nonsense, they finished touring the chrysanthemum garden and headed to the next spot. The paths here led in all directions, and instead of going back, they kept moving forward. After walking for a while, Qidang suddenly caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance. Following the scent, he walked in a certain direction with Yuyu following behind. Soon they arrived at the orchid and osmanthus garden. Besides osmanthus, there were orchids here too, though unfortunately, it wasn't orchid blooming season. They only saw various orchid plants with their slender leaves. The osmanthus flowers weren't as bright and eye-catching as chrysanthemums, but their fragrance was impossible to ignore. "Hey, don't pick those," Yoyu said as he saw Qidang reaching out to pick some. But Qidang was quick and plucked a cluster of small white osmanthus flowers. After smelling them, he found the fragrance too strong and couldn't take it. So he deliberately tossed the small flowers at Yuyu, laughing mischievously as Yuyu helplessly closed his eyes to avoid the rain of osmanthus flowers. Yuyu opened his eyes and patted his head. Not sure if any flowers were stuck there, he wanted to say something to Qidang, but he saw that Qidang had already walked away with his transparent umbrella. steps light and quick. Next was the bonsai garden. The layout resembled a Jiangnan garden, with artificial mountains, ponds, pavilions, and towers. The bonsai were cleverly placed throughout the garden, creating elegant scenery everywhere. A huge potted plant with pink flowers sat on a large rock. Seeing Qiding reach out, Yu thought he was going to pick flowers again and hurriedly called out, "You really can't pick those." Qiding replied exasperatedly, "I wasn't going to. There's a pavilion up there. Let's go look." Perhaps afraid of being stopped again and wanting to pick flowers even more, Yu took his deskmate's hand and walked up. They walked around the small pavilion at the top and took a couple of scenic photos. Coming down, Qiding suggested, "We've seen most of the garden area. Should we go to the greenhouse next? Is it far from here? Doesn't seem too far. I saw a sign earlier." Just as he said this, Yu wasn't paying attention and slipped, about to fall forward. Qiding quickly reached out to pull him back when he saw him falling. As a result, while Yu managed to stay upright, Qiding fell instead. "Qiding, are you okay?" Qitong's hands were scraped from bracing against the ground, and his knee was also injured. He was only wearing thin pants, and blood was slowly seeping through, creating a dark spot on his jeans at the knee. "Can you stand up?" "Yes." Yu helped him to a nearby corridor to sit down and slowly rolled up Qitong's pant leg. The scrape wasn't too serious, but it was still bleeding. "Let's contact the teacher and ask if there's a service center nearby where we can clean the wound." Yu pulled out tissues from his pocket and wiped the blood on the knee. "It's not necessary. It's not serious. It'll stop bleeding soon." Yu looked worried. "No, you clearly can't walk like this. I'll go find Teacher Ku and see if we can go back to school." "I said it's fine." Qiding frowned at him, standing up to walk. "Wait!" Yu called out. He could clearly see Qiding limping with pain when he put weight on that foot. Qiding ignored him, not only walking oddly forward, but also trying to pull his pants down. "Don't pull your pants down." Yu became anxious. Okay, I won't find Teacher Ku. Just sit down and rest. Don't touch your knee. I want to see the greenhouse." "But your leg is injured." When Qiding really wanted to do something, nothing could stop him. Yu understood his personality by now. He avoided saying things like "you can't walk," afraid that Qiding would become more stubborn and try to walk 3 kilometers just to prove a point. Thinking of this, Yu turned around and crouched down. "Then let me carry you." Qiding raised an eyebrow. "You carry me?" "I can carry you. Don't worry," Yu said with a smile. "When I was little, I used to carry water. I could carry 2 big buckets at once." Qiding looked at the shoulders in front of him, which were about the same width as his own, and remained still. "Do you still need to carry water? Don't you have running water?" He had never seen such truly impoverished villages. So many things were hard to understand or imagine even after hearing about them. Yu told him, "Our village didn't get running water until I was 11. Before that, we had to carry water from elsewhere." "Before age 11? You could carry water at such a young age. Once you get used to it, you can carry heavy things regularly. Your strength builds up. Trust me, I'm definitely stronger than you. Let me try carrying you," Yu urged. Qiding hesitantly climbed onto his back. The girl's shoulders were neither broad nor thick, as slender as a bamboo shoot. But she carried him steadily, seemingly without much effort. "It's quite far to the greenhouse from here. It's fine, like you said, if we get tired, we can stop and rest. No rush." Feeling tired halfway, Yu set Qiding down, and they sat resting on a small stone bridge. Where they stopped, there were several tall, red maple trees, towering above the path, forming a canopy of red clouds. Qiding sat on the railing with his knee exposed, raising his phone to photograph the red leaves above, leaning slightly backward. Yu sat beside him, quietly placing a hand behind his back to prevent him from falling backward. After resting, Qiding put away his phone and pressed his knee to check it. "It's not bleeding anymore. I can walk slowly by myself." Without saying anything else, Yu just bent down to carry him again. Qiding resigned himself. "If you get tired, put me down again." One person carrying another, the rolled-up umbrella, and the injured leg all swaying gently. As they walked through the woods, they soon heard Wei Xingxing's voice from behind. "Qiding, Yu, what's wrong with you two?" He jogged up to them, followed by Hype and several other boys. "What happened?" "Qiding, did you hurt your leg? Can't you walk now?" Faced with so many eyes, Qiding tried hard to downplay it. "It's nothing, just scrape my knee a bit." "That looks serious though. Must hurt, right?" "Really, it's fine. We're still planning to go to the greenhouse." Wei Qingqing thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, Teacher Ku should be there. and there's a service center too. She waved to the three boys behind her. Hype, quick, come help carry him. When Yu heard this, she immediately said, no need, I can manage. Feng Ruibai stepped forward. Let me carry him. This kind of physical work should be left to boys. You go rest. The other two boys, seeing the faint redness on Hype's face, teased and chimed in with winks. Yeah, let Hype take over. Hype would definitely be happy to help a classmate. Always ready to help, right? Ha ha. This meaningful teasing made the atmosphere quite lively. Logically, Yu should step aside to rest and let the eager Hype take over. But neither Yu nor Qidang said anything, and Yu showed no intention of putting Qidang down. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. The two carefree boys couldn't keep laughing anymore. They were confused. Why wouldn't Qidang let Hype carry him? Wei Xingxing was also puzzled, looking at them both questioningly. At this moment, Qidang slowly wrapped his arms around Yu's neck and said softly, Yu carrying me is fine. Hearing this, Yu adjusted Qitang's position on his back. She continued walking forward. The others could only follow beside them. 10 minutes later, Yu was clearly tired. Hype, who had hesitated several times to speak, finally couldn't hold back. Let me carry Qidang. Aren't you tired? Yu shook her head. It's fine. I'm not tired. Wei Xingxing couldn't understand what they were fussing about. She asked the two, Qidang, do you not want Hype to carry you? He's just trying to help. You don't need to reject him like this. But no matter what she said, Qidang just had one answer. But Yu is carrying you and has to walk such a long way. It's too tiring, and girls aren't as strong as boys. Yu still shook her head. I can manage. The other two boys, seeing this scene, started muttering, what's going on with Qidang? Does he not understand Hype's intentions? No way. We were being so obvious. Shut up, all of you. Hype punched his two friends. He thought perhaps Qidang was upset because of their teasing. I remember he hates it most when boys show ambiguous attitudes. The group finally arrived at the greenhouse. Wei Xingxing took them to the service center first to treat the wound. Once away from Hype and the other boys' sight, she couldn't hold back anymore. Grabbing Qitang's hand, she exclaimed, Qitang, you fool. Can't you see Hype has a crush on you? He'd be more than happy to carry you. But you insisted on Yu doing it. Now you've missed a great chance to get together. Qidang had no reaction. Yu was stunned for a moment. Feng Ruibai likes Qidang? Yu, you didn't notice? No, I knew. That's why I didn't want him to carry me. Qidang looked down at his knee, expression somewhat annoyed. At this age, young teens' hearts were full of budding emotions, and they especially love gossip about relationships. Xia Yuanyuan leaned in to ask, you really have no interest in her? Is it because she's too dark? No reason. I just don't like him. The glass exhibition greenhouse didn't disappoint. Different plants grew in several separated areas. Because of Qitang's injured knee, Yu stayed by his side. They didn't walk through the entire greenhouse. They briefly looked at other areas, but spent most of their time in the succulent section. Yu crouched there looking at various size cacti. Whenever she found a flower, she would share it with Qidang, who would then take a photo of it. When Wei Xingxing came as class monitor to gather everyone for the return trip, she saw Qidang holding on to Yu, hopping energetically. That's our Qidang, looking cool even while hopping on one leg. That evening after the autumn trip, Dorm 501 started their usual gossip session. Love can start unexpectedly and grow deep, or it can be deep from the start. When you don't like someone, you just don't like them. Yeah, though I want to date, I won't just settle for anyone. The boys in our class are too immature. I prefer mature types. Weijia, who do you like? My middle school homeroom teacher. 30 years old, gentle and refined, wore glasses. Ha, just kidding. Don't make a fuss. If you understand all this so well, why did you try to get Hype to carry Qidang today? Qidang doesn't like him anyway. I mainly thought Yu couldn't manage it. Besides, Hype has had a crush on Qidang for over a year. I thought Qidang didn't dislike Hype, so I wanted them to try. I'm not interested in Hype. What gave you that impression? I noticed by comparison. You usually ignore most boys in our class, but you occasionally talk to Hype in PE class. And when we had class gatherings, you came when Hype asked. I noticed the difference. I talked to him to borrow badminton rackets. I went to gatherings because I was bored. It had nothing to do with him. Oh no, Hype seemed to think you were interested in him too. Poor thing, such a nice boy, just misunderstood things. Haha, Weijie. By your logic, Qidang must like Yu the most, then us dormmates. Hype would have to get in line way behind. Silly, girls don't count. Actually, I think Luigi might like hypey a bit. What? Luigi likes hypey? How come I didn't know? She'll lower your voice. She's home today, so I'll tell you secretly. Hypey often comes to hang out here, right? He's too shy to talk to Chi-Ding, so he jokes around with Luigi instead. This indirectly led Luigi to think Hypey might be interested in her. That's awkward. I had a friend before whose crush liked me. We stopped talking much after that, and now we've lost contact. I also had a good friend. We both liked the same boy in class, but friendship was more important. So we agreed to both stop liking that boy. Teenage feelings are so complicated. You like him, he likes someone else. When you say you like someone, you really like them, and when you don't, you really don't. You're speaking in tongue twisters. Yu, why are you so quiet? Are you asleep? Yu, is there anyone you like? No need to ask Yu. Even if we all fall in love, Yu probably won't. I think so too. I feel like Yu will be career-focused in the future. The type who loves studying more than men. Damn men, go away and don't interfere with my studies. Like that, huh? What does it mean to like someone? Something's up. Yu, tell us the truth. What's wrong? Asking this kind of question clearly means there's someone you like. Yeah, it's exactly like in shoujo manga. The female lead says, I don't know what it means to like someone, and then thinks of the male lead. Isn't that love? Isn't that what makes your heart flutter? Haha, so who did you think of just now? Is it someone from our class? No, that's not it. You all talk like love experts, but none of you have dated. You're all just making things up. But I've read many manga. Everything I say has basis. I've read many novels. I've heard lots of gossip. What's with that cold attitude? Don't tell me you have more experience than us. Never mind. Let's sleep. In the end, everyone forgot to pressure Yu, but his question remained unanswered. While others gradually fell asleep, he remained wide awake. At that moment, there was a sound of Chi-Ding turning over in the upper bunk. Is it him? Is it not him? What? Be careful when you sleep. Don't hurt your knee. After the autumn trip, Yu suddenly became much busier. Not only was he self-studying during and between classes, but he also frequently went to the office during lunch breaks and evening study sessions. His seat was often empty. Apparently, Teacher Ku was giving him extra lessons. They say he's already finished this semester's math and is studying next semester's content. Why? Teacher Ku must really like him. Is he planning to skip grades? Class 3 students who didn't know the details had various speculations, but Chi-Ding knew the truth. He remembered asking him during yesterday's PE class how his competition preparation was going. Teacher Ku says I started too late. My current knowledge isn't enough. It might be tough to participate in national math competitions, but if I work hard now, I could place well in the grade-level competition. When Yu talked about this, though he looked tired, his expression was happy and expectant. It sounds difficult, but you can do it. I've never met a smarter student than you. Those smarter than you aren't as hardworking, and those more hardworking aren't as smart as you. Yu, holding the test papers teacher Ku gave him exclusively, smiled and shook his head. There are many people smarter than me, many more hardworking than me, and even more who are both smarter and more hardworking. My starting point is low. If I want to place, I need to work harder. Looking at his expression, Chi-Ding thought that perhaps the most capable people in the world are those who don't think they're capable. The autumn days became more sunny. Scattered sunlight danced on the girl's face. Anyway, I'm sure you'll get first place. Yu showed a slightly embarrassed expression. I probably won't get first place. Teacher Ku says second or third place would be very good. Chi-Ding laughed. If someone as amazing as Yu couldn't get first place, she couldn't imagine what kind of monsters were participating in these competitions. Just do your best. I'll support you. Such quiet moments chatting with her deskmate during PE class would never come again. Yu squeezed every minute of his time. All self-study periods, PE classes, and other less important subjects became time for him to study with Teacher Ku in the office. Chi-Ding would occasionally hang out with Wei, Xingxing, and others. But most of the time, he returned to being alone. He often thought that compared to Yu's focused busyness, his own routine studying seemed like a waste of time, especially when stuck on practice problems. After evening self-study, no one stayed behind to study independently. Everyone left quickly. Some went home, others to their dorms. Walking among the crowd, Chi-Ding looked up and saw the light still on in Teacher Ku's office. He knew Yu would be studying there until late. When Yu returned to the dorm, Chi-Ding was usually already lying in bed, preparing to sleep. Sometimes when he wasn't asleep, he'd feel someone adjusting his blanket, but he'd ignore them and pretend to be sleeping. But the more he did this, the more Chi-Ding felt his irritation was unreasonable. The person in the lower bunk sat on the bed, rustling about, doing something unknown. He seemed to sigh. Then suddenly 2 earphones fell down. Yu picked them up and put them on, listening to music. He lightly tapped the guardrail with his pen. The pen was snatched away. He stood at the bed's edge. What are you doing? Fishing. Yu laughed at this joke, but tried not to laugh too loudly, afraid of waking others. Cheating reached out and took off his earphones. He pulled his blanket back and turned away. Are you unhappy? Yu asked softly. Cheating put his hand on his head. Go to sleep quickly. No more talking. The next morning during self-study, when Yu sat down at his desk as usual, he picked up his Chinese textbook and suddenly found something underneath. It was a paper boat, folded from ordinary homework paper. Who's so bored? Cheating thought as he unfolded it, finding little fish drawn inside. Oh, so these are the fish I caught with the earphones last night. He refolded the boat and casually tucked it into his deskmate's pile of books, then took it out again moments later. He folded another paper fish and put it in the paper boat. Soon it was time for the autumn-winter sports meet again. Unlike the enthusiasm for participating in high school first year, by second year, except for those few with strong collective honor and who enjoyed such activities, most people didn't want to move much. If left to volunteer, probably few would participate. So during this week's class meeting, class monitor Wei Xingxing walked in with a big box. This time, we'll draw lots for sports meet events. Everyone will draw according to their student number. Whatever you draw is what you get. It's fair and just. Even if you draw something you don't want to do, no complaining. We're not first years anymore. Accept your fate. Honor the draw. Okay, someone couldn't help asking, but what if we really draw something we don't want to do? You can swap with others if they're willing. The drawing went quickly. Finally, everyone got their slips. Cheating held a blank slip, thinking that since the math competition and sports meet were around the same time, Yu probably couldn't participate. Just then, Xia Yuanyuan behind him cried out, "Oh no! Yao died." Really ris. Zhang Ming also said dejectedly, "Shot put, it's over." Wei Xingxing was already set for badminton, and as class monitor, he drew an extra slip and got sprinting. Most classmates, though reluctant, accepted their draws with sighs. Only one girl looked at her slip with reddening eyes. I can't run. I really can't. Can I swap with someone? Her deskmate was a boy, who was also her boyfriend. They were one of the well-known couples in class 3. Seeing his girlfriend about to cry, he immediately said, "Don't cry, baby. I'll swap with you." "How can you swap with me for the women's long-distance run?" The boy hadn't thought it through. Wei Xingxing joined in. What's there to worry about? We'll put makeup on him, add a wig, dress him up as a girl, and it'll be fine. The whole class was stunned by the monitor's outrageous suggestion. After a moment of silence, they started discussing. Not bad. He'll need to wear a skirt too. That'll be more convincing. That won't work. Li Yuanju is too tall. It's not suitable. I think it might work. The school's sports meet inspections aren't that strict. Didn't we have substitute runners last year? The girl looked at her boyfriend beside her, thought of something, and suddenly burst into laughter. Li Yuanju's face turned from red to white. Can we really do this? Of course not. I was obviously joking. Wei Xingxing rolled his eyes. We're not blind. With your build and height, would anyone believe you're a girl? After evening self-study, the girl went to Wei Xingxing's seat again, teary-eyed. Monitor, please be flexible. I really can't do long-distance running. I have asthma. It could trigger an attack. Wei Xingxing took her long-distance running slip. All right, you can help with logistics instead. Thank you, monitor. After she left, Cheating watched the monitor about to put away the slip and asked, "Are you going to run this yourself? What else can I do? No one wants this event, but you already have 2 events. The capable should do more. That's what being a monitor means." Xia Yuanyuan and Zhang Ming kept consoling, leading by example. That's our Wei Jia. Wei Jia, eat well to keep up your strength. Cheating reached out and took the long-distance running slip from Wei Xingxing, putting it in his pencil case. Wei Xingxing was stunned, then smiled brightly and grabbed his arm. "Oh my God, Cheating, you'll do the long-distance run? You're so considerate of your sister. I can't guarantee placement. It's fine, we don't care about placement. Cheating, you're the best. I'll treat you to spicy strips or cola. Come on, after lights out tonight." Yu came back late, as usual. When he learned Cheating would participate in long-distance running, he paused. "On the sports meet day, I have to go to another school for a competition. I can't join you for the long run." "It's okay. You ran alone last year too. I'll try to make it back to cheer for you." Cheating gently patted his deskmate's head. "You focus on your competition." Jitao, what are you doing? Leaving such a big footprint on his white shoes. He's helping me get first place. On the sports meet day, several people in 501 got up early. They were busy preparing in the dorm. Yu was also preparing to go to the competition venue. Good luck with your race. Good luck with your competition too. After saying this, Cheating suddenly beckoned with his finger. Yu walked over. Cheating stepped on his shoe, then waved and left. Looking at the footprint on his white shoe, Yu was stunned, then smiled. Wei Xingxing, who witnessed this, was confused. Why did Qidang suddenly step on your foot? Did you two fight? He stepped on your shoe, and you're smiling at such a big footprint. Yu shook his head and explained, no, Qidang is helping me get first place. On the sports field, cheers broke through the sky. In the math competition room, it was completely silent. Qidang moved around the track, bringing water to Wei Xingxing and cheering for Zhang Ming. Yu sat in an unfamiliar classroom, examining the test questions. He began writing. When the announcement for the women's 3,000-meter came over the broadcast in the afternoon, Qidang got up to prepare. The sun was strong. He stood on the track. Wei Xingxing and others stood in the inner lane with water, ready to help at any moment, very nervous. Qidang glanced at the iron frames around the track and steadied his breathing. A gunshot rang out. Everyone sprinted forward as the audience in the stands began cheering. Especially Hype, Class 3 sports representative, who stood at the front waving a red flag from who knows where, shouting "Go Qidang" until his voice cracked. Behind him, Class 3 students started out chaotic and noisy, but their cheering eventually became synchronized, drawing attention from others. Students from other classes curiously asked who Qidang was. Should be the one running in third place. Their class monitor is giving water on the side. Wow, they look pretty good. In the final stage of the 3,000 meters, after several laps, Qidang was breathing heavily, his steps becoming very heavy. Looking ahead, he suddenly glimpsed another shadow running beside him. On white shoes, there was a faint gray footprint. As he rushed toward the finish line, Qidang's body suddenly lurched forward as he relaxed. Just as he was about to fall, a pair of hands steadied him just in time. After catching his breath for a while, Qidang slowly spoke. Now the footprints are symmetrical. Despite being drenched in sweat, he was smiling. Glad I made it. In the evening, Wei Xingxing took all 4 dorm mates out for barbecue to celebrate Qidang's third place. Though it had been a while since they'd hung out together, everyone quickly warmed up once they started chatting. Wei Xingxing sneakily brought over some drinks while ordering. Guess what I got? Qidang glanced and scoffed. Just beer, right? How did you buy it? The barbecue shop doesn't sell to students. I bought it from the grocery store nearby. Told them it was for my dad. Wei Xingxing grinned. Come on, one can each. Xia Yuan hesitated. Drinking? I've never done it before. Will I get drunk? Zhang Ming clearly hadn't drunk before either, but didn't say so, just nervously glancing toward the school gate. This place is too close to school. If a teacher comes to check, we'll all get caught. Don't worry. Drink if you want to, Wei Xingxing said, looking at Yu. Yu, will you drink? Qidang smirked. He had an impressive alcohol tolerance and had been drinking since childhood, better than all of them. The other 3 were stunned. We never knew you were like this, Yu. Everyone opened their can and took a sip. Qidang and Yu remained expressionless, while Zhang Ming and Xia Yuan weren't used to the bitter taste. What's this taste? Not very good. It's bitter and sour. All beer tastes like this. You'll get used to it. As they ate barbecue and watched others drink, Xia Yuan and Zhang Ming couldn't resist taking more sips, eventually finishing their cans. Will they get drunk? Shouldn't be possible from just one can. Wei Xingxing suggested, let's walk around later to help them sober up before heading back. Back in the dorm, Xia Yuan had actually gotten drunk from just one can of beer and was even snoring softly. Wei Xingxing sat beside her, mischievously pinching her nose and trying not to laugh. You should go to sleep too. We have class tomorrow. Happy times are so short. After the sports meet, everyone returned to their tense study atmosphere. The weather started turning cold. Taking advantage of the weekend, Qidang, who hadn't been home for a long time, went back to get some winter clothes. However, when he stood at his front door, he found his key wouldn't open it. He wondered if they'd changed the lock or the door, or if his father had moved and new residents had changed the lock, making his key useless. He knocked hard on the door. After a moment, a strange woman's voice came from inside. Who is it? The door opened, and a fashionably dressed woman in her 20s came out. She looked him over and suddenly smiled. Are you Qidang? Why are you home? Is school on break? Hearing her say his name, Qidang understood immediately, but still tried to remain polite as he asked, Who are you, and why are you in my house? I'm your Aunt Sue. I'll be living here from now on. Living here? Qidang walked in and glanced around, noticing many things have been changed. He asked again to confirm the door's been changed, and the lock too. The young woman calling herself Aunt Sue replied smugly, Yes, your father changed them when I first came here. He hadn't changed the locks since buying this place. It wasn't safe. Just as Qi Dang was about to go upstairs, he ran into Qi Zhang coming down yawning. Who is she? On Shu Xiaoshuang. She used to live in Beijing. She's pregnant now, so I brought her here. We'll get married after the baby is born. Qi Dang fell silent, not knowing what to say. The name sounded familiar. Then he remembered. Over 2 years ago, before his parents' divorce, Qi Zhang had been involved with this woman. She was his mistress. Qi Dang found it somewhat amusing. Wasn't he supposed to be infertile? How could he get someone pregnant now? No wonder he brought her home. He must be desperate for a son. He pushed open the door and went in. Qi Dang looked around. He could tell his bedroom had been touched too. He took out his suitcase and packed all his important belongings. As he went downstairs, Aunt Sue asked with fake politeness, "Oh, you're leaving already? Won't you stay for a meal?" Qi Dang didn't answer. He went straight to Qi Zhang and said, "I'm out of money." Qi Zhang, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, reluctantly pulled out some money and handed it over. He gave the money promptly, and Qi Dang left just as promptly. However, just as he reached the door, he heard Aunt Sue complaining to his father. Does Qi Dang have something against me? He comes home without greeting anyone, takes money, and leaves. What kind of daughter acts like this? After trying to hold back, Qi Dang couldn't resist. He turned back and kicked the shoe cabinet hard. He sneered, "I don't have anything against you specifically. I have issues with all mistresses who act like they own someone else's home. I might not be a good daughter, but who are you to judge me? Go ask your father if he'd praise you as a good daughter for being a mistress to a man decades older than you." After saying this, both people inside became angry. Before they could react, Qi Dang quickly closed the door and ran off with his suitcase. "Why did you bring money to school?" "Because home is annoying." "That's good. We can chat when we're bored." "Yeah, I brought my thumb piano too." Ikan praktice. When Qi Dang appeared at the dorm door with all his bags, everyone was surprised. "Qi Dang, why did you bring so much stuff back? You even brought your instrument? Such a cultured person. How about we have a dorm concert tonight?" Qi Dang sat heavily on Yoyu's bed and sighed deeply, his heart heavy despite their warmth. Seeing this, Wei Xingxing quickly came forward to ask what was wrong. "You look completely deflated, Qi Dang." He had never told them about his family situation before, finding it hard to talk about. But seeing their concerned looks from 3 directions, he naturally opened up. "I just went home and found my father's mistress living there, pregnant." "What? A mistress? This sounds like something from a melodramatic novel. Life is always more dramatic than novels, isn't it? What will you do? You're getting a stepmother and a brother or sister. Be careful, Qi Dang." "It's okay. After my parents' divorce, I stayed with my mom." Everyone turned to look at Zhang Meng. "Why are you looking at me? Look at Qi Dang." Qi Dang sat up, crossed his arms, and smirked. "My father was previously diagnosed as infertile. He's marrying her now because the baby might be a boy. But I think maybe the child isn't even his." Xia Yuan was shocked. "That's possible? The adult world is too chaotic and evil. I don't care what they do anymore. I brought all my important things back here. Let them ruin whatever they want," Qi Dang said as he put his suitcase under Yu's bed. As he was climbing to the upper bunk with his instrument case, Wei Xingxing grabbed him. "Qi Dang, you can play music? Play something for us, sister." "It's just a ukulele." Seeing his 3 roommates' expectant faces, Qi Tong's gloomy mood was swept away like dead leaves in a sudden breeze. His heart brightened up. "All right then." Tired from carrying books and papers, Yu heard music faintly while climbing the stairs. He thought someone was playing music in one of the rooms, but as he reached his dorm, the sound became clearer. The familiar music made him lean against the doorframe, listening quietly until the last note faded. Inside, Wei Xingxing and others applauded. Yu pushed open the door and entered. "Yu, you're back. Must be tired from studying all day. Come, let Qi Dang refresh your mind and soul with music." "Yu, you missed it. Your desk mate just sang 2 songs. Quick, ask Qi Dang to play another one. He's being stingy. Only performed twice after much persuasion." Yu just smiled without speaking. Sitting on his bed, he looked at him. "Why did you bring your instrument to school?" Qi Dang moved slightly, making space. "Because home is annoying." "That's good. You can play when you're bored. Just now when I played briefly, people from other dorms came to watch. If we hadn't locked the door, we'd have been surrounded. You'll definitely play for more people in the future. You'll have to get used to being watched." "That's annoying." "Then just play for as few people first." Listening to them talk back and forth, Zhang Meng couldn't stand it anymore. As soon as Yu comes back, he starts chatting with Qi Dang like we don't exist. I suspect they're flirting. At these words, Wei Xingxing and Xia Yuanyuan looked at her. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm joking. Don't be jealous. There's a proper order to things. After all, Yoyu is the empress, so it's normal for him to be more favored. Wei Xingxing looked towards Yoyu. Where did our empress go? To take a shower. Qidang climbed back to his upper bunk with his instrument. Qidang, play more. I haven't heard enough. Qidang ignored them and put away his ukulele. Then he took out a thumb piano. Yuan's wailing stopped. What's that? Ite's a thumb piano. Qidang, you can play that too? Yeah, let me find the right tune. Yoyu was in the bathroom, lost in thought as he heard two tigers being played outside. The mirror reflected his wet hair and face. Without his glasses, everything looked blurry, as if covered in mist. The mirror was also foggy, making it hard to see himself clearly. Yoyu wiped the mirror surface to make his vision a bit clearer. He wrote Qidang on it. Outside, Qidang switched to playing Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star, so he drew a little star next to Qitang's name. Though studying hard every day was tiring, seeing Qidang happy made the fatigue disappear. Yoyu couldn't help thinking that his singing and playing really gave people strength. As he'd said before, if he wanted to take care of someone like Qitang, he'd have to work hard together with him. After the monthly exam before the break, it was time for the annual New Year's party. With Wei Xingxing as class monitor, the party was bound to be interesting. Zhang Ming, our arts committee member, prepare a performance. Don't laugh, Happy, you need to do one too. Do a singing performance. Qitang, I finally got funding from Teacher Ko. If the New Year's party isn't good, I'll lose face as class monitor. Unable to resist Wei Xingxing's persistence, Qidang finally agreed. Fine, I'll perform. How about you perform before me? Wei Xingxing nodded without hesitation. Sure, my name means execution. What's there to fear? But we've agreed now, no backing out. I keep my word. I won't back out. Sitting back in his seat, Qidang looked at his deskmate. Though Yoyu was quietly solving problems as usual, Qidang could sense that he seemed a bit unsettled. Was it because of last year, when his father showed up at the New Year's party? That was indeed like a nightmare. Thinking this, Qidang knocked on the desk. We need to decorate the classroom for the New Year's party. Sister Wei is overwhelmed. Let's go help. Yoyu looked up and mumbled an okay. On New Year's Eve, Wei Xingxing brought large speakers from home, along with 2 disco balls. She also took Hype with her to borrow a small platform, which they placed at the front of the classroom to make a small stage. Qidang was recruited to blow up balloons. After struggling to inflate just one, his cheeks were already sore. He quickly tied the balloon tightly with string. Turning his head, he saw his deskmate staring at the inflated balloon, lost in thought. Qidang tapped the pink heart-shaped balloon on Yoyu's head. He reached out his hand, and Yoyu obediently followed. Qidang took his hand and tied the balloon to his wrist. The New Year's party is about to start. Hurry up and blow more balloons. Don't be lazy. 2.5 minutes later, the venue was finally decorated. As the disco balls were turned on, class monitor Wei Xingxing stood on stage with a long balloon microphone and announced, I declare the class 2 to 3 New Year's party officially open. First, I'll sing a song to warm up the atmosphere. Everyone give me some applause. Qidang was dumbfounded in the audience, thinking if Sister Wei was opening, he must be next. Soon the warm-up song ended. Wei Xingxing continued hosting. Next, let's welcome Qidang to perform a ukulele song. Everyone, give him a warm round of applause. Because the lights were off, the classroom was dim. Hearing his classmates' wild cheering, Qidang reluctantly went on stage with his ukulele. Wei Xingxing thoughtfully brought him a chair to sit on. What song will Qidang sing? Someone asked from below. Qidang strummed the ukulele twice without answering. He started playing the melody directly. As soon as it began, people started shouting excitedly. It's Confession Balloon. Some people in the audience sang along quietly. Qitang's voice was clear, and his cover had a unique personal style, fresh and moving. Many classmates were amazed at how good Qitang's singing was, feeling it was better than any cover they'd heard before. Should be quiet. We can't hear clearly. When the song ended, Wei Xingxing immediately cheered enthusiastically. Qidang, that was amazing. One more. One more. Qidang firmly walked back, ignoring her persuasion. No way. Wei Xingxing had to continue keeping the atmosphere lively. Let's welcome our next performer, our arts committee member Zhang Ming. As Qidang sat back in his seat, Xia Yuanyuan came over holding a balloon. Qidang, I'm your fan. Can I have your autograph? She handed over a black marker in a professional manner. Xia Yuanyuan started fantasizing. When Qidang becomes a famous singer in the future, this signature will be worth a lot. I'm such a financial genius. Qidang tried to keep a straight face, but couldn't help smiling. He took the pen. He actually signed a very casual, perfunctory signature for her. Turning around, he saw Yu holding the balloon he had given him earlier, smiling at them. "What are you smiling at? Do you want an autograph too?" Chi-Tang teased, then actually raised his pen and signed his name on Yu's balloon. Done. The signature on the heart-shaped balloon was no longer casual and perfunctory. Yu held it like a treasure. On stage, Zhang Ming finished singing Little Happiness. With the lead of the 501 trio, shy classmates who originally didn't want to perform started letting go of their inhibitions after seeing everyone else being uninhibited. Even two couples were pushed onto the stage to sing love song duets. Finally, the homeroom teacher couldn't take it anymore. "All these songs you're singing are just about love. There's nothing particularly positive or uplifting." Wei Xingxing immediately shouted. "Then teacher, why don't you show us something uplifting?" Teacher didn't hesitate. "All right, I'll recite the Song of the People for you." A math teacher reciting a Chinese literature classic. It was too much. The students could barely handle it. Fortunately, Teacher Ku, while passionately reciting, forgot the words halfway through. He had to clear his throat and stop, trying to maintain his dignity. "Well, this is too long. I'll just recite this part. Look at you all. Not one of you has the heart to study. Not one performance related to learning." Just as he finished speaking, a string instrument sounded. Chi-Tang sat in his seat, picked up his instrument again, and to everyone's surprise, crossed his legs and started playing and singing. Wei Xingxing couldn't help but exclaim, "That's the Song of the People teacher could just recited. Chi-Tang can even do this." The atmosphere was electric, with applause and whistles nearly bringing down the classroom. Teacher could see right through it. "This little rascal is using this song to counter what I just said. But at this age, expressing dissatisfaction this way. It's quite adorable. Youth recalls rebellious nature, not loving as such." As the last line about Jiangzhou's magistrate ended, the instrument's sound faded into a gentle echo. Teacher led the applause. "Chi-Tang, you're so attentive in Chinese class. Why don't you listen to my math class?" "Do you prefer the Chinese teacher? If you have any complaints about your math teacher, speak up. I'll see if I can improve." Chi-Tang replied leisurely. "I don't have issues with the math teacher. I have issues with math. It's too difficult. Can that be changed?" After the New Year's party ended, everyone cleaned up, returned borrowed items, and stored in used streamers and balloons for next time. As for the inflated balloons, those who wanted them took them home, and the unclaimed ones were tied together and left on the podium. Yu took the balloon signed by Chi-Tang back to the dorm and tied it to his bedpost. He could see the balloon above his head while sleeping, with Chi-Tang's name swaying on it. Zhang Ming and others teased him about it, but Yu didn't mind. He kept the balloon there until it deflated before putting it away. After the final exams, most students were happy because vacation would start, but Chi-Tang couldn't be happy. Winter break meant going home, where he'd face his father and stepmother, likely arguing every day. When arguments became unbearable and turned physical, he'd get beaten again. And against two people, he definitely couldn't win. Thinking this, Chi-Tang looked at his deskmate. Maybe Yu could stay at his grandmother's house for a while? But would that work? Without any special circumstances, suddenly asking him to stay somewhere else would seem strange. While Chi-Tang worried about all this, his dorm mates didn't share his concerns and awkwardness. Wei Xingxing shouldered her backpack and directly asked Yu, "Do you want to stay at my house for a few days during New Year's? My house is quite close, and my parents are fine with me bringing friends over." Facing her kindness, Yu shook his head and apologetically replied, "Sorry, Sister Wei. During break, I need to attend a winter math camp. The teacher signed me up." Chi-Tang, who was packing his bag but listening intently, immediately became dejected. "You're such a study god, studying even during winter break. But that camp should end before New Year's, right? It's only 2 weeks. Where will you go after?" "I've arranged with teacher to stay at his place temporarily." Hearing this, Chi-Tang knew there was no point in asking anything more. As they left the classroom together, Yu turned to ask, "Chi-Tang, will you be staying at home during New Year's?" Yu didn't continue, his gaze turning to the window in the corridor, lost in thought. On this day after exams, Chi-Tang was collecting clothes on the balcony, listening to the cheers from below, not understanding why everyone was so happy about just a vacation. Just then, Yu suddenly returned from outside, holding up a phone. "Chi-Tang, I got a phone. Let's add each other as friends." "Why did you suddenly buy a phone?" "It's more convenient to have one. You can call me if anything comes up." Chi-Tang looked at his phone, seeing himself listed first in the contacts, feeling complicated emotions. Previously, Yu never bought a phone because he felt it unnecessary. Now he suddenly bought one. Could it be because of me? Because we might not see each other during New Year's, so he bought it to stay in touch? Chi-Dang returned home with these questions, but 3 days later, he hadn't seen any messages from Yo-Yu on WeChat except for a green landscape photo with a middle-aged vibe as his profile picture, quietly sitting in his contact list. Playing it? What's the point of adding me on WeChat then? Chi-Dang thought. He sent an eye-rolling emoji. No response from the other side. Whatever, time to play games. Several hours later, when Chi-Dang had almost forgotten about it while gaming, his phone screen suddenly lit up. Yu had replied on WeChat. Sorry, I just saw your message. I was in class earlier. Just finished, followed by a smiley emoji. If others used that smiley emoji, it would definitely be sarcastic, but clearly not with Yo-Yu. Chi-Dang typed rapidly in response. By the time you reply, I'll be dead. He sent it without thinking, then realized his tone seemed a bit odd. He quickly followed up with, what's going on? You even have classes at winter camp? Sorry, my WeChat doesn't show notifications. You can call me next time. Yes, this math competition winter camp has students from number 2 high, number 3 high, and other schools. We have classes every day and tests too. Another smiley emoji. Chi-Dang sent back a string of smiley emojis. Looking at that row of ambiguous smiles made him feel a bit better. The other side quickly sent back a row of smiley emojis too, one more than his. The conversation couldn't continue, so Chi-Dang tossed his phone aside, ready to resume gaming. Meanwhile, at the winter camp, Yu, who had just finished dinner, held his phone thinking, did Chi-Dang go busy? I wanted to chat more, but he sent a row of smiles, so his mood must be okay. Seems he's happy at home. That puts me at ease. The winter camp had evening study sessions similar to night classes. The teacher gave problems for students from various schools to solve together. Everyone got involved and quickly submitted answers. 3 students got everything correct: Liang Peng, Rin Xiuling, and Yu. Yo-Yu, please explain your solution method. Under the gaze of unfamiliar classmates, Yu stood up. I solved this problem like this. Explaining his solution method. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Yu paused, thinking it must be a message from Chi-Dang. He unconsciously sped up his explanation and quickly finished under the teacher's approving gaze. After sitting down, he hesitated briefly before secretly checking his phone. Sure enough, it was a message from Chi-Dang. That smiley emoji is really asking for a beating. Just try sending it to me again. Looking at the row of knife emojis, Yo-Yu was puzzled, like facing a difficult problem. Isn't a smiley emoji sincere? How is it asking for a beating? Though he didn't understand why, he decided to use laughing emojis next time. Meanwhile, Chi-Dang went downstairs for dinner. As soon as he sat down, he heard his stepmother complaining, my back has been so sore lately, and I have no appetite. I'll need to go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. How annoying. Shi-Kang immediately comforted her. I'll go with you, and we'll get something good to eat. Watching this lovey-dovey couple before him, Chi-Dang felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation and irritation. That feeling of suffocation was even heavier than the lingering smoke and noisy card-playing sounds. After quickly finishing dinner and going upstairs, Chi-Dang aimlessly browsed the internet. Suddenly, he came across Zhang Meng's social media post advertising his family's hotel, Lemon Inn, the best family hotel in Lian Mountain Scenic Area. Natural hot springs included. Big winter discounts. Limited rooms available. Book now. Chi-Dang scrolled through those photos and suddenly had an idea. Since he couldn't stand staying at home anyway, why not go stay at Zhang Meng's hotel for a few days? Zhang Meng, can I stay at your inn for a few days? Really? Please come. You're more than welcome. Chi-Dang was always decisive in doing things. Once he decided to do something, he would act immediately. The day after briefly asking Zhang Meng, he took the earliest bus. New messages kept coming on his phone, all from Zhang Meng. Have you left yet? Have you left? Call me as soon as you get off the bus. I'll come pick you up. Don't take any random cars soliciting passengers. Many are illegal taxis. It's not safe alone. I'm so excited. Oh my God, you're coming to visit. I'll take you around the scenic area. Initially thinking he was cold, turns out he's quite chatty. Chi-Dang typed back simply, already on the bus. The bus drove on the suburban road, bumping slightly. Chi-Dang felt carsick. He took out a drink and had a sip to suppress the nausea. If only Yo-Yu were here, he might be able to sleep peacefully. Thinking of Yo-Yu, Chi-Dang took out his phone again and sent him a voice message. I'm going to Zhang Meng's place. Exiting the chat, he scrolled down and paused at his father's profile picture. His daughter's going to stay outside, and as a father, he doesn't even reply to messages. Now he cares less and less about me as his daughter. Of course, the son he's been dreaming of is in his wife's belly. How could he have any attention left for me? Qi thought, continuing to rest with his eyes closed. Meanwhile at Lemon Inn, Zhang Ming received an unexpected call. Hello, Yu. Yes, Qi is coming to stay at our hotel. You should arrive soon. I'll pick him up then. Yu's voice revealed worry. I messaged him, but he didn't reply. Why did he suddenly decide to go to your place? Did something happen at home? Did his dad hit him again? Or did he fight with his family? I don't know about his family situation. Isn't he just bored and wanted to come play? Hearing this, Yu became more worried and instructed Zhang Ming. Maybe he had a conflict with his family. You can ask him about it, but if he seems unhappy, don't push it. Zhang Ming agreed readily. I understand. Don't worry. If he really had a fight at home, coming to our scenic area might help clear his mind. Also, Qi gets carsick. Bring some tangerines when you pick him up. Keep the car windows open while driving. Okay, got it. Qi must be in a bad mood. If you notice anything unusual, please call me. Okay. Alright, don't worry. Listening to these endless instructions, Zhang Ming felt somewhat bemused. Back at the winter camp, someone suddenly called out, Yu, class is starting. Aren't you coming? Yu responded, coming, then quickly said into the phone, I have to go to class. Send me a message when he arrives. Zhang Ming rolled his eyes. What's with you two? Acting like a couple, so reluctant to part. After hanging up, Zhang Ming immediately messaged Qi. You just called me with lots of instructions. I feel like you two are like quarreling lovers. One not answering calls, the other calling friends to take care of their partner. A moment later, Qi, who had gotten off the bus, replied, I've arrived, and we're not quarreling. Zhang Ming, waiting outside the station with his uncle, looked at the message speechlessly. Why deny the quarreling part? You should deny the couple part. You think it's true too, right? Just then, his uncle pointed and asked, Is that the girl over there? Qi greeted them and got in the car. Zhang Ming produced a bag of tangerines from somewhere. These are the tangerines Yu asked me to bring you. He also wanted me to message him when you arrive safely. I'm too lazy to send it. You do it yourself. Taking a photo of the tangerines in hand, Qi simply replied, arrived. The other side instantly responded, okay, stay safe. Zhang Ming peered at their messages, finding it both amusing and exasperating. This is exactly how my mom texts me. The owner of Lemon Inn was Zhang Ming's mother. After divorcing her husband, she raised her daughter alone while running this small hotel. She was a straightforward plump Annie. Just call me Nini. My Ming Ming rarely has classmates over. Don't treat this as a hotel while you're here. I'll treat you like my own child. But how long are you planning to stay? New Year's isn't far off. Let me know early if you plan to leave, because if heavy snow blocks the mountain, it'll be hard to get transport out. I'll arrange a car for you then. But if you're on break at home with nothing to do, no need to rush back. You can stay longer and play with Ming Ming. Annie welcomes you. Faced with this middle-aged woman's overwhelming care, Qi could barely handle it. He couldn't even get a word in, only managing brief responses when possible. Zhang Ming, knowing her mother's personality, quickly pulled Qi to the room. You'll stay in this room. The quilts have been sun-dried, and I changed the sheets this morning. This room isn't for hotel guests. It's our family guest room. I haven't registered you yet, and you haven't paid. Didn't my mom say there's no need to pay when hosting my friend? If I don't pay, I won't stay. I'll leave this afternoon. Zhang Ming showed her true colors. Now that you're here, you think you can leave? You can't. Are you running a black shop? Don't be so stubborn. Are you not considering me a friend? Reverse psychology won't work. I need to pay for lodging and meals, or I'll feel uncomfortable. Most kids this age get awkward about money, but not cheating. Seeing Zhang Ming's hesitation, he naturally suggested, how about giving me a discount? Zhang Ming scratched her head and agreed. Fine, I'll tell my mom. And so Qi settled in at Lemon Inn. A few days later, he discovered it was much more comfortable than being at home. So Qi, who originally planned to stay just a few days to change his mood, decided to stay through New Year's as well. He asked Lin Yi and Zhang Ming's opinion, and both expressed great welcome. After these days together, Lin Yi became much more casual with Qi, ordering him around as naturally as she would her own daughter. That day, after hanging colorful lights, Qi took a photo and sent it to Yu. The message was just 4 words, but the subtle pride was unmistakable. His good mood was evident in those few words. "How long will you stay at Zhangming's?" Yu suddenly asked. "I plan to stay until after New Year's, then return to school for the term. Can I come stay there too?" Qidang raised his eyebrows, leaving Zhang Ming hanging decorations in the yard. He rushed to the hotel kitchen to find Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, my roommate Yu is asking if he can come stay here for New Year's." Lin Yi didn't quite hear clearly, but still answered, "Sure." Zhang Ming ran in with 2 strings of lights. "What's that? Who's coming?" Yu. "He wants to stay here for New Year's for some reason. Asked if it's okay." Yu, Zhang Ming shouted. "Oh my god, of course it's okay. Tell him to come quickly." Lin Yi, finally hearing clearly, turned around. "That name sounds familiar. Is this the classmate you mentioned? The one who always ranks first, the really impressive one?" Zhang Ming proudly puffed up her chest. "Yes, the genius in our dorm who always tops the grade." Lin Yi smiled too. "That's great. When he comes, he can supervise you too to study properly. You've been playing wild since vacation started, not doing any homework." Speechless, Qidang picked up his phone to reply. "When exactly will you arrive?" "Zhang Ming, and I will pick you up. Don't bring too much homework." "Thank you very much." Yu added a question mark. When they went back out to hang lights, after her excitement wore off, Zhang Ming remembered something. "Qidang, didn't Yu say before he was going to stay at Teacher Ke's house for New Year's? Why did he change his mind? Something unexpected must have happened. Maybe the teacher had something come up. Anyway, knowing Yu's personality, it definitely wasn't his fault. Anyway, when he comes, don't ask him about it. If he wants to talk about it, he will. If not, let it be." "I understand." Zhang Ming nodded. But this advice somehow seemed familiar. She vaguely remembered when Qidang first came here. Yu had given the same instructions on the phone, telling her not to ask about why Qidang came. Zhang Ming commented emotionally. "You two must be real sisters, being so close. This guy is too cunning." We agreed not to wear clothes, but he secretly did. On the last day of winter camp, following Zhang Ming's directions, Yu took the bus to the town station where he met his deskmate whom he hadn't seen for about half a month. His deskmate had medium-length hair and was looking down at his phone. He wore a down jacket with a thin hoodie underneath, but his neck was wrapped twice with a scarf, an old-fashioned plaid scarf that completely covered his neck, unlike Qitong's usual style. Finally, "Qitong's here." He looked up and smiled. When Yu came closer, Qidang immediately said, "Stand right here, don't move. I'll get you 2 oranges." Zhang Ming, waiting in the car, laughed. "Why are you teasing Yu as soon as you meet?" She then called Yu to get in the car. "It's too cold outside. We need to buy some groceries before heading back to the inn." After they got in the car, Zhang Ming continued introducing, "The driver is my mom. Like Qidang, you can call her Lin Yi." Yu, who was actually handed 2 oranges, softly said, "Hello, Lin Yi." Before picking him up, Lin Yi had been briefed about Yu's family situation by her daughter and Qidang, so she just chatted about weather and studies. "Oh, I heard from Ming that you were at a math winter camp. What's that about? Is it tutoring?" Yu answered seriously, "Not exactly. Students from several high schools in Nanlin City gathered to study mathematics and participate in math competition simulations. Mainly, he briefly explained what he learned. Lin Yi didn't fully understand, but realized this seemingly quiet girl must be exceptionally smart. Zhang Ming grew curious too. "You a test there? You must have ranked first again." Yu scratched his head embarrassedly. "No, everyone worked very hard. I can't always get first place." The displaced Qidang quickly explained, by "can't always get first," he means he gets first place most of the time and occasionally second. After hearing this, Lin Yi's fondness grew even more. After all, parents always like good students. Studying so hard must be exhausting. You must be overworking your brain. Look how thin you are. Let's go to the market and buy food. Annie will make some nutritious meals for you all. At the market, Linny took the 3 girls straight to the poultry section and bought several chickens. Chicken soup is nutritious. Then she bought fish, saying fish soup is good for the brain, and many dried goods. Qitang, carrying a bag of dried mushrooms and bamboo shoots, fell behind and whispered, "I vaguely remember not getting this treatment when I first came." Zhang Ming nodded. "Don't worry, I don't get this treatment either," as her own daughter. Lin Yi, who caught their whispering, laughed. "Most of this is for storage during New Year's, not just for this little classmate." "What? You think we won't eat during New Year's? When there's no vegetables to buy then? Let's see if you can survive on pickles alone." Yu, carrying dates and dried longan, noticed Qitong's red, smiling face behind his scarf. He let out a gentle sigh. After intense studying for nearly 2 weeks and several hours of tiring travel, he finally felt at ease. although this place was still unfamiliar to him. If it could make Cheating so relaxed and happy, it must be a good place. The Lian Mountain Scenic Area had several inns, though small and rather remote. While there weren't many people during New Year's, the atmosphere was more festive than in city centers. Lin Yi's cooking is really good, Cheating said, patting his stomach. Just then, Zhang Ming came by with a mop and cloth. After eating well, it's time to help with chores. She led them to the bath area and distributed cleaning supplies. Like a contractor, Zhang Ming urged, "There are no guests before New Year's, so we need to thoroughly clean all the bath areas." So the good meal was just to make us work, Cheating muttered with his hands in his pockets. He turned to see his desk mate already working. "Don't just start working without saying anything." Yu turned with confusion. "Shouldn't we finish quickly?" "That's not the point." Zhang Ming jumped into the bath, wiping it down. Yu is just hard-working and honest. Cheating rolled his eyes and followed into the pool. More like gullible and easy to persuade. Easy to persuade? Not really. Look at school when people ask to copy his homework. He never agrees. He's been talked about behind his back because of this. Zhang Ming thought for a moment. Sometimes he's easy to deal with. Sometimes he's not. He's agreeable to some people, but not to others. She looked at Cheating and added, "But with you, he's the most agreeable." With Yu's strong practical abilities joining in, the large bath was quickly cleaned. Looking at the now sparkling pool filled with hot water, Zhang Ming, with her clothes all wet, suggested, "Let's go wash up and then enjoy the hot spring." 2.5 minutes later, Cheating was the first to return from showering. He entered the pool, wearing only underwear. He sat down by the edge. Yu came second, wearing a thin t-shirt. "This guy is too cunning." We agreed not to wear clothes, but he secretly did. Noticing Cheatong's reproachful gaze, Yu remained confused. "What's wrong? Why are you wearing glasses in the hot spring? The steam must be making it hard to see. Your lenses are all foggy. How could you forget about that? What were you thinking?" Seeing Yu's embarrassment, Cheating felt more at ease and deliberately splashed water on him. A drop of water fell on the glass's lens, and Yu tilted his head to dodge. Seeing him dodge, Cheating instinctively reached out his hand, then hesitated halfway, but it felt wrong to pull back, so he simply said, "Don't move." Then he directly touched Yu's lens and used that water drop to draw a heart on it. When Yu opened his eyes, he was looking at Cheating through the heart shape. "What are you looking at? Take off your glasses. You can't see clearly anyway." "Okay." He quietly removed his glasses and set them aside. Cheating watched his back and started grinning mischievously. Seizing the opportunity, he directly stepped on the other's foot. After a moment, seeing Yu's indifferent reaction, Cheating wondered if he hadn't felt it. Just as he let his guard down, Yu quickly extended his foot and stepped on him back. Yu, you've learned to be naughty." Just then, Zhang Ming arrived late with a small basin. "My mom asked me to do something, so I'm a bit late. What are you guys doing? Having a water fight?" Cheating shouted laughingly. "He stepped on my foot." Zhang Ming replied without hesitation. "You must have stepped on Yu first, otherwise he wouldn't step on you. No need to be so biased, immediately assuming I started it. I'm joining too." Zhang Ming splashed into the water, joining this childish game. "Zhang Ming, you actually stepped on me." The next moment, 2 feet attacked simultaneously. Zhang Ming screamed and quickly ran away. "What do you mean I'm biased?" Yu is the biased one. "I was defending you earlier, but you joined Cheating and stepping on me. I'm on my deskmate's side, right, deskmate? Right?" Unable to handle them both, Zhang Ming retreated far away to the other side of the pool, waving her hands. "I'm not playing anymore. It's unfair. You two are ganging up on me." During the earlier horseplay, they had splashed around too much, and Cheatong's tied-up hair had come loose. He was still laughing at Zhang Ming. Yu reminded Cheating from behind, "Your hair is loose." Cheatong's smile hadn't faded. He turned his head. It came loose. The hair tie broke. His skin was fair, his lips red, his eyes moist and bright. So beautiful it made one's heart skip a beat. Zhang Ming pushed her small basin forward. "I have hair ties and a comb here. Want them?" He casually combed his hair a few times, then used a disposable black hair tie to casually tie it up. Cheating had his back to Yu, his fingers moving nimbly through his hair. His rounded shoulders and clear shoulder blades were like flowing waves. He quickly finished fixing his hair. When he turned to look at his deskmate, he found that Yu had somehow submerged himself in the water, with only half his head showing. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, just a bit hot." Yu answered and sank his face even lower in the water. Cheating looked really good just now. "I told you before, when I start working, I can support you. Do you remember? Weren't you just joking with me then?" I wasn't joking. If you're willing, I can support you in the future. At Liyuan Mountain Scenic Area before the new year, snow had started falling without anyone noticing. Since coming to Lemon Inn, Sherdang had been taking daily walks up the mountain in the scenic area, and today was no exception. Let's go for a walk. Yu glanced at the exercises in front of him, hesitating. It's holiday. Can you take a day off? All right. As they were putting on their shoes at the inn's entrance, Ningy poked her head out from the kitchen, reminding them, it's very cold outside. Both of you wear your scarves. And so, the two people heading out for a stroll wore matching scarves. Yu finally understood that the scarf that didn't quite match Chitong's taste earlier was Ningyi's. Where should we walk? Anywhere is fine. I usually just walk straight along this path and turn back when I've gone far enough. Or we could take the other fork in the road today. Let's not go too far. We'll head back soon. You just came out and already want to go back? There's nothing to do back there. Actually, we could go back and do exercises. Chidang was speechless hearing this. He kicked at a clump of snow-covered grass by the roadside. It's winter break now, almost New Year. Can't you rest for a few days? I really don't understand where this urgency comes from. You're not even in senior year yet. There's no need to be so tense. Yu fell silent, even his pace slowing down. He watched Chitong's back. In his heart, he silently answered, it is necessary. I need to work harder to become someone you can rely on. At first, it was simply pure gratitude towards Chidang, wanting to repay him. But over this past year, every time he saw him return to school with injuries and that indifferent expression, saw him alone, melancholic, confused, and worried about the future, this thought became even stronger and more urgent. Perhaps now this urgency contained more than just gratitude. There were many other things too. I don't quite understand it yet. But regardless, Chidang was the only person he wanted to share with and help. Thinking of this, Yu caught up to Chidang in a few steps and took his hand. Chidang, I told you before, when I start working, I can support you. Do you remember? Chidang smiled slightly. That was in first year. Weren't you just joking? I wasn't joking. If you're willing, I can support you in the future. Chidang stepped on the snow, not moved by Yu's firm answer. Instead, he felt an inexplicable irritation. We're not even adults yet. It's too early to talk about this. You don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. Besides, even if we're friends, I won't rely on you for support in the future. It's not like that. I used to be your only friend, but now you have so many friends. Zhangming, Weijie, and the others. Are you going to support them all? You'll work yourself to death. There's no need to take on responsibilities that aren't yours. Chidang understood some of Yu's thoughts. He sometimes shared the same concerns and care, but he didn't like feeling like he had become someone else's responsibility. It made him feel like a burden, as if he was making life difficult for others, weighing them down until they couldn't breathe. That would only make life difficult and hard for others. Even if there's love, it would be worn away and turn into annoyance. Just like with my parents, I don't want to become Yu's burden. However, Yu couldn't understand his complex feelings, but he could see them. His sincere words about wanting to support Chidang had made him unhappy. Chidang, when we become adults and go to university, will you leave home? Yes, Chidang answered stiffly. I want to go to the same school as you. If we can't, then somewhere close to you would be fine. Even if we can't see each other every day, meeting every few days or once a week would be okay. And after we graduate and start working, if you don't have someone you like by then, I want to live together with you. We can take care of each other. These words were somewhat embarrassing to say, but perhaps because they had been kept in his heart for so long, saying them out loud wasn't as difficult as imagined. Yu looked at the snow beneath his feet, thinking how nice it would be if they never had to part, if they could stay together like this. Being best friends like now was good enough. Chidang remained silent for a while. He emphasized again that future matters should be left for the future. But you should work hard for yourself, not for me. This isn't something that can be done on behalf of someone else. Yu somewhat understood his meaning. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pressure you. Chidang didn't respond, but instead reached out to brush the snowflakes off Yu's scarf. The snow's getting heavier. Let's go back. The two turned back. Indeed, they hadn't gone far when it turned into heavy snow, covering both their heads. Yu unwrapped the large scarf from his neck and placed it over Chitong's head. Cover your head, you fool. He pulled off his own scarf and covered Yu's face in return. After returning to Lemon Inn, they both sat down beside Zhang Ming, who was watching TV. One looked at his phone, the other read a book, both very quiet. After reading for a while, Yu looked up to rest and took an orange from Zhang Ming's basket. Zhang Ming was surprised. Yu, you're not studying or doing exercises? Placing half the peeled orange in front of Chi-Tang, Yu replied, I'm taking a break. It's rare to see you taking a break, but you should indeed rest well. Here, have more oranges. They watched a girl group program, seeing girls only 2 or 3 years older than them singing and dancing on stage. Yu couldn't help but look at Chi-Tang again. Chi-Tang, would you like to perform on stage like them in the future? Chi-Tang didn't even look up, responding very coldly. Seeing the motionless half orange in front of him, Yu couldn't help but wonder if Chi-Tang was still angry. Zhang Ming, not noticing Chi-Tang's anger, rested her chin on her hand while watching TV and asked, what do you all want to do when you grow up? You mean university majors? I haven't thought it through yet. Maybe I'll decide in senior year. No, not université majeure. I mean what you want to do in the future. Yu shook his head. I haven't decided that either. What about you, Chi-Tang? What do you want to do? You like singing? Want to be a singer? Zhang Ming casually asked what Yu couldn't. Don't know, we'll see later, Chi-Tang replied dismissively. Then he stood up. I'm going to bed. Is Chi-Tang in a bad mood? Zhang Ming belatedly asked. When she turned to look at Yu, she was startled. Not only could he not answer, but he had lowered his head onto his arms. What's wrong? Did you fight with Chi-Tang? Yu shook his head. Zhang Ming almost thought he was crying. But when he stood up moments later, his expression was quite calm. It's nothing. I'm going to sleep too. Zhang Ming nodded. She thought it was good he wasn't crying. It seemed they just had a disagreement. It should be fine in a few days. However, in the following days, Chi-Tang became very quiet and appeared gloomy. During this time, Zhang Ming also approached Yu. Yu's response was not to ask, to pretend not to know, saying it would be fine after some time. Yu himself seemed to have changed too, no longer studying as intensely as before. This holiday stay ended in this somewhat heavy atmosphere. When the new semester started, Chi-Tang arrived in class just in time as usual. After greeting his friends, he sat down at his seat. Yu's gaze remained fixed on him. His expression was normal, his tone was normal, and he didn't appear to have any injuries. Thankfully, it didn't seem like he had argued with his family. What are you looking at? Nothing. Did you do your winter break homework? Chi-Tang snickered, showing an expression of having anticipated this. He pulled out his winter break workbook and tossed it on the desk. I knew you'd ask. Yu flipped through it and found that it wasn't blank. There was writing. Though he couldn't look closely, many answers were clearly written randomly, and most problems didn't even show the work. But at least he had written something. Just as he felt a bit relieved, Chi-Tang, as if reading his thoughts, revealed the truth about the homework. I made a group chat with Zhang Ming and others. We copied answers from each other. I didn't do it myself. At least you wrote something, Yu finally said. Now it was Chi-Tang's turn to be speechless. Your standards seemed to have dropped again. Last summer, you still insisted I do some problems by myself. Hearing the softening in his voice, Yu smiled. Are you still angry? Chi-Tang countered. When was I angry? You were clearly angry before. Those things shouldn't have been said. Yu nodded with a smile, showing he understood. The students behind them, who had heard Zhang Ming's gossip, whispered, have they made up? Seems so. 2.5 minutes later, the bell rang. Teacher Ka walked in with an unfamiliar male student. This semester, we have a new transfer student in our class. His name is Meng Qinghua. I hope everyone will be united and help him integrate into the class quickly. After speaking, Teacher Ka looked around, about to arrange a seat for the transfer student. Meng Qinghua spoke up. Teacher, I want to sit next to Chi-Tang. After the first class, unable to get his wish, Meng Qinghua rushed over during break. But with Chi-Tang's cold attitude, he could only chat with Wei Xingxing. Chi-Tang and our classmates before. We went to the same middle school. Me, Chi-Tang, and 2 others used to pull all-nighters at internet cafes. Then Chi-Tang transferred, and we all got split up and stopped hanging out. I was supposed to be in class 2 when I transferred here, but when I saw someone named Chi-Tang in class 3's list, I asked my dad to put me in class 3. Can't believe it's really the Chi-Tang I know. As he spoke, he put his hand on Chi-Tang's shoulder. Chi-Tang immediately turned and knocked his hand away. Get lost. Don't disturb my homework. Wow, seriously? Chi-Tang, you actually do homework now. Hearing Meng Qinghua's amazement, Wei Xingxing grew curious. Your old classmates with our Chi-Tang? How were your grades? Better than his? Chi-Tang snorted coldly and said sarcastically, with his terrible grades, if his family wasn't rich, he'd have dropped out long ago. Meng Qinghua didn't mind and grabbed Chi-Tang's pen. Among our group back then, Chi-Tang had the best grades. The rest of us were always at the bottom. I was always dead last, huh? His proud tone about this made the girls around them look at him strangely. Chi-Tang darkly snatched back his pen and continued sarcastically. Wanted to get into Tsinghua University? Keep dreaming. That's what his name means. Meng Qinghua grabbed Qitong's pencil case and started spinning it. That's right. My dad gave me this name. He wanted me to get into Tsinghua. This continued until even thick-skinned Qidang couldn't take it anymore. Class is about to start, get lost. I'll come see you next break. And so it went. Meng Qinghua came to talk to Qidang every break, completely unfazed by his cold attitude. Let's go to the bathroom. Get lost. He went to the school store and came back with a big bag of snacks. Hungry? These flavors are good. Qidang casually took several snacks, not being polite at all. Not bad. Even other boys who had been classmates for a semester. If they bought things, Qidang would refuse them. Though his attitude toward Meng Qinghua wasn't particularly good, compared to his coldness toward other boys, Meng Qinghua became an exception. Wei Xingxing concluded they must have been quite close before. The discussion about this new classmate continued until evening during the dorm room chat. Qidang, what was your relationship with a new student before? No special relationship. We just used to go to internet cafes to play games together. As others wanted to ask more questions, the usually quiet Yu suddenly spoke up. It's getting late. Let's go to sleep. We have a quiz tomorrow morning. The next day after the quiz, Meng Qinghua, now ranking last in class, found Qidang again. Unexpected. Qitong's grades in high school are actually pretty good. Qidang ignored him. Wei Xingxing from the back row was confused. You used to hang out with Qidang. How could you be such good friends when his grades were so good and yours were so poor? Meng Qinghua pulled up a chair and sat down, speaking leisurely. None of us had good grades. Qitong's grades were terrible too. He only improved later because of certain things. Several students became curious about what happened. Was it some motivation to work harder? Was he trying to prove something to someone? Qidang was indeed quite competitive. Meng Qinghua made a gesture and said, "Let me tell you about our first year of middle school. In 7th grade, Qidang got a new homeroom teacher who showed extreme favoritism. Good students could do whatever they wanted, but poor students only received insults and physical punishment. Eventually, Qidang got fed up with his scolding. He quietly started studying hard and ended up ranking first in class without any fuss. That day, the homeroom teacher praised him on stage. Qidang has improved greatly. You who usually hang out with him should learn from him. Otherwise, he'll become elite while you'll just be society's dregs." However, when Qidang went up to get his test paper, he said in front of the whole class, "I can rank first in class, but I just don't want to study, because having a teacher like you makes me sick in class. Like teacher, like student, you're only fit to teach the trash you speak of." Wei Xingxing and others were shocked. It was something Qidang would do, studying hard just to prove a point. The amazing thing was he could rank first just by wanting to. How enviable. Yu, who seemed to be seriously solving problems, stopped and secretly glanced at his deskmate. When he first met Qidang in 10th grade, he was indeed like that, independent and free-spirited. But now Qidang seemed much more disciplined. He rarely showed his defiant side anymore. Something seemed to have softened him. After Meng Qinghua finished telling Qitong's heroic past, his tone carried a hint of nostalgia for faded glory. It's amazing how after 2 years, Qidang actually comes to class on time and does homework regularly, just like a good student. Old classmates wouldn't even recognize him. Wei Xingxing gestured toward Yu beside Qidang, smiling. It's all thanks to our Yu's good influence. Aluo is younger, and Qitong's been influenced by spending time with him. Watching Qidang pass gum to Yu, Meng Qinghua suddenly frowned for some reason. They do seem close. Does Qidang still need friends? Has he really changed? Thinking this, Meng Qinghua leaned closer to Wei Xingxing and asked quietly if Qidang had a boyfriend. Wei Xingxing's internal alarm went off at this question. He already knew several people who liked Qidang, and this one seemed to have similar intentions. Qidang doesn't have a boyfriend, Wei Xingxing said mysteriously. Then he pointed at Yu. He has a girlfriend, his desk mate. Qinghua had a nice personality and was generous. Combined with Class 3's good atmosphere, he, as a midterm transfer student, integrated smoothly into the class. However, while Meng Qinghua often mingled with the lively crowd, enjoying jokes and teasing Qidang, he had never actively spoken to Yu. Until half a month later, during Class 3's PE class, Meng Qinghua called out to Yu in the hallway, "Hey, you're Yu, right?" Yu stopped in his tracks. Realizing it was the new classmate, he stammered a response. "What is it? I'm just curious." You and Chi Dang are close, right? How did you two become friends? I'm not sure. At first, he helped me, and then we naturally became friends. Meng Qinghua cleared his throat. Seeing the girl's serious response, he felt a sense of displeasure. It was like watching someone else casually possess something he wanted but couldn't have. It was extremely irritating, but he still smiled and said, "Friends of Qidang are my friends. You can come to me if you need anything." "Okay, thank you." Still that plain response. This person is really boring, Meng Qinghua thought, deliberately moving closer. He complained quietly. "Qidang and I used to pull all-nighters at internet cafes. Yesterday, I invited him to go, but he refused. Did you make him this obedient?" Unlike other girls who would shy away, Yu didn't react to his movement, just frowned slightly. "Internet cafe, all night. Yeah, you're a good student, so you probably disapprove of such things. But Qidang loves staying up all night gaming. Even as a friend, you shouldn't control him too much." By this point, Meng Qinghua's hostility was obvious in his words, his expression a forced smile. Yu looked up at him, still unusually calm. "If you want a game, go during the day. Staying up all night isn't good for health. But we have classes during the day. Is our good student Shuewei suggesting we skip classes? If Qidang wants to go, I can help him get an excuse." "Where I want to go." A voice suddenly cut in. Both turned to see Qidang walking towards them, hands in pockets. "What are you saying about me?" Seeing this, Meng Qinghua suddenly put his hand on Yu's shoulder, acting overly friendly. "I was just chatting with Shuewei about wanting to go gaming with you overnight. Shuewei won't let you go. So, will you listen to them?" Meng Qinghua knew well that Qidang hated being controlled. The more you forbade something, the more he'd want to do it. However, Qidang didn't answer his question, instead pointing and saying, "Watch your weight. Why are you leaning on someone? I was just talking about staying up gaming. I don't want to go. If you want to go, go by yourself." Meng Qinghua removed his hand from Yu's shoulder, his smile fading at the direct response. "We used to be friends. Even though we haven't seen each other for a while, you don't need to be so distant. If you don't want to hang out with me anymore, it's not such a big deal that you need to still be angry at me." Qidang bluntly asked, "Are you having another episode?" Without waiting for Meng Qinghua's response, he pulled Yu towards the classroom. After walking a short distance, the silent Yu suddenly spoke, "Staying up all night gaming isn't good. If you want to play, let's go during the day." Qidang glared at them for some reason. "I just want to go at night. But try not to stay up all night too often. And be careful. I wasn't afraid of going out at night in middle school. If you want to go someday, I'll go with you, Qidang." Qidang could hardly believe his ears. "Did I hear that right?" Yu, hugging their books, repeated, "I mean, if you're going to stay up all night, I'll go with you, Qidang." It was hard to imagine Yu sneaking out to an internet cafe overnight. Though initially wanting to refuse, Qidang thought it might be interesting. So he changed his tone. "All right, let's go tonight then." To Qitong's surprise, the all-nighter became a dorm group activity, plus a persistent Meng Qinghua. Taking advantage of Friday night's loose curfew, they managed to sneak out of school without incident. The good kids Zhang Ming and Xia Yuan had never stayed up all night at an internet cafe and were a bit excited. "We're underage, can we really get in? Won't we get kicked out?" "It's fine as long as there's no spot check. Many underage students come at night." Hearing this, Xia Yuan became more nervous. "They do spot checks?" Wei Xingxing patted the timid fat pig's shoulder. "Look at Yu. What about Yu? Seeing how calm they are, we shouldn't worry. If Yu's not concerned, we definitely shouldn't be." When you put it that way, I'm not nervous anymore. However, Meng Qinghua walking ahead was quite dissatisfied. He had wanted to see Yu nervous and scared. Following Qitong's familiar lead to the internet cafe, the clerk only glanced at them when they paid for computers, saying nothing. Everyone had their own plans at the internet cafe. Qitong, of course, was there to game. Others watched anime, movies, or read novels. Only Yu was constantly researching and even took out a notebook. They came fully prepared. Sitting on Qitong's left side, they glanced at his computer screen curiously. "What are you looking at?" Yu answered seriously. "Remember when Zhang Ming asked about our future plans? I think it's about time we consider which schools and majors to pursue." Qidang promptly turned back to his game screen. Meng Qinghua, sitting on his right, let out a slight sneer hearing their conversation. "Let's start another round. I'll carry you to victory. With your terrible skills, stop trying to carry girls." Meng Qinghua yielded. "You're my big sister. carry me to victory. Time quickly reached midnight. After finishing a game, Cheating stood up and asked, "Are you hungry? I'll go buy some food. What do you want?" "Odin and instant noodles. I want a grilled sausage." Meng Qinghua quickly said, "I'll go with you," making Yoyu, who was about to stand up and offer to go together, slowly sit back down. The two left the room to get food from the nearby street. At the convenience store while buying drinks, Meng Qinghua suddenly said, "Your deskmate really is a nerd. Even at an internet cafe, they're different from us. Won't even play games. Don't you think they're a killjoy?" Cheating slammed the drink cabinet door shut, his tone cold and fierce. "Don't start acting up again." The store owner looked up from his melodramatic TV show. "Hey kid, take it easy." They returned to the internet cafe with snacks. After eating and drinking their fill, room 501's group played for a while longer. People gradually started getting tired. Saturday morning at dawn, the group began their return journey. Wei Xingxing yawned. "Pulling an all-nighter is so tiring. Did you guys really do this often in middle school? Class monitor, join us a few more times, and you'll get used to it. Please spare me." Walking at the back of the group, Yoyu was suddenly pulled aside by Cheating. "If Meng Qinghua comes to find you, don't pay attention to him. Don't even." Though finding it strange, Yoyu nodded in agreement. Room 501's group all-nighter ended with everyone sleeping through Saturday. The summer heat drove away the spring chill. During PE class, after playing badminton, the girls gathered in the shade by the playground to gossip. "Cheating, I heard you arguing with Meng Qinghua again after class. I think he's quite nice. Why do you always say he's sick?" "Yeah, Meng Qinghua is nice and treats you well. People in class are saying he's your ex-boyfriend." Cheating removed his earphones, his face darkening. "Here we go again. This guy just loves pulling these stunts." Xia Yuanyuan asked curiously, "What happened?" "He's actually sick," Cheating recalled frustratedly. "I've known him for a long time and hung out with him a lot. But he has this problem. Whenever I get close to someone, he goes after them. His last two girlfriends were both my desk mates." "Wow," Zhang Ming exclaimed. "So if you become friends with guys, does he chase them too?" "No, I rarely hang out with guys." Wei Xingxing looked at Yuyu with a different concern. "So desk mates are always the victims. Isn't Yuyu in danger then?" Yuyu finally understood why Cheating had warned them not to interact with Meng Qinghua during the all-nighter. "Actually, I think Meng Qinghua might like Cheating," Lu Ji said thoughtfully. "But why doesn't he pursue Cheating directly instead of going after their friends? Let's think about what would happen if Meng Qinghua pursued Cheating directly." After imagining the scenario, everyone reached the same conclusion. If Meng Qinghua pursued Cheating directly, he'd be finished. Just like their class 3's Hypatai, whose young love was crushed by Cheating. Now he's moved on and has a budding romance with his deskmate. Unable to get Cheating, so he goes after his friends? That's so weird. He might seem fine to others, but what he does to Cheating is really disgusting. Cheating frowned. He's always been like this, deliberately acting ambiguous with others. Let's not talk about him. Just be careful and don't get too close to him. Wei Xingxing nodded and picked up her badminton racket. "Let's drop it. There's 10 minutes left. Let's play some more badminton. You go ahead, I'll stay here." When only two people remained, Yuyu suddenly asked, "Were you close friends before?" Though no name was mentioned, Cheating knew who they meant. What he hadn't wanted to tell the others, he now shared with Yuyu. "I didn't have many friends before. My temper was bad. I didn't like dealing with people. The friends I had gradually drifted away. For a while, he was the only one who would play games with me. Later, there were 4 of us playing together. One girl was my desk mate, and another guy was her boyfriend." Combining this with what Cheating said earlier, Yuyu guessed, then Meng Qinghua pursued that girl? Cheating nodded expressionlessly. "But didn't she have a boyfriend? Who was also your friend?" "That's the most messed up part. That's why we fell out. My desk mate was my closest friend. But she said her boyfriend fell for me. Thought we betrayed her. So she got together with Meng Qinghua. We had a huge fight. After that, I had no friends." Remembering that chaos still made Cheatong's blood boil. "I didn't do anything, but somehow everything became my fault." Yoyu bristled, quickly patting his shoulder reassuringly. "You did nothing wrong. Don't mind what they say." After speaking, they seemed worried. "But what now? What if Meng Qinghua does it again?" Yoyu said, looking up to see Cheating watching them, his expression somewhat smug. "Let him try. You're my desk mate now. He definitely won't be able to steal you away. I won't like him." Yoyu smiled, hugging their knees under the tree's shade, their smile particularly gentle yet firm. For some reason, a thought emerged in Cheatong's mind. Yes, Yoyu was different from his previous deskmate. Yoyu was different from everyone else. The subsequent events unfolded as Chi-Tang expected. After initial observation confirming Youyu's close relationship with Chi-Tang, that dog Meng Qinghua began his old tricks again. He bought snacks from the store and distributed them to his friends in class as usual, finally reaching Chi-Tang and Youyu's desk with 2 lollipops, one for Chi-Tang and one for Shuawei. Does Shuawei like this kind of candy? At his deliberate conversation starter, Yoyu instinctively glanced at Chi-Tang before answering, I don't want it. Give both to Chi-Tang. Why not? Shuawei, you're breaking my heart. Chi-Tang watched his performance and directly grabbed the other lollipop. Give them both to me. Then handed one to Yoyu, who accepted it through him and seriously asked, Are these a matching pair of lollipops? Yes. Looking at the packaging, they're a pair. Meng Qinghua's face darkened. Chi-Tang noticed and asked, What's wrong? Didn't you want to give Yoyu candy? Now they're eating it. Why the face? No, I'm happy Shuawei is eating it. I think you should stop trying. Yoyu won't fall for your tricks. Hee, you're overthinking. Chi-Tang thought being so direct would make Meng Qinghua back off a bit. However, the warning didn't work. When Chi-Tang wasn't around, Meng Qinghua took the chance to sit across from Yoyu. Teacher said students should help each other. Look at us. One's the best in class 3, one's the worst. Don't you have an obligation to teach me? Yoyu replied seriously. Yesterday you said you had problems with some questions. I think you have too many problems, so I mentioned it to Teacher Ko. He said to bring your error collection tonight and go to his office. He'll tutor you personally. Meng Qinghua's smile froze. Chi-Tang, who happened to hear Youyu's response, couldn't maintain his cool expression and crouched down laughing. People used to say he was hard to flirt with, but now he thought that title suited Yoyu better. You really are sick, just like Chi-Tang said. It's a mental illness. In the hot weather, a group of boys were playing on the court. While passing by the basketball court with books in arms, Yoyu suddenly heard someone calling. Shuawei, where are you going? To the office for lessons. If you want to join, I can tell Teacher Ko. Meng Qinghua waved his hands repeatedly. No need, no need. After Yoyu left, several boys grabbed Meng Qinghua's shoulders, winking at him. Do you like Shuawei? Lately, you're always hanging around their seat, trying to talk whenever you see them. Meng Qinghua's friendly attitude toward Yoyu hadn't gone unnoticed by Class 3. Those who initially suspected his connection with Chi-Tang now believe he was pursuing Yoyu. You really want to pursue Shuawei? I don't think it'll work. They're focused on studying, clearly not interested in dating. Yeah, I think you have no chance. Better give up early. With your conditions, you could pursue anyone else. Meng Qinghua drank water, listening to others' advice but saying nothing. What teenage girl doesn't want to date? They're all pretending. Everyone I've pursued except Chi-Tang fell for me. During evening self-study, with Yoyu absent, Meng Qinghua sat beside Chi-Tang. Shuawei's birthday is in May, right? It's coming up. How will they celebrate? Treat everyone to a meal? If they can't afford it, I can pay. Mind your own business. I just want to help. Maybe they'll be willing. You're delusional. Meng Qinghua continued unfazed. What birthday gift should I get? Clothes, shoes, necklaces, watches, or perfume and lipstick? Girls like these things, right? I noticed they don't have any. Chi-Tang, what gifts have you given them? For reference. Chi-Tang sneered. I gave them a bra. If you dare try that, I'll call the police and have you arrested for harassment. Meng Qinghua was speechless. How could you give such a gift? Chi-Tang, not wanting to continue talking, knocked on Wei Xingxing's desk. Class monitor, someone's disturbing my study. He's very noisy. Write down his name and send him back. Wei Xingxing nodded, wrote down the name, and started persuading. Meng Qinghua, go back to your seat. Meng Qinghua refused to leave. Monitor, others aren't in their seats either. Why pick on me? Because you keep talking. It's noisy. Go back to your seat now. The next day, during morning self-study, Meng Qinghua wandered over again. He was carrying a pink letter. Right in front of Chi-Tang, he openly placed it on Youyu's desk. This action stunned everyone in Group 501. Is it a love letter? From Meng Qinghua to Yoyu. No way, Chi-Tang was right. Meng Qinghua really is pursuing Yoyu. He's really sick. Wei Xingxing was agitated. Chi-Tang, quickly open it and see what it says. It's for Yoyu, not me. If you open it, Yoyu definitely won't mind. Chi-Tang shook his head. Let's wait for Yoyu to return. Finally, when the first class bell rang, Yoyu returned. That letter is from Meng Qinghua. Yoyu sat down, picked up the envelope, and opened it. After reading, they handed it to Chi-Tang. Chi-Tang pretended to be disinterested as he glanced at it. Such an old-fashioned love letter. probably copied from the internet. He's so shameless, directly signing his name at the bottom. After he finished reading, Yu took it back, put it back neatly. Why not throw this in the trash? I'm keeping it to show the teacher. Chi-Tang was stunned, then silently gave a thumbs up. Not surprisingly, after the first class, Meng Qinghua was called to Teacher Ke's office. He didn't return for 2 full classes. He returned near the 3rd break, his usual smile gone, ignoring the teasing from boys nearby. Meng Qinghua approached Yu with hostility. Xiuwei, was that necessary? It was just a love letter. Why involve teachers in something between us? Yu remained calm. Because there's nothing between us, that's why I gave it to the teacher. Right, Zhang Ming interjected from behind. If Qi had written it, he'd have kept it instead of showing the teacher. You're just not good enough. Meng Qinghua pointed at Yu. After he left angrily, Zhang Ming sneered. This is endless. Cheating already made things clear, yet he's still targeting people. What does he want? Yu remained silent, taking out a borrowed psychology book and continuing to read. 2 days after the love letter incident, during evening self-study break, as Yu was heading back to class, he was pulled into a dark corner. Do you know what I want to say? Meng Qinghua asked, arms crossed. Yu stood a meter away, responding coldly like cheating. What do you want to say? I know you're quite poor with no pocket money. Be my girlfriend, and I'll give you weekly allowance and buy you clothes. How about that? Even if you don't like me, having a boyfriend isn't a loss. Yu showed no reaction to his proposal and said, You, just like Qi said, are truly sick. It's a mental illness. You wanted me as your girlfriend is to create conflict with Qi. You're targeting him. You've always done this, driving away all of Qitong's friends, making him only accept your affection. You want to isolate and control him. Your pathological mindset hurts people. Why don't you see a doctor? Meng Qinghua exploded. What the fuck are you saying? I'm saying your actions disgust me. They make me disgusted and angry. Yu now knew this boy before him. Used such underhanded methods to steal Qitong's friends. Worse still, he deliberately destroyed Qitong's confidence and ability to interact with others. When Qi talked about his middle school friends before, though he said he wasn't wrong, subconsciously he still doubted himself. He questioned if his personality was the problem, believing that with such a personality, friends would quickly leave. These doubts made him deliberately cold, intentionally keeping distance from people to protect himself. Now enraged and embarrassed, Meng Qinghua used his height to intimidate Yu. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to say these things? Yu sneered. I've said what I needed to say. As soon as the words left his mouth, he unhesitatingly slammed his heavy textbook into Meng Qinghua's face. 2.5 minutes later in the teacher's office, Teacher Ke spoke with an odd tone and expression. Tell me, why did you fight? Looking at the silent student ranked last in the grade, Teacher Ke's expression grew more serious. Neither wants to talk? Yu, tell me what Meng Qinghua did to make you fight him. Usually quick to answer, Yu shook his head, not wanting to elaborate. With no choice, Teacher Ke turned to Meng Qinghua with an even more serious expression. Then Meng Qinghua forced a smile, trying to appear casual. I wrote him a love letter earlier to tease him, so he got angry. Regardless, he wouldn't tell the teacher what he'd said to Yu earlier. He didn't want to be labeled as mentally ill. He believed Yu wouldn't want to involve Qi either, so he'd probably accept this excuse. Teacher Ke looked dubious, but seeing Yu nod, he finally relaxed. Fine, if that's what you both say, we'll leave it at that. Each write a 1,000-word self-criticism and be more careful next time. Meng Qinghua, you may go. Yu, stay behind. Once only the two remained in the office, Teacher Ke's stern expression softened. He asked Yu again, Yu, there's no one here now. I can keep it confidential. Tell me, did Meng Qinghua do something inappropriate to make you hit him? Something inappropriate. Yu was both amused and exasperated. Really, Teacher Ke, it's nothing. He just asked me to be his girlfriend, and I got angry, so I acted impulsively. Hearing this, Teacher Ke also sighed in relief. That's good. In the future, come to me to mediate conflicts. No fighting, understand? Yes. Opening the office door, Yu found Meng Qinghua still waiting outside. They exchanged expressionless glances. Didn't expect you to have such a temper. Meng Qinghua moved closer, speaking menacingly. You'll pay for hitting me. You hit Yu yesterday? Hit what? He hit me? Look at my stomach. It hurts like hell. Damn. News spread quickly in school, becoming more exaggerated with each telling. Even though evening self-study had ended a while ago, the students in room 501 quickly learned what had happened. When Yu returned to the dorm, everyone immediately gathered around. Yu's back. You fought with Meng Qinghua? Are you okay? Yeah. Yu, are you hurt anywhere else? Just your face. Yu shook his head. I'm fine. He barely touched me. Don't worry. I apologize for being blind before. At first, I thought Meng Qinghua seemed decent. Now I see he's just trash. Yeah, how dare he hit our Yu? He can't get away with this. And what about Yu's glasses? Everyone was indignant. Only Qidang remained silent with a dark expression. It was dark now, and the dorm was about to close. Yu went over and gently pressed Qitang's shoulder. Qitang crossed his arms expressionlessly. I won't sneak out tonight to fight Meng Qinghua. Don't worry. The person who said this during PE class the next day, while Yu was away getting his glasses fixed, found Meng Qinghua. You hit Yu yesterday. Qitang's voice was filled with hostility. Meng Qinghua, still sore from yesterday's beating, saw Qidang approaching angrily looking for trouble. He whined, I barely touched him. Look how many times he hit me. He used the spine of his book to hit me. If I wasn't trying to keep my dignity, I wouldn't even be able to walk straight now. He lifted his t-shirt to show his stomach. Without blinking, Qidang struck the same bruised spot. Caught off guard again, Meng Qinghua let out a pig-like squeal. Qidang, what are you doing? Stop it, or I'll fight back. Qidang didn't respond, just kept hitting wherever he could find an opening. He had more fighting experience than Yu. Though not as strong, his hits were just as painful. Meng Qinghua, being a boy, finally got serious and shoved him away. Just then, Wei Xingxing and others passing by with badminton rackets saw this scene. They immediately got angry. Damn, he's hitting our Qidang again. Let's get him. Even the timidest Xia Yuan charged forward with her racket. Everyone rushed in, recklessly hitting Meng Qinghua with their rackets. Qidang was pushed to the outside of the fight circle, unable to get in. When things finally calmed down, everyone was taken to Teacher Ke's office. Qidang, why did you fight with Meng Qinghua? I just don't like him. The others thought he was bullying me, so they came to help. It's not their fault. They're not involved. Well, you got loyal friends. Teacher Ke could guess that Qidang and Yu were close, and this was probably about last night's incident. Wanting to minimize the situation, he only punished them with writing self-criticisms. Outside the office, the girls gathered, discussing Meng Qinghua's true nature. I can't believe Meng Qinghua used to give me snacks. Yeah, hitting girls is so trashy. Don't worry about the self-criticism. I'll find a template for each of you. Be snacks. Thanks for coming to my defense today. During the break after PE class, when Yu returned with his fixed glasses, he heard about this incident. Qidang, my conflict with Meng Qinghua won't be held against you. Now that you've fallen out with him too, what if he tries to get back at you? Qidang scoffed with disdain. Afraid of him? He's just a coward. If he could do anything serious, he wouldn't resort to these petty tricks. I didn't hit him before when he annoyed me, because I couldn't be bothered. Now I don't want to hold back anymore. We were friends for a long time, and I didn't want to hit a friend, so I was tolerant. But him hitting Yu is absolutely unforgivable. Yu understood Qitang's meaning and smiled at him. He felt that Qidang was actually a very loyal person who thought himself cold, but was actually very soft-hearted. Stay with Xingxing and the others wherever you go. Don't be alone. I'm worried he might retaliate. You're probably in more danger. Okay, we'll all be careful. Meanwhile, Meng Qinghua, who had never been so humiliated, continued with his petty schemes. Brothers, let me treat you to drinks. Thanks, no need to be so polite. Let's play ball together next PE class. Sorry, our team is full. Yeah, tell us earlier next time. The bookstore has new arrivals. See if there's anything you like. They even have the latest manga that's supposedly hard to find. I've been looking for this novel for so long. Thank you. It's nothing, but be careful. Don't let the teachers and Wei find out. After all, Wei seems close to the teachers. You know about the love letter incident. They say he often tattles to teachers too. Only when he saw the unresponsive attitudes of his classmates did Meng Qinghua finally realize things weren't as simple as he thought. They eat my food, drink my drinks, but then give me the cold shoulder. They're just using me as a cash cow. Thinking this, while passing the bathroom, Meng Qinghua suddenly heard people discussing him. We didn't see Meng Qinghua's true face before. Who knew he'd hit girls? I despise men who hit women the most. That's not what a real man does. Yeah, I always thought his smile was fake. He clearly looked down on us. How laughable. A bunch of country bumpkins fighting over cheap snacks, and those infatuated girls. They're not worthy of my respect. If they don't like me, I don't want to play with them either. Coming out of the bathroom, he ran into Yu in the hallway. Meng Qinghua's face darkened. Yeah, this is all thanks to you. Just you wait, Yu. Unable to ostracize Yu from within Class 3, Meng Qinghua finally turned his attention to some thugs outside school. He hired several loiterers who often hung around the school, planning to teach Yu a lesson whenever they caught him outside. It's that braided girl, right? She either stays in school or goes with teachers. We can't do anything. Yeah, brothers, we've been staking out here daily, and expenses aren't small. We're running out of money. Seeing no choice, Meng Qinghua pulled out another stack of bills from his pocket. You won't be shortchanged. Keep watching closely and teach him a lesson when you get the chance. By late April, Meng Qinghua still hadn't caught Yu alone. The whole Class 3 was immersed in the joy of the upcoming May Day holiday, with everyone planning their activities. Sherdang was considering what to get for Yu's birthday. Qidang, are you going home for May Day? Yu suddenly asked. Yeah, I need to get my seasonal clothes. Noticing his desk mate's eyes, Qidang silently made up his mind. Wei Xingxing at the next desk spoke up. Sherdang is going home too? Then Yu will be alone at school during the holiday. The speaker meant nothing by it, but Meng Qinghua, who was cleaning the blackboard in front, knew his chance had come. After lunch break, he found the thugs and threw a stack of bills on the table. There will be fewer people during May Day holiday. You can go in to find him. Here's a map showing how to avoid school surveillance cameras. The thugs smiled and agreed. Don't worry, leave it to us. When May Day holiday came, Qidang, who went home for clothes, unexpectedly found many baby items at home. Has my pregnant stepmother given birth? Calculating the time, this child must have been conceived last summer vacation. My father wasn't home last summer vacation. Maybe the child really is his. Thinking this, he went upstairs and ran into his stepmother, who was holding a baby. She looked gentler than before. Seeing him suddenly return, she even gave him a smile. Qitong's back. Come see your little brother. Qidang wasn't interested in his stepmother's friendliness, but was somewhat curious about the baby, giving it a few extra glances. Where's Dad? I really want to eat fish today. You want to buy some? It's perfect timing that you're back. Let's have dinner together. Qidang felt increasingly uncomfortable and shook his head in refusal. No need. I'll head back to school after I pack my things. That night, several uninvited guests appeared below the girls' dormitory. They carried ropes, gags, and drugs. That must be room 501. Just like that kid said, that girl stays up late. Got everything? Yeah, all here. We'll make sure they behave. He said there are two girls inside. One called Qidang. Can't be touched, haha. Can't be touched? We'll show him what we can do. What can he do about it? If we're doing this, let's go all the way. Moments later, at room 501's door, a sudden knock startled both occupants. Due to the hanging blankets in view, Sherdang removed her earphones and asked, "Who is it?" There was no answer from outside. The dormitory was already locked, with only a few girls in the entire building. Sherdang thought it was girls from another room playing a prank by knocking without speaking. She got up to open the door. Must be a prank. Which little rabbit is outside? No name, no entry. As her hand touched the doorknob, Sherdang heard faint breathing outside. In that instant, she remembered a night several years ago when a man tried to pick the lock on her door, making similar sounds. Cold sweat broke out as Qidang shouted, "Who's there? I'm calling for help." The men outside were startled. Damn, how did they notice? This girl's too cautious. There are two men outside. I heard them talking. Qidang braced against the door and shouted to Yu. With wet hands, she didn't hesitate to press the dorm's alarm. This was Wei Xingxing's birthday gift to her. It could make a loud alarm sound. He had joked that since she often lived alone in the dorm, she should be careful about safety, saying it might come in handy if she encountered thieves. She didn't expect to use it so soon. The piercing alarm cut through the night like thunder. The men outside knew they couldn't accomplish anything today and turned to run. Footsteps echoed clearly in the corridor. Having just dialed to report to the police, only saying 2 sentences, she turned to see Qidang chasing after them with the dorm's garbage shovel. Amidst the alarm, Qidang chased while forcefully banging the stairway railings, shouting, "Thieves! Thieves! Bong bong bong!" The loud noise finally alerted other female students and security guards. At the first floor, a hand suddenly grabbed Qidang. "Qidang, stop!" Yu held Qidang firmly in place, her tone unusually stern. "How could you chase them like that? What if they got desperate and attacked you? Do you know if they're armed?" The 4 thugs who had sneaked into the girls' dormitory were eventually caught. Not one escaped. The next day, Meng Qinghua was summoned, and teacher co-participated in the police investigation. Meng Qinghua, those who broke into the school last night have confessed. You gave them the dormitory map and instructed them to drug and rape your classmate. There was no plan for rape. I just wanted them to teach you a simple lesson. The police didn't waste time and threw some photos on the table. Really? The tools found on them suggest more than just a simple lesson. I really didn't. I just wanted them to beat him up, scare him. I have chat records to prove it, Meng Qinghua insisted. In the end, due to lack of evidence that Meng Qinghua instigated the four men to commit crimes, and no serious consequences occurred, he only paid a fine before his father took him home. The four thugs, however, faced criminal charges. The incident had severe consequences. Meng Qinghua was eventually asked to leave Nanlin High School. The day Meng Qinghua came back to pack his things, everyone in class 3 watched him coldly. How terrible. This is a crime, right? Why didn't he go to jail? Probably because he's under 18. Scum, absolute scum. Get out of Nanlin High. As trash was thrown at him, Meng Qinghua remained silent throughout. When he reached the school gate, a voice suddenly called out to him. Meng Qinghua, Teacher Ka said, you only wanted those people to teach you a lesson, not expecting them to have other intentions, right? Of course, I didn't expect them to do such things, but I don't believe you. Chitang's voice was cold. Did you really never think about what these men might do, sneaking into a girl's dormitory at night? Deep down, you must have wanted to completely destroy Yu, or maybe even me too. Meng Qinghua's face stiffened, but he remained defiant. Do you have evidence that's what I thought? In the second semester of 7th grade, I heard you tell some boys, wouldn't it be fun if Chitang's cat wasn't so proud anymore? I've always remembered that. Yet you continued being friends with me, hanging out with me. I really thought you considered me a friend. Didn't expect you knew all along, and were just playing with me, right? It's because I considered you a friend that I pretended not to hear, thinking you were just bragging. I never expected you to be so disgusting. Sherdang showed clear disgust for the first time. Meng Qinghua, I can't do anything about you now. You did this and can leave safely. But let me tell you, you'd better not run into me again. Meng Qinghua left with complex anger. The incident caused some ripples in Class 3, but quickly settled. Sherdang remained unhappy for a long time. Yu secretly advised their dorm mates to avoid mentioning anything about Meng Qinghua, saying it would only make them angrier and wasn't worth it. Wei Xingxing and others understood. Afterward, life returned to normal. A month passed quickly, bringing them one step closer to senior year. Happy birthday, Yu. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. One day at the end of the month, a domestic anime series that Xia Yuan was obsessed with held a theme song cover contest. Participants would upload their cover videos to a website, and the top 3 would receive limited edition character figurines. Xia Yuan really wanted that figurine, but she couldn't sing well. So, she turned to Chitang for help. Chitang, please, just sing one song. However, Chitang coldly refused again. Later, an anonymous classmate told Xia Yuan that Chitang wasn't unwilling to help. He was just shy and didn't want to show his face. If you ask him a few more times, he'll agree. Chitang is soft-hearted. So after 10 days of begging, Chitang finally agreed. All right, what song should I sing? Show me. This one. Chitang was a very serious person. Once he agreed to something, he had to do it perfectly. So he not only listened to the original song and other covers, but even watched the anime series that Xia Yuan loved. On Friday after school, Sherdang was ready to record. Xia Yuan, following behind, was still worried. This part is difficult for many people. Should we practice for a few more days? No need. Let's do it today. After Chitang said this, Xia Yuan pulled out a bag from somewhere, containing carefully prepared clothes and shoes matching the main character's outfit. While Chitang was changing, the other friends helped out too. Wei Xingxing brought his family's video camera, while Yu and Zhang Meng helped clean up. This moved Xia Yuan to tears. 2.5 minutes later, outside class 2 to 3, a figure appeared wearing a plaid school uniform skirt and black knee-high socks. This feels a bit strange, Xia Yuan exclaimed excitedly. It's perfect. Chitang, you don't even need to sing. I feel like we've already won. Yu also praised. You look great. When they officially started filming, it was already quite late. The sunlight outside turned orange, casting a hazy yellow glow throughout the classroom. Chitang, bathed in this light, sang softly while playing, expressing all the confusion, melancholy, and passion of youth. The passionate performance had a touch of innocence, different from the original, interpreting it more like a youth campus song. Everyone in the dorm held their breath while listening, afraid to disrupt the perfect sound. One take was enough, and everyone seemed satisfied. Xia Yuan felt the figurine was already beckoning to her. The video was uploaded with an intriguing title, 17-year-old high school girls cover song at school shocks teachers and students. By summer vacation, Shirtong's cover video on the site had reached 1 million views. Xia Yuanyuan got her prize, and sophomore year ended. Yu, do you want to work this summer? I want to join you. Not sure yet. I'm going to Jishan City with Teacher Ku for a competition. I'll tell you about job opportunities when I'm back. Okay, I'll head home first. I'll come find you in a few days when I return. So Qiding, who hadn't been home for a long time, went back. Not wanting to eat with that family of 3, he deliberately wandered around for a while and even had dinner outside. Near nightfall, he finally reached his doorstep. Opening the door, he found complete darkness inside. No one's home? Maybe he went to work on a project and took my stepmother and little brother along. Now that he has a son, how could he remember me? As Qiding thought this while dragging his suitcase inside, he suddenly noticed something odd about the house's smell. His slippers made tapping sounds on the floor as he walked to the living room. He casually glanced toward the open kitchen area. Blood-red stains splattered across the off-white floor tiles, in pools and patches, with drag marks. Behind the dining table, a hand was visible, a woman's delicate white hand. Qiding suddenly jolted, numbly realizing what he was seeing. He collapsed to the ground, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. There wasn't much time to think. Footsteps emerged from the kitchen. Why are you back? You didn't even say you were coming. Qi Zhang held a knife, his face distorted, looking exactly like a murderous maniac from movies. For a moment, Qiding barely recognized his father, but he knew he had killed that woman. In that instant, fear overwhelmed everything. Qiding stood up to run, but the man behind him quickly pounced. He was pinned down, and his mouth was firmly covered. Qiding instinctively struggled violently. Qi Zhang, holding the knife, cursed in a fierce, low voice. Don't make noise, don't make noise. Damn it, did you hear me? Qiding had always feared his father. Since he was a small child, his father had always been this imposing figure. He could lift him with one hand, and when his slaps came down, they made his whole head ring. His growth had always been accompanied by this man's disdain and abuse. Even now, though he'd grown accustomed to meeting him with pride and rebellion, deep down, he was still terrified. His mouth was gagged, his hands tied behind him to the marble table leg, and his feet bound. Shirtang, now bound, could finally see clearly. The person lying behind the table was indeed his stepmother, Su Xiaoxian. She was definitely dead. There was a large wound on her chest and injuries on her head. What terrified and disgusted Qiding even more was that beside the woman's corpse lay an infant's body. Qi Zhang had completely lost his mind now. He dragged the woman's body to the relatively open living room, constantly cursing, "Filthy woman, how dare you betray me? Dirty whore!" Then he raised the kitchen knife. He began chopping down repeatedly. Nearby, Qiding knew there was the sound of blades striking bone. As the heavy smell of blood wafted over, he could only curl up his knees and desperately bury his head between them. Time passed, and darkness fell completely. Only the kitchen light remained on as the man busied himself going in and out, dealing with the bodies. He wrapped the 2 bodies in layer after layer of bags. Afterward, he began wiping the blood from the floor. The back-and-forth movement of the cloth couldn't mask the man's mania. Why won't it clean off? Why won't it clean off? Qiding had become somewhat numb. Several times she secretly opened her eyes to watch him, seeing her father break down repeatedly, throwing down the cloth only to pick it up again. After finally cleaning the bloodstains from the floor, Qi Zhang had time to deal with his daughter. You didn't see anything just now. Dad didn't kill anyone. What do you know? It's all that whore's fault. That wasn't my son. It wasn't my son. His face twisted in rage. If I hadn't done the DNA test, that bitch would have fooled me. She deceived me. That's why I killed her. You're my daughter. You can't tell anyone about this, understand? Or I'll kill you too. On Yuyu's second day in Jishan City, it started raining. Alone in the stuffy, boring hotel room, he felt worried. Why wasn't she responding to messages? Had she gotten into another argument with her father? Thinking this, he put his phone beside his practice book. Yuyu continued solving problems while waiting for a response. Evening came quickly. Still no reply from her. He sent another message. Have you eaten dinner? Still no response. In the dim living room, the discarded phone lit up again, silently displaying new messages. but no one was there to check them. Tied to the table corner for a day and night, Chi felt dizzy and nauseous. Am I still not dead? She thought. The room was filled with choking cigarette smoke mixed with the lingering smell of blood. Zhang kept chain smoking while pacing, constantly cursing. It seemed this was his only way to release his fear and panic. Done it. I didn't mean to kill him. Who knew he'd die so easily? That filthy whore deserved to die. I did nothing wrong. Opening the curtain slightly, Zhang nervously peered outside. Should find a way to dispose of them. Just then, Qitang's phone, lying nearby, suddenly rang. The next moment, a large foot stomped on it until it went silent. Suddenly, there was knocking at the door. Is anyone home? Is anyone there? Both of them jumped in fright. Qitang recognized the voice. It was their next-door neighbor. She watched her father's twitching back. Suddenly gathering all her strength, she slammed backward. The heavy marble dining table moved, scraping against the floor with a sharp, loud noise. I knew someone was inside. Little Sue should be home with the baby at this time. I hope nothing's wrong. Inside, Zhang furiously punched the door. Get away from my door. The voices outside stopped. The couple probably sensed the homeowner's ferocity and left without another word, their footsteps hurrying away. After they left, Zhang suddenly turned around, his face dark, glaring viciously at Qitang. What are you trying to do? You want me to kill you too? Is that it? The rain in Jishan City was very heavy. Though it was past 9 a.m., the sky was very dark. Yoyu sat on the bus heading to the competition venue, looking worried. Qitang hasn't responded to my messages for 2 days. Could something have happened? Just as he thought this, he noticed teacher Ku outside the bus holding his phone with a shocked expression. He couldn't hear clearly what was being said, but Yu thought he heard Qitang's name. Without thinking further, he grabbed his bag and got off the bus. Seeing him approach, Teacher Ku's face showed rare seriousness. Teacher Yu needs to return to Nanling now. Can you handle the competition alone? Yoyu blurted out. Teacher Ku, did something happen to Qitang? Teacher Ku knew about Yoyu and Qitang's close relationship and felt it wouldn't be right to hide it from him. He nodded. Something complicated happened at Qitang's home. She's in the hospital now. Teacher Yu hopes you can focus on the competition here. Let the teacher handle these matters. No, Teacher Ku, I'll go back with you. Right now. In the end, he gave up the competition. Teacher Ku felt it was a shame, considering how hard Yu had prepared. But seeing his worried face and anxious state, he respected Yu's choice. 2.5 hours later at Nanning City Hospital, outside Qitang's room, there was only a female police officer. Hello, I'm Qitang's teacher. Thank you for your work. We couldn't contact his family, so we had to contact the school. May I go in to see him? Yes. As Yu gently opened the door, he overheard their conversation outside. Her father had committed murder. The neighbor's call had prevented worse from happening. He's been arrested now. No one's looking after this child. We can't reach the mother either. Looking at Qitang lying quietly in bed, her bruised face, stitched forehead, and four-connected hand covered in wounds was quite disturbing to see. For some reason, Yu suddenly felt his eyes stinging. He sat by the bed, gently holding Qitang's small hand. She's alive, thank goodness. She's still alive. 2.5 hours later, Teacher Ku finished all the paperwork and returned to school due to other matters. The doctor came by to instruct that she would be more comfortable while unconscious. When she wakes up, due to moderate concussion, she might experience dizziness, chest tightness, and nausea. Yoyu noted these symptoms carefully. Qitang showed no signs of waking, just sleeping quietly. During this time, several people, including NI, who had heard the news somehow, came to visit. Unfortunately, Qitang was still unconscious then. It wasn't until 2 days later that Qitang's condition began to improve. Though she still kept her eyes closed most of the time, her conscious periods increased. Aunt Ning made us millet porridge. I'll go heat it up. Before Yu could leave with a thermos, a woman in high heels suddenly walked in. So it's here. The woman was beautiful and stylishly dressed. She immediately sat on the bed's edge, taking Qitang's hand. Mom was on vacation these days with her phone off. Couldn't receive any messages, so I'm only coming now. Are you okay? Qitang rarely talked about her family and had never mentioned her mother. Yoyu paused his porridge-eating task and decided to get some water first. This is terrifying. I was shocked when I heard. Ignoring Qitang's withdrawn hand, Tang Yu continued complaining that Zhang is truly sick. I always knew he'd kill someone someday. Here's some water, ma'am. Oh, you're Qitang's classmate? You came to visit? Talk to Qitang then. I'll order some food. While operating her phone, Tang Yu continued, Chi-Tang, Mom's quite busy and can't take care of you. I'll hire a caregiver to help. Whatever you want. Since he entered. These were the only 3 words Chi-Tang had said to her. After that, mother and daughter seemed to have nothing more to say. When the food arrived, Tang Yu became enthusiastic again. You need nutrition when you're sick. Try some of this meat soup. Before she could finish, Chi-Tang, who had been quiet all along, suddenly struggled to sit up and vomited while holding the bed rail. A patient vomiting isn't a pretty sight. Tang Yu instinctively frowned. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly vomiting like this? Call a doctor if you're not feeling well. Yu glanced up amid the chaos. She probably can't handle the meat. Annie, please take all this food away. The brown meat chunks had just been unwrapped, covered in blood-like rich sauce. Tang Yu hastily packed up and took the bag out. Yu kept gently patting Chi-Tang's back. Are you okay? Should I call the doctor? No, Chi-Tang mumbled. Her whole body was shaking. It started as small tremors. Then her voice gradually grew louder. Finally, unable to hold back anymore, she suddenly burst into tears. Something had triggered her. Yu just held her, feeling the girl's delicate body trembling with pain in his arms. He felt his eyes sting and almost cried with her. This was the first time he had seen her so devastated. When Chi-Tang calmed down a bit, they lay together on the bed and talked. He'll definitely be executed. I've hated him since middle school, wished he would die. In Chi-Tang's distant memories, Chi-Zhang had only given him countless slaps and punches. I was so scared of him. When he walked towards me that day, I was terrified. Yu raised his hand, covering Chi-Tang's eyes with his warm palm, then pulled him into an embrace. Don't be afraid. It's all over. Let me help you clean up. I can do it myself. You'll get dizzy if you move around too much. Aren't you embarrassed? We're both girls. Then stop blushing. July's weather was unbearably hot. Chi-Tang's mother never came to visit again. Chi-Tang dismissed the caregiver and refused all visitors. Only Yu stayed by his side. Can you wash yourself? Do you need me to help? Not really, please help. Opening the curtain, Yu saw Chi-Tang sitting on the bed, hugging his knees. There was a large bruise on his back, making his normally fair skin look grotesque. Gently wiping with a wet towel, Yu asked concernedly, was your back hit by him too? No, I hit it myself, Chi-Tang replied in a muffled voice. To make noise, he had crashed into the heavy marble dining table. With your back like this, doesn't it hurt at night? Is that why you can't sleep? A little, but not too bad. How about sleeping on your stomach? Lowering his knees, Chi-Tang turned around exasperatedly, revealing wounds on his abdomen. It's not that I don't want to, I just can't. Yu frowned. Why are there wounds here too? Chi-Tang didn't answer, reaching for the towel. I'll clean the front myself. Yu wouldn't let go. You'll get dizzy if you move. Aren't you embarrassed? What's to be embarrassed about? We're both girls. Then stop blushing. After finishing the simple wash, Yu carried the basin to the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but hold his forehead, silently questioning why he was blushing. 2.5 minutes later, Yu returned to the ward and sat back in the chair. After staring at each other for a while, Chi-Tang broke the awkward atmosphere. I haven't seen you doing any problems these days. Yu was surprised. Do you want to see me solve problems? I'm worried you'll fall behind after not studying for days. Generally speaking, if knowledge is firmly grasped, a few days without studying won't cause regression. Looking at his desk mate's serious explanation, Chi-Tang wondered if it wasn't himself who had the concussion, but his desk mate. A moment later, Yu took out his phone and began the daily report. Sister Wei says, Chi-Tang, I can't live without you. Get well soon. Love you, baby. Yuan says, Chi-Tang, I miss you so much. Chi-Tang listened with a straight face as Yu read these messages in a tone like reciting literature texts. Finally unable to resist, he grabbed the phone and sent a voice message. Control yourselves. Stop sending such mushy messages. But friends are creatures who deserve a beating. After Chi-Tang said this, those concerned about him in the group immediately became excited like they'd been injected with chicken blood, frantically sending even mushier messages. Yu quietly watched as Chi-Tang's face broke into a smile. Great, he's slowly recovering. The next morning, as Chi-Tang was preparing to go downstairs with Yu, they overheard this discussion. That girl in that ward, I heard her father killed someone. The woman he killed had children too. It's horrific. Yeah, they say she witnessed the murder scene. Won't that leave psychological trauma? Chi-Dang stood in the corridor nearby, unsure whether to continue walking forward for a moment. Seeing this, Yu took his hand. They quietly walked past the nurses. Shortly after they left, the nurses let out regretful sounds. The girl hurt us. This is so awkward. Chi-Tong's hands were always cool, even in summer. Yu didn't let go, and they slowly walked downstairs together. Are you still dizzy? It's fine, let's get some sun. They sat on a long bench in the cafeteria, head tilted back in silence. His eyes, which had shown a slight brightness before, seemed to grow dimmer again. Yu tried making conversation. The doctor says you can be discharged in a week. Have you thought about where you'll go? Chi-Dang shook his head, replying no. However, on the eve of discharge, Chi-Dang suddenly left alone. While Yu was at teacher Ku's house getting things, he processed his own discharge. Where did you go? I want to find my mom. I'll stay there for a while. I'll be back when school starts. This was Chi-Tong's last message. Now sitting on the train, he didn't know where he wanted to go. The destination was chosen randomly. He just wanted to be alone. No need to pretend nothing happened to make others feel at ease. No need to force a smile to prove he was really okay. In this city he arrived at, he knew no one. Nobody on the streets would give him a second glance. This feeling of being unnoticed made him feel relaxed. He could keep an expressionless face for long periods, not saying a word. He could sit all day in the square or on a park bench, watching people come and go. When darkness fell, the lights around the square lit up. Not far away, someone set up speakers and instruments, preparing to perform. Chi-Dang just watched as the young man, not much older than himself, sang one song after another. After several songs, perhaps during a break or noticing Chi-Dang as an audience member, the young man came over to chat. Little sister, I've seen you sitting here for a long time. Did you fight with your family? You look unhappy. Can you sing? Come sing a song. Treat it like karaoke. Chi-Dang didn't know why he suddenly invited her, and replied cautiously, I don't know you. Looking at his expression, the young man smiled sheepishly. Don't misunderstand, I just saw you looking lost and sad. Wanted to chat. But it's good that a young girl like you stays cautious. For some unknown reason, perhaps because he hadn't sung in a while, Chi-Dang finally nodded. Walking over to take the microphone from the stand, the young man followed to start the accompaniment, asking what song he wanted to sing. Looking at the list of backing tracks, Chi-Dang randomly picked a familiar one, By Lake Baikal. The intro played, and after the first lyrics were sung, the young man beside him was surprised. You sing quite well. Gradually, more and more passers-by stopped to listen. Chi-Dang never liked singing in such settings before, finding it embarrassing and constraining. But with so many complicated emotions in his heart, he wanted to release them. So he didn't care anymore. He sat there quietly and finished the song. People applauded, some calling for another song. However, Chi-Dang stuck to his principles and prepared to leave with his bag. The young man waved to him. Little girl, everything will pass. Later, Chi-Dang received another message from Yu. He actually wanted to type a reply, but for some reason, every time after typing a few words, he would silently delete them. And so, Chi-Dang didn't reply to anyone's messages, wandering alone through several cities. What he liked most was sitting in corners of parks or squares, quietly watching groups of people performing. One memorable moment was seeing two girls, one with long hair and one with short hair, singing a love song together. Chi-Dang sat on the edge of a flower bed, watching for a very long time. The two girls noticed him too. After their performance, they specially brought over a milk tea. Want some milk tea? No thanks. You've been listening for a long time. How was our singing? It was good. They didn't talk after that, and the two girls soon packed up and left. They held hands, walking and joking around. One of them easily rested her head on the other's shoulder. Watching this scene, Chi-Dang suddenly recalled moments from the hospital for some reason. Back then, his mental state wasn't good, and he had many chaotic nightmares. Between sleep and wakefulness, Chi-Dang felt like Yu had kissed his forehead. That gesture was full of comfort, but friends shouldn't be like that. It had been almost half a month since Chi-Dang left the hospital. Yu was now temporarily staying at teacher Ku's house. During the day, he tutored several children in the neighborhood, and at night, he studied in his room. He still frequently sent messages to Chi-Dang, although he never received any response. The guest room at teacher Ku's house wasn't big, just a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. The street light shone in from outside. Beyond the room, Teacher Ku's child was watching TV, while Teacher Ku and his wife were chatting quietly. Yu often wondered if Chi-Tang was like him, staying in a home that wasn't his own. Does his head still hurt? Can he eat well? Can he sleep? He must have seen my messages, right? Just as he put down his phone to continue solving problems, the WeChat notification sound rang. Yu instinctively thought it was Chi-Tang replying, but when he picked up the phone, he realized it wasn't Chi-Tang, but Xia Yuan. Yu quickly checked the group messages. Yu first replied with an okay. Then he clicked into the group and scrolled through the messages. Xia Yuan had shared a video titled "Beautiful Girl Performs Yesterday's Flower on Street." This is Chi-Tang, right? He's been gone for so long. I thought he'd gone into seclusion. He's at his mom's place, right? Singing on the street is pretty cool. He looks like he's doing well. Relieved, Yu opened the video. He saw Chi-Tang standing on some unknown street, holding a microphone and singing. Although the street was noisy and the song wasn't very clear in the video, you could still feel that clear, moving timbre. Yu carefully watched the video several times. Following the hints, he found the video's source and searched for the poster's location. Finally, he concluded that Chi-Tang wasn't at his mother's place as he had claimed, but in another city. Yu almost immediately wanted to ask Chi-Tang where he was, but he held back. Chi-Tang had deliberately told them he was at his mother's to prevent them from worrying and asking questions. Besides, even if he asked now, Chi-Tang might not answer. Yu sat at his desk, pressing his forehead, and silently counted to 100 with his eyes closed. After calming down, he continued searching and finally found another video in the comment section. Unlike before, this time Chi-Tang was holding a guitar and singing a different song. Yu didn't know this song. He wrote down the lyrics and searched online, discovering it was called "Slowly Falling in Love with You." He carefully searched through all the videos that person had posted, but besides these two videos, there were no more. The world is so small, yet so big. Yu once again opened his chat with Chi-Tang. Type and delete, he finally sent, "It's raining again in Nanning today. How about where you are?" In another distant city, summer cicadas were chirping, telling of the summer heat. Under the trees, a girl was tuning her newly bought guitar. He had switched from ukulele to guitar, picking it up quickly. These days, he learned from street performers. He truly had talent in this area, figuring things out on his own. Not knowing what to sing, he sat on the flower bed and hummed casually. Dappled sunlight fell on his face through the trees. August was really too hot. After playing for a while, Chi-Tang got his first audience. A neighborhood child holding a slice of watermelon, watching curiously while eating. Until the guitar tune changed, the little watermelon-eating spectator finally showed interest and smiled. "It's Pleasant Goat." Chi-Tang sang a short segment, then stood up, because he smelled the watermelon's fragrance from the child's hands. This made him, who had no appetite for a while, suddenly want to eat something. He turned into a fruit shop and bought half a chilled watermelon from the owner's refrigerator. Chi-Tang sat back under the shade, using a disposable plastic spoon to eat the watermelon. His phone, casually thrown on the ground beside him, suddenly rang. Looking at it, it was a message from Yu. Looking at the photo of watermelon juice in the glass, he could faintly see a corner of test papers on the table beside it. Chi-Tang smiled unconsciously. Time passed quickly. Summer vacation was almost over. August 25th was Chi-Tang's birthday, but still no news came from him. Yu sent him a message right on time. "Happy birthday, Chi-Tang. When are you coming back? School's starting soon. Wei Jie and others say they miss you." One day at the end of the month, a domestic animated series that Xia Yuan was obsessed with held a themed song cover contest. Participants would upload their cover videos to a certain platform. The top 3 works would receive limited edition character figurines from the anime. Xia Yuan really wanted that figurine, but she couldn't sing well. So she turned to Chi-Tang for help. "Chi-Tang, please, just sing one." However, Chi-Tang coldly refused again. Afterward, an anonymous classmate found Xia Yuan and told her that Chi-Tang wasn't unwilling to help. He was just shy and didn't want to show his face. If she asked him a few more times, he would agree. Chi-Tang had a soft heart. So after N days of begging, Chi-Tang finally agreed. "All right, what song do I need to sing? Show me. This one. Chi-Tang was a very serious person. Once he agreed to something, he had to do it perfectly. So he not only listened to the original song and other covers, but even watched the anime series that Xia Yuan loved. On Friday after school, they planned to record in the cafeteria. Xia Yuan following behind, was still worried. Many people can't sing this part well. Should we practice for a few more days? No need. Let's do it today. After Chi-Dang said this, Xia Yuanyuan pulled out a bag from somewhere, which contained carefully prepared clothes and shoes matching the main character's outfit. While Chi-Dang was changing clothes, the other friends were also busy helping. Wei Xingxing specifically brought his family's camera. Yo-Yu and Zhang Ming helped clean up, which moved Xia Yuanyuan to tears. 2.5 minutes later, at the door of class 2 to 3, a figure appeared wearing a plaid school uniform skirt and black knee-high socks. It felt a bit strange. Xia Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, it's perfect! Chi-Dang, you don't even need to sing. I already feel like we've won." Yo-Yu also praised, "You look great." When they started filming officially, it was already late. The sunlight outside had turned orange, spreading a hazy yellow light throughout the classroom. Bathed in this light, Chi-Dang sang softly, expressing all the confusion, melancholy, and passion of youth. The passionate performance with a touch of innocence was different from the original. The interpretation felt more like youth and school life. Everyone in the dorm listened breathlessly, afraid to disturb this perfect sound. One take was enough. Everyone seemed satisfied. Xia Yuanyuan felt the figurine was already waving at her. The video was uploaded with an intriguing title. 17-year-old high school girl's cover song amazes teachers and students. As summer vacation arrived, the cover video uploaded to the platform had reached 1 million views. Xia Yuanyuan got her prize, and second year of high school ended. Yo-Yu, do you still want to work this summer? I want to join you. Not sure yet. I'm going to Jishan City with teacher Ko for a competition. I'll tell you about good jobs when I'm back. Okay, I'll head home first. I'll come find you in a few days when I'm back. So Chi-Dang, who hadn't been home for a long time, went back. Because he didn't want to eat with that family of 3, he deliberately wandered around for a long time and even had dinner outside. When it was almost dark, he finally arrived at his doorstep. He opened the door and found it completely dark inside. No one's home? Maybe he went on a project and took my stepmother and little brother along. Well, now that he has a son, how could he remember me? Chi-Dang thought this while dragging his suitcase inside. Suddenly, he noticed something strange about the smell in the house. His slippers made tapping sounds on the floor as he walked to the living room. He casually glanced toward the open kitchen from the living room. Blood-red stains were splattered on the off-white floor tiles, in pools and patches, with drag marks. Behind the dining table, a hand was visible, a thin, white woman's hand. Chi-Dang suddenly shuddered as he realized what he was seeing. She collapsed on the ground, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. There wasn't much time to think. Footsteps echoed from the kitchen. "Why are you back? You didn't even tell me in advance." Chi-Zhang held a knife, his face distorted, looking exactly like a murderous maniac from the movies. For a moment, Chi-Dang couldn't even recognize that it was his father. But he knew he had killed that woman. In that instant, fear overwhelmed everything. Chi-Dang stood up and tried to run away. However, the man behind him quickly pounced. He was pinned to the ground, and his mouth was tightly covered. Chi-Dang instinctively struggled violently. Chi-Zhang held the knife, cursing fiercely in a low voice. "Don't make noise. Don't make any fucking noise. Did you hear me?" Chi-Dang had always feared his father. Since he was a small child, his father had always been this imposing figure. He could lift him with just one hand. When his slaps came down, they made his whole head ring. His growth had always been accompanied by this man's disdain and abuse. Even now, though he had grown used to treating him with pride and rebellion, deep in his heart, he was still afraid. His mouth was gagged, his hands tied behind him to the marble table leg, and his feet were also bound. Chi-Dang, tied up there, finally saw clearly. The person lying behind the table was indeed his stepmother, Su Xiaoxian. She was definitely dead. There was a large wound on her chest and injuries on her head. What terrified and disgusted Chi-Dang even more was that beside the woman's body lay the corpse of an infant. Chi-Zhang had completely lost his mind now. He dragged the woman's body to the relatively open living room, constantly cursing, "Filthy woman, how dare you betray me? Dirty whore!" Then he raised the kitchen knife. He began chopping down repeatedly. Nearby, Chi-Dang knew that was the sound of blade hitting bone. The heavy smell of blood wafted over. She could only curl up her knees as much as possible and desperately bury her head between them. After who knows how long, it was completely dark. Only the kitchen light was on. The man went in and out, busy disposing of the bodies. The bags containing both bodies were wrapped layer after layer. After finishing, he began wiping the blood stains on the floor. The mop moving left and right couldn't hide the man's mania. Why want to clean up? Why want to clean up? Cheating had become somewhat numb. Several times when she secretly opened her eyes to look, she saw her father break down multiple times, throwing down the cloth, then picking it up again. After finally cleaning up the blood stains on the floor, Qizhang finally had time to deal with his daughter. You didn't see anything just now. Dad didn't kill anyone. What do you know? It's all that bitch's fault. That wasn't my son. It wasn't my son. Qi Zhang's face was twisted. If I hadn't done the paternity test, I would have been fooled by that slut. She deceived me. That's why I killed her. You're my daughter. You can't tell anyone about this, understand? Or I'll kill you too. On the second day after arriving in Jishan City, it started raining. Alone in the stuffy, boring hotel room, he was worried. Why isn't she responding to messages? Did she have another argument with her father? Thinking this, he put his phone next to his practice book, waiting for messages while continuing to solve problems. Time passed quickly. By evening, there was still no reply. He sent another message. Have you had dinner? Still no response. At that moment, in the dim living room, the discarded phone lit up again, silently displaying new messages. But no one paid attention. Tied to the table leg for a day and night, Qidang was dizzy and nauseous. Am I still not dead? She thought. The room was filled with choking cigarette smoke, mixed with the lingering smell of blood. Qizhang kept smoking and pacing, constantly cursing. It seemed only this way could he release his fear and panic. Dang it, I didn't mean to kill him. Who knew he'd die so easily? That bitch deserved to die. What did I do wrong? When he slightly opened a gap in the curtains, Zhang nervously looked outside. Should find a way to dispose of it. Just as he finished speaking, Qitang's phone, which had fallen nearby, suddenly rang. The next moment, a large foot stepped directly on it, until the phone went completely silent. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Is anyone there? Is anyone home? Both of them were startled. Qidang recognized the voice. It was their next-door neighbor. He watched Qi Zhang's nervously trembling back. Suddenly gathering all his strength, he slammed backward with all his might. The heavy marble dining table moved, scraping against the floor, making a sharp, heavy sound. I knew someone was inside. I just knew it. Xiao Su should be home with the baby at this time. I hope nothing's wrong. Inside, Qi Zhang was furious. He punched the door directly. Get away from my door. You're annoying. The door went quiet. The couple probably heard the homeowner's ferocity and stopped talking. Footsteps hurriedly retreated. After they left, Qi Zhang suddenly turned around, his face dark, looking fiercely at Qidang. What do you mean? You want to get yourself killed, don't you? The rain in Jishan City was very heavy. Though it was past 9 a.m., the sky was very dark. Having boarded the bus to the competition venue, you showed concern. Qidang hadn't responded to his messages for 2 days. Could something have happened? Just as he was thinking this, he noticed Teacher Ku outside the bus holding his phone, looking shocked. He couldn't hear clearly what was being said, but he vaguely felt he heard Qitang's name. Without time to think more, he grabbed his bag and got off the bus. Seeing him approach, Teacher Ku showed rare seriousness. Teacher Yu needs to return to Nanling now. Can you go to the competition alone? You blurted out, Teacher Ku. Did something happen to Qidang? Teacher Ku knew about Yu's close relationship with Qidang and felt it wasn't right to hide it. He nodded. Something complicated happened at Qitang's home. He's in the hospital now. You should focus on your competition here. Let the teachers handle these matters. No, Teacher Ku, I'll go back with you. Let's leave now. In the end, he gave up the competition. Teacher Ku felt it was a shame, considering how hard you had prepared, but seeing his worried face and anxious state, he respected Yu's choice. 2.5 hours later at Nanning Hospital, outside Qitang's room, there was only a female police officer. Hello, I'm Qitang's teacher. Thank you for your work. We couldn't contact his family, so we had to contact the school. May I go in to see him? Yes. As you gently pushed open the door, he overheard the conversation outside. His father had killed someone. The neighbor's call to police had just prevented more. Now the father had been arrested. This child had no one to care for him, and they couldn't contact his mother's side. Looking at Qidang lying quietly in bed, his bruised face, stitched forehead, and injured hand with 4 drips were disturbing to see. For some reason, you suddenly felt his eyes stinging. He sat by the bed, gently holding Qitang's small hand. Still alive. Thank goodness he's still alive. 2.5 hours later, Teacher Ku finished all the paperwork and returned returned to school due to other matters. During this time, the doctor came once to instruct that you would be more comfortable sleeping. When he wakes up due to moderate concussion, he might experience dizziness, chest tightness, and nausea. You noted these symptoms carefully. Qideng showed no signs of waking, just sleeping quietly. During this time, Wei Xing and several others who had heard the news somehow, and even an INI, came to visit the hospital. Unfortunately, Qideng was still not awake at that time. It wasn't until 2 days later that Qitong's condition started to improve. Although he still kept his eyes closed most of the time, he was finally conscious more often. Aunt Ning made us millet porridge. I'll go heat it up for you. You hadn't even left the room with the thermos. A woman in high heels suddenly walked in. So it's here. The woman was beautiful and dressed very elegantly. She immediately sat on the edge of the bed and took Qitong's hand. Mom was on vacation these days with her phone off. Couldn't receive any messages. That's why I'm only here now. Are you okay? Qideng rarely talked about his family and had never mentioned his mother. Yu, standing aside, hesitated. He decided to get some water instead of heating the porridge. This is so frightening. I was shocked when I heard about it. Tang Yu continued complaining, not minding Qideng withdrawing his hand. That Qi Jiang is truly sick. I always knew he'd kill someone one day. Annie, have some water. Oh, are you Qitong's classmate? You came to see him? Then you two talk. I'll order some food. Tang Yu operated her phone while continuing. Qideng, Mom's quite busy and can't take care of you. I'll find a caregiver to help. Whatever you want. Since she came in, these were the only 3 words Qideng had said to her. After that, mother and child seemed to have nothing more to say. When the food arrived, Tang Yu became enthusiastic again. When you're sick, you need nutrition. Try some of this meat soup. Before she could finish, Qiteng, who had been quiet all along, suddenly struggled to sit up and leaned over the bed to vomit. When patients vomit, it's not a pleasant sight. Tang Yu instinctively frowned. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly vomiting like this? Call a doctor if you're not feeling well. You glanced up amid the chaos. He probably can't handle the meat. Annie, please take all this food away. The brown meat chunks had just been unwrapped, with blood-like rich sauce coating them. Tang Yu quickly cleaned up and took the bags out. You kept gently patting Qitong's back. Are you okay? Should I call a doctor? No, Qideng mumbled. His whole body was shaking. It started as small tremors, then gradually got worse. Finally unable to hold back anymore, he suddenly burst out crying. Something had triggered him. You just held him, feeling the girl's slender body trembling in pain in his arms. He felt his eyes sting and almost cried with her. This was the first time he had seen her so upset. When Qideng calmed down somewhat, they lay together on the bed and talked. He'll definitely be executed. I've hated him since middle school and wished he would die. In Qitong's distant memories, Qi Zhang had only given him countless slaps and punches. I was so scared of him. That day when he walked towards me, I was terrified. Yu raised his hand, covering Qitong's eyes with his warm palm, then pulled him into his embrace. Don't be afraid. It's all over now. Let me help you wipe. I could do it myself. You'll get dizzy if you move around. Aren't you embarrassed? We're both girls. Then stop blushing. July's weather was unbearably hot. Qitong's mother never came to visit again. Qideng dismissed the caregiver and refused all visitors. Only you stayed by his side. Can you clean yourself? Do you need me to come help? Not really, please help me. Opening the curtain, you saw Qideng sitting on the bed, hugging his knees. There was a large bruise on his back, making his originally fair skin look grotesque. Gently wiping with a wet towel, you asked with concern, was your back also hit by him? No, I hit it myself. Qitong's voice was muffled. He had crashed into the heavy marble dining table to make noise. With your back like this, doesn't it hurt at night? Is that why you can't sleep? A little, but not too much. How about sleeping on your stomach? Put your knees down. Qideng turned around somewhat exasperatedly, revealing the wound on his abdomen. It's not that I don't want to. It's that I can't. You frowned. How did you get injured here too? Qideng didn't answer. He reached for the towel. That's enough. I'll wipe the front myself. You wouldn't let go. You'll get dizzy if you move around. Aren't you embarrassed? What's there to be embarrassed about? We're both girls. Then stop blushing. After finishing the simple wash, you carried the basin to the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror. He couldn't help but hold his forehead, silently questioning why he was blushing. 2.5 minutes later, you returned to the ward and sat back in the chair. They stared at each other for a while. In an awkwardly tense atmosphere, Cheating spoke. I haven't seen you doing any homework these days. You was a bit surprised. Do you want to watch me study? I'm worried you'll fall behind after not studying for several days. Generally speaking, if knowledge is firmly grasped, a few days without studying won't cause performance to decline. Looking at his desk mate's serious explanation, Cheating wondered if it wasn't himself who had the concussion, but his desk mate. A moment later, Yu took out his phone and began the daily report. Sister Wei says, Cheating, I can't live without you. You must get better soon. Love you, baby. Yuan says, Cheating, I miss you so much. Cheating listened with a straight face as you read these messages in the tone of reciting literature texts. Unable to hold back, he grabbed his phone and sent a voice message. Control yourselves. Stop sending such mushy messages. But friends are creatures who just ask to be beaten. After Cheating said this, the people in the group who cared about him immediately went crazy, as if injected with chicken blood, sending even mushier messages. You quietly watched as Cheatang's face broke into a smile. Great, he's slowly recovering. The next morning, as Cheating was preparing to go downstairs with you, he heard this discussion. That girl in that ward, I heard her father killed someone. The woman he killed even had children. It's inhuman. Yeah, they say she witnessed the murder scene. Won't that leave psychological trauma? Cheating stood not far away in the corridor, unsure whether to continue walking forward. Seeing this, you took his hand. They quietly walked past the nurses. Shortly after they left, the nurses made regretful sounds. The girl hurt us. This is so embarrassing. Cheatang's hand was always cool, even in summer. You held on without letting go as they slowly went downstairs. Are you still dizzy? It's okay. They sat on a bench to get some sun. Cheating tilted his head back silently. His eyes, which had shown some brightness earlier, seemed to dim again. You try to make conversation. The doctor says you can be discharged in a week. Have you decided where to go? Cheating shook his head. No. However, just before discharge, Cheating suddenly left alone. While you was at Teacher Ku's house getting things, he discharged himself. Where did you go? I want to find my mom. I'll stay with her for a while. I'll be back when school starts. This was Cheatang's last message. Now he sat on a bullet train, not knowing where to go. The destination was chosen randomly. He just wanted to be alone. No need to pretend nothing happened to ease others' minds. No need to force a smile to prove he was really okay. In this city where he knew no one, nobody would give him a second glance on the street. This feeling of being unnoticed made him feel relaxed. He could keep an expressionless face and not say a word for long periods. He could sit all day in the square or on a park bench, watching people come and go. When it got dark, the lights around the square came on. Not far away, someone set up speakers and instruments, preparing to perform. Cheating watched as the young man, only a few years older than himself, sang one song after another. After several songs, perhaps taking a break or noticing Cheating as an audience member, the young man came over to chat. Little sister, I've seen you sitting here for a long time. Did you have a fight with your family? You look unhappy. Can you sing? Come sing a song. Treat it like you're at karaoke. Cheating didn't know why he suddenly came to invite her. She replied warily, I don't know you. Looking at his expression, he smiled shyly. Don't misunderstand. I saw you looking lost and sad, so I came to chat. But it's good that a young girl like you stays cautious. For some unknown reason, perhaps because she hadn't sung in a while, Cheating finally nodded. She walked over and picked up the microphone from the stand. The young man followed to start the accompaniment, asking what song she wanted to sing. Looking at the list of backing tracks, Cheating randomly chose a familiar one by Lake Baikal. The intro played, and after the first line was sung, the young man beside her was surprised. You sing really well. Gradually, more and more passers-by stopped to listen. Cheating never liked singing in such settings before, finding it embarrassing and restrictive, but with so many unexpressed emotions inside, she wanted to let it out and didn't care anymore. She sat there quietly and finished the song. People applauded, and some called for another song. However, Cheating stuck to her principles and prepared to leave with her bag. The young man waved to her. Little girl, everything will pass. Later, Cheating received more messages from you. She actually wanted to reply, but for some reason, every time she typed a few words, she would silently delete them. And so, Chi-Dang didn't reply to anyone's messages, wandering alone through several cities. What she liked most was sitting in corners of parks or squares, quietly watching people perform. One memorable moment was when she saw two girls, one with long hair and one with short hair, singing a love song together. Chi-Dang sat on the edge of a flower bed, watching for a very long time. The two girls noticed her. After their performance, they specially brought over a bubble tea. "Would you like some bubble tea?" "No, thank you. You've been listening for a long time. How was our singing?" It was good." They didn't talk after that, and the two girls soon packed up and left. They held hands, walking and joking around. One of them easily rested her head on the other's shoulder. Watching this scene, Chi-Dang somehow suddenly remembered moments from the hospital. Back then, her mental state wasn't good, and she had many chaotic nightmares. Between sleep and wakefulness, Chi-Dang felt you might have kissed her forehead. That gesture was full of comfort. But friends shouldn't be like that. It had been almost half a month since Chi-Dang left the hospital. You now temporarily lived at Teacher Ku's house, tutoring nearby children during the day and studying alone in her room at night. She still frequently sent messages to Chi-Dang, although she never received any response. The guest room at Teacher Ku's house wasn't big, just a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. The street light shone in from outside. Outside the room, Teacher Ku's children were watching TV, and Teacher Ku and his wife were chatting quietly. You often wondered if Chi-Dang was like her, staying in a home that wasn't her own. Does she still have headaches? Can she eat well? Can she sleep? She must have seen my messages, right? Just as she put down her phone to continue studying, the WeChat notification sound rang. You instinctively thought it was Chi-Dang replying, but when she picked up the phone, she found it wasn't Chi-Dang, but Xia Yuan Yuan. You quickly checked the group messages. You replied with an okay. Then she clicked into the group and scrolled through the messages. Xia Yuan Yuan had shared a video titled "Beautiful Girl Covers Yesterday's Flower on the Street." This is Chi-Dang, right? She's been gone for so long. I thought she went off to become an immortal. She's with her mom, right? Singing on the street. She's really something. She looks okay. Relieved, you opened the video. She saw Chi-Dang standing on some unknown street, singing with a microphone. Although the street was noisy and the song wasn't very clear in the video, you could still feel that pure, moving tone. You watched the video carefully several times, then traced it back to its source and checked the location of the person who posted it. Finally, she concluded that Chi-Dang wasn't at his mother's place, as he had claimed. He must be in another city. You wanted to immediately ask Chi-Dang where he was, but she held back. Chi-Dang had deliberately told them he was with his mother to prevent them from worrying and asking questions. Besides, even if she asked now, Chi-Dang might not answer. You sat at the desk, pressing her forehead, and silently counted to 100 with closed eyes. After calming down, she continued searching and finally found another video in the comment section. Unlike before, this time Chi-Dang was holding a guitar and singing a different song. You didn't know the song, so she wrote down the lyrics and searched online, discovering it was called "Slowly Falling in Love with You." She carefully searched through all the videos posted by that person, but besides these two videos, there were no more. Chi-Dang's world was so small, yet so vast. You once again opened their chat window. Typing and deleting, she finally sent, "It's raining again in Nanning today. How about where you are?" Meanwhile, in a distant city, cicadas were chirping, telling of summer's heat. Under the shade of trees, a girl was tuning her newly bought guitar. She had switched from ukulele to guitar and picked it up quickly. These past few days, she had learned from street performers. She truly had talent in this area and figured things out on her own. Not knowing what to sing, she sat on the flower bed and hummed casually. Dappled sunlight fell on her shoes through the trees. August was really too hot. After playing for a while, Chi-Dang got her first audience, a nearby child holding a slice of watermelon, watching curiously while eating, until the guitar tune changed. The little watermelon-eating spectator finally smiled with interest. "It's Pleasant Goat." Chi-Dang sang a short segment and stood up because she smelled the watermelon's fragrance from the child's hands. This made her, who had no appetite lately, suddenly want to eat something. She turned into a fruit shop and bought half a chilled watermelon from the owner's refrigerator. Chi-Dang sat back under the tree shade, using a disposable plastic spoon to eat the watermelon. Her phone, casually thrown on the ground beside her, suddenly rang. Opening it, she saw Yu's message. Looking at the photo of someone holding watermelon, she could faintly see the corner of a test paper on the table beside it. Chidang unconsciously smiled. Time passed quickly. Summer vacation was almost over. August 25th was Chitang's birthday, but still no news from her. You sent a message right on time. Happy birthday, Chidang. When are you coming back? School's starting soon. Weijia and others say they miss you. Chidang, happy birthday. Where are you now? Are you happy today? When are you coming back? School's starting soon. Weijia and others say they miss you. Me too. Summer vacation ended, and everyone entered their third year. The classroom was full, with only the seat next to you empty. Wei Xingxing and others felt particularly sad. The entire summer vacation without replying to our messages. Yeah, don't know if he'll return to school. The class bell rang. Teacher Ke stood at the podium and spoke seriously. This semester, you're all third-year students. Later, we'll move to the third-year volunteer building. This will be your most important year. A clear "excuse me" interrupted the teacher's words. At the door of class 3-3, a slender figure suddenly appeared, holding a guitar case. Looking somewhat travel-worn, Teacher Ku wasn't angry. Instead, he finally felt relieved. Since learning that Chidang hadn't gone to his mother's place, he had been considering calling the police. Student Chidang, you're late. Quickly take your seat. Chidang walked into the familiar classroom. Just 2 steps in, the quiet classroom suddenly echoed with the harsh sound of a chair and desk being pushed back. The usually silent Yue suddenly stood up at this moment. He quickly ran towards the classroom door. He hugged his much thinner desk mate. Class 3 students, who were already puzzled by Chitang's late arrival, were now even more confused by Yu's actions. But then they saw Wei Xingxing and Zhang Ming, and they all rushed to the door to hug Chidang. The girls hugged each other, crying and laughing. Teacher Ke was helpless. After their excitement subsided, he clapped his hands and said, all right, class is starting. Everyone back to your seats. You can talk later. After the classroom returned to calm, Teacher Ke continued his previous topic. This third year determines your future. For yourselves and for those who care about you, everyone must work hard. After class, pack up your things and prepare to move classrooms. Chidang, come to my office after class. His father's murder wasn't a secret. After all, the murder case had made the news in Nanling. But many hadn't thought that this murder case would be connected to their classmate. So when they saw Chidang go to the office, many students began discussing it again. These discussions disappeared when Chidang returned. The classroom fell silent for a moment. Chidang paid no attention. He sat back in his seat and saw you looking at him. He smiled. Why are you staring at me? You spoke gently. Are you tired? If you are, I can ask the teacher to let you rest in the dorm. I've made your bed. Wei Xingxing from behind joined in. He helped make your bed yesterday and clean the dorm. We thought you'd return yesterday. Chidang looked at them all and said thank you. Finally looking at his desk mate. Sorry I never replied to your messages. You shook his head, wanting to say something. But Teacher Ke had already walked in with test papers. This was his annual tradition, a test on the first day. All complex teenage emotions turned into tears of reality in face of the cruel exam. Chidang held the test paper, remembering he hadn't reviewed anything during the 2-month summer break. Glancing beside him, he was writing quickly, clearly in good spirits. He had maintained his discipline during the break and would likely keep his first place ranking this year. Noticing his gaze, Yu hesitated before sliding his test paper slightly towards him. Chidang was slightly stunned, feeling complex emotions. Yu was abandoning his principles to let him copy. However, feeling Teacher Ke's sharp gaze, Chidang, who hadn't planned to copy anyway, pressed his forehead and focused on his own paper, working slowly. After the test, Yu collected everyone's papers, taking Chitang's last. Put my paper at the bottom, not on top. Yu complied and whispered, I helped Teacher Ke grade papers. Iskradois. Watching his deskmate's back, Chidang felt even more complex emotions. In 2 years of knowing each other, Yu's strict principles had lowered year by year for him. After classes, back in the dorm, before Chidang could climb to his upper bunk, Wei Xingxing and Zhang Ming grabbed him by the waist and legs, dragging him down onto Yu's lower bunk. What did you do during summer break? That's too much. Why didn't you reply to our messages? You promised to play games with us, but ignored us. You need punishment. Chidang was tickled by several hands, struggling and shouting as he tried to shrink into the corner. Yu quickly held onto his bed, trying to prevent disaster. Okay, stop. My bed's going to collapse. Wei Xingxing and Zhang Ming exchanged glances. They immediately pushed you onto the bed too. The girls laughed and played around until they were done. Wei Xingxing produced a large bottle of cola from somewhere, poured everyone a cup, and they all clinked glasses. As if celebrating, they shouted, "Welcome back, Qidang." Qidang looked at their smiling faces, feeling the presence of those sitting beside him. He finally began to relax. His previous worries seemed unnecessary. Only here, with them, did it feel like nothing had changed. It was as reassuring as ever. Thinking this, Qidang followed them to the cafeteria. Wei Xingxing looked at Qitong's tray and disagreed. He immediately wanted to add a chicken leg. Qidang didn't show any reaction, just waved his hand in refusal and said thanks again. This scene made Yu, sitting opposite, tighten his grip on his food tray, hiding his momentary sadness. He knew that although Qidang seemed the same after returning, that incident had still left a deep mark on him. After lunch, Qidang noticed Yu hadn't caught up and reached out his hand to him. "Hurry to the classroom. Didn't the teacher ask you to copy problems on the blackboard?" Coming, Yu quickened his pace and held his hand. Perhaps time would slowly heal these scars, he thought.